I'm in the middle of the Cartama Oval here on the Costa del Sol in Spain. We have 21 European nations all fighting for glory. And this week it's been all about Group B. 5 teams started the week, only 4 remain now, and only 1 can make it to Championship week. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the Dream11 European Cricket Championship, and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Buenos dias and welcome back to Spain. It has been a really exciting week here in Group B in the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. It is the Euros of cricket. So each week we see 5 teams going at it, 5 countries. Only one of them can survive to week 5, which is Championship week. So today is the day. It's Finals Friday of Group B, where we'll see who will progress from this group. And we're starting with the top 2 performing teams from the group stages. Netherlands 11 taking on Sweden in qualifier 1, match 21. Let's go over to Rob Kemming. He's with 2 captains for the all-important coin toss.
Your call. Tails. Tails is called. It is heads. We're having a bat.
So it is the Netherlands 11. Their captain, Sebastian Brandt, has won the toss and has elected to bat first. Well, no surprises there. I think that Netherlands, they are the master defenders. In fact, they've been flawless this week. 8-0, 8 wins. They have done it sometimes chasing, sometimes they've done it defending, but they've always done it effectively. I think they have gotten better as well as the week has gone on. They're a little bit kind of subpar by their own standards, I think, the first couple of days, but they've looked really, really strong over the last couple of days. And having said that, you know, anything can happen on finals day, but I'm looking out for Musa Ahmed. He seems to be someone that is coming good at the right time. And Clayton Floyd hasn't quite clicked with the bat, but his bowling has been very useful. He's another player to watch for the Netherlands 11. But also Ryan Klein, I mean, he's one guy for me. He can really bash the ball, and when required, he can bowl some vigorous seamers for the Netherlands 11. Let's talk about Sweden, though. They won the double chance last night. They feel like they've got nothing to lose. They actually split each one of their days 1-1, so they're 4-4, but on net run rate, they get through into second place. So they do get the double chance. They'll be hoping for an upset. Of course, one of these teams will be going through to the final, straight to the final. The other team will have to play the winner of 3 and 4. And for Sweden, Sher Ali, he's the key for me. Can he handle the heat that the Netherlands 11 will throw at him? He's had a good week, but I do think it's a bit of a step up facing these Dutch bowlers. Conditions, well, unbelievably, there's blue skies and lots of sunshine here once again on the Costa del Sol. A maximum of 29 degrees today. Already it's middle of the day and we're around about 25 and climbing. So looking forward to this, and I can tell you that Corey Rutgers and Rico Full will take you through this first game between these 2 top performing teams. Over to you guys, and the Dutch have won the toss and they're going to have a bat. Over to you. Let's get the day started.
Good morning, cricket lovers. Namaste, salam alaikum, sas sri akal, aibowan, muy buenos días. ¿Cómo estás todos? Y bienvenido. Eso campo de cricket. Eso es de campo de Cartama Oval. Good morning and welcome everyone as we get ready for this match. You can see the 2 teams on the screens in front of you there. Netherlands are taking on Sweden for this. Well, we call this the first qualifier. One of these teams, by winning this match here, will book their place in the later final, the Group B final. The other, well, they will get another chance, but they will be taking on whoever wins between the second match here this morning, which is going to be the eliminator between Finland and Denmark. So both these teams have an opportunity, or 2 opportunities, to get into the final. And the reason for that is that they both finished first and second in the standings in Group B. Sweden, well, why are they here? Well, they're here because, well, they had that defeat. Well, I should say they had that victory, amazing victory yesterday against Denmark, and made up for the defeat that they did have against Hungary. So they gave Hungary the first victory, Hungary beating Sweden 97-96. But Sweden came good when they had to, chasing 141 for victory in an amazing game last night. First ball off the finals day here, and it's a good shot, played out in the offside, beautifully played, and run straight away from a man that's been in very, very good form, hasn't he? Musa Ahmed. So didn't look his normal self, did he, when he first started in the group? Looked a bit cagey, looked a bit rusty, but boy, has he come good. And I think just putting him down the order early on and allowed him to play some shots. And since then, he's never looked back, and he's in awesome form at the moment. Remember that smashing 50 that he scored yesterday in no time at all. Well, this is another one, back-to-back force. And Sher Ali gets the dive in, but he's not able to stop this. So Azam Khalil opening the bowling. So they made a slight change here, Sweden. They're obviously thinking about things and deciding that maybe spin is going to be the option first up here. But the first 2 balls have been played beautifully to the boundary. 2 fours. And Musa Ahmed carrying on in the great form that he's been in. Yeah, that 50 of his, where he got the player of the match in match number 62, came just in 15 deliveries. He got to 62, but the 50 came up in 12 balls. That equaled the European Cricket Championship record. Now he goes down the leg side. Oh, a one-handed effort, which goes down, and the fielder, all he's able to do, unfortunately, is par this to the boundary. It was a chance, and it's Umar Nawaz. And against big teams, you got to take those chances, otherwise they will hurt you. Musa makes a bit of room for himself, plays the shot, but look, it's one of those, they either stick or they don't. But unfortunately for Nawaz, it doesn't. He's a strong man, so strong that he punches it to the boundary. 3 fours of the first 3 balls. Netherlands making a spicy start. And talk about spicy, well, this is even spicier. This will go all the way. Balle, balle, balle. And Shaka Lagia. And this one, I think this is one that's been worn by the cameraman here. Well, let's see this again. Well, I hope this nothing serious. Well, let's have a look. And here's the bounce. And where does it go on to? Well, we get a feeling that this is one that is Martin's out there. So Martin's may have just, well, felt the kookaburra early on. Well, let's hope he's okay. Martins. Well, what a start though. 18 off the first 4 deliveries, 3 fours and a 6. Musa is on fire, and you just heard one of the fielders saying to Azam, hang on, wait. I think there's a slight change, adjustment in the field, and he comes there now. Up in the air, just short of the fielder, and there's a bit of a misunderstanding, but if only this was collected straight away, there was a chance perhaps of a run out of Musa, but the fielder not able to pick it up first time. And, that is Zakawi. Gambled with the spin early on here, and it hasn't paid off. 19 of the first 5 deliveries, and now it's Clayton Floyd on strike. Sweden looking to continue in the form that they were in last night. I mean, what a match that was. It was a crazy match. One man that was there to see it all the way through in the night skies here in Cartama, this beautiful part of Spain in Andalusia, was, well, my commentary partner and good friend, Corey Ruckus. Corey, a very good morning to you, and a happy Peacock Friday, as well as happy Finals Day.
Yeah, happy Peacock Friday, Rico. And, well, here's the tale of the tape. This is the way the week has been. Musa Ahmed, he's been the top batter for the Netherlands in the end. 144 striking out, 257. Ryan Klein's been a bit of a revelation up the order as well. And for Sweden, they're going to look at those bowlers. Takawi, the left arm off spinner, Moman, the left arm seamer. They're going to have to bowl really well here to stop this dangerous Dutch lineup. Is anyone going to stop them today, Rico?
It's a very good question. Look, the way that they've been playing, and even when, you know, we've seen blips in their performances, maybe a batter or a bowler not perform on the day, somebody always stands up for them. So I just can't see it.
Yeah,
I just cannot see it.
It would have to take a monumental effort to stop this Dutch A side, basically. Musa Ahmed, 19 off 5. He's found form, hasn't he?
Momand into the attack now. The left armour. And sprays this one down the leg side. But hey, we've got 2 mouth-watering matches up here, though, today. We've got this one, of course, and the Netherlands. You'd expect them, the form that they're in, to maybe win this and book their place in the final. But take nothing away from Sweden. I mean, that run chase yesterday, when you were here with Vinny, what a match that was. Chasing 141 for victory. I mean,
yeah,
that was something sensational.
You need a lot of things to go right to hit 141, but most of all, you've got to be brave, and their batting was sensational. They've definitely earned this double chance.
Not mind. Once more to Ahmed. Up in the air, and this will get past Shirali, who's there on the boundary. It will go all the way. Manos arriba, 6 carreras más. And Musa, well, I remember me and you being here early in the week saying Musa just doesn't look the part. Nothing is clicking for him. Well, he went down the order a bit, scored 30-odd runs, and since then, he's just got better and better.
Yeah, absolutely. Width on offer, he puts it away. I'm not sure Shirali's the man I'd want at deep backward point. Didn't move very well to that. But the Netherlands are off to a flyer, which we expect. And nice batting from Musa Ahmed. He's continuing his merry way in this T10 format.
Next up, of course, I said it's going to be a mouth-watering couple of days, or a couple of matches. Finland versus Denmark. Denmark, they're looking to bounce back after that defeat yesterday. But Finland have been the surprise package. Up in the air, and he's looking to find the boundary again. Will bounce, will it plug? It doesn't. It goes all the way. It's been well chased by Zaka Takawi, but he can't do anything about it. It's 4 more. Boundaries galore this morning.
Yeah, absolutely. Musa Ahmed is absolutely smoking it at the moment. Just finding it a little bit too easy. The pace is nice to hit for him. He looks in great touch, doesn't he?
He does. It's changing field here for Lemon Momand. He's deciding that he doesn't need any protection on the leg side boundary. Brings that man from square leg in, and he pushes extra cover back. I think this is a dangerous move because you know where Musa is moving before this ball is even bowled.
Absolutely. He might try access the leg side here.
So there he goes, and this will go all the way. Well, whether it was a fielder out there or not would have made no difference because that is hit. Gear. Shakalagia. And Musa is on fire this morning.
Well, to put it cleanly, Musa is moosing them. That's a great shot. And, well, he's a player of high pedigree. Played, I believe he was selected for the England series last year and played against England's one-day team. He's played against the Irish team. He's played against some massive teams. And right now, Moment has a huge task in his hand because Musa is on fire.
Edge gone. Gets his man. So, well, Musa, he wasn't going to hang around, was he? On this one, he gets it just in the right area, maybe. He just draws Musa into this shot, bowling it just wide outside off stump. Not sure how wide this actually was for Musa. He goes for it, gets the edge. The catch has been taken. Zajochi back behind the stumps, makes no mistake. And Sweden, well, they get their first wicket.
Hey, well done to Moment as well. Kept his head, didn't panic too much. Does he get this to move away a bit? Just a little bit, which forces the edge. Musa will be disappointed, though. He'll sort of feel that was there to go as well. But a big wicket early. Nice start for the Dutch also. That's one thing about this Swedish team. They do not give up. And you can see how pumped up they are.
Yeah, it was a good, nice shot there off the captain, who, again, played an outstanding innings yesterday to get that victory against Denmark. So Zeb Chowdhury was there straight away, congratulating Lemar Momand and getting his players together, regrouping them and say, come on, boys, let's stay up with this. We know this is what they're going to do. They're going to come out. They're going to be hitting the ball well, but we just got to try and restrict them to, you know, as few as possible. And they'll be really pumped by that victory yesterday. So even if Netherlands get to that 140 sort of score, they will know it's a score they've been able to chase.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got to try and keep them down as much as possible. Netherlands 11, 36 for 1 right now. Perfect start for them, really. Boris Gourlay comes to the crease. He's looked in good form as well. Been hitting it very cleanly straight. Just lost his ramp shot the last couple of days. Moment coming in.
Goes for the big shot, and has he got enough of this? Oh, well, great effort there from the captain. And it was one of those that was the case of, well, are you going to be able to get it back into play or not? Chowdhury was the man back there. He's taken some really good catches in the boundary, but I think this one just had a little bit too much on it. I don't think he was going to be able to get this one back.
Yeah, he's basically on the rope. I mean, it's a quarter chance at best. Nice shot from Boris Gourlay. Got a lot of height on it. But yeah, Chowdhury, I mean, on another day, maybe he pulls off something miraculous. Not this time.
No, just I think he was leaning back too much. 6 runs. Good effort, though. Big swing. Better areas. Good finish from Momand. So he does go for 23 in the over, but he does get the prize wicket of Musa Ahmed. And the form that Musa's in at the moment, I think you take that.
Oh, yeah. If you're the Netherlands at the moment at 42 for 1 after 2, you're pretty happy. I mean, you've still got 6 balls of the power play. You've still got Saqib Zulfikar in the locker. They've got so much batting all the way down. I mean, who's coming in at 8-9? I mean, it looks like Asad Zulfikar's listed at 9, and he hit a splendid 50 yesterday. So there's so much batting, there's so much bowling. Sweden are going to have to pull something out the bag here, and they need a couple more wickets just to stem the tide a little bit. It's a perfect day for cricket. Gorgeous weather at this time of year in Spain. And it looks like Chowdhury, the captain, will bowl the third over of this power play.
Yeah, Chowdhury backing himself to bowl it. That's how the team's finished. So that's why these two are doing battle here. One of these two teams will get into the final. It's well bowled, good start. Pitch right up.
Yeah, it's been a funny old group, hasn't it? Because you really saw one team dominate, one team really struggle, and then the other three are basically almost even perfectly. Yeah. So you don't often see group tables work out that way, but that's the way it's been this Group B.
Lovely shot. Oh, this is beautiful. The timing was great. And he just almost like clips this away over the boundary there on the leg side. Lovely shot. And it looks like that goalie is himself in a mood to party.
Yeah, nice shot from Boris Gourlay. And this is why some people saying, why does he even bother with the ramp when you can play shots like this? Made his debut for the Dutch against Afghanistan in Qatar earlier in the year. And, definitely one on the Dutch national team's radar still.
Yeah, he's a very confident player. That's what I like about him. And I love the way he plays his cricket as well. Plays with a smile on his face. He enjoys what he's doing. He enjoys his time out there, not just while he's batting, but I think in the field as well. He likes to be where the action is. Good delivery. Oh, if he's got hits, he's gone, and he has. This is excellent work from the captain. Really, really good. First of all, good delivery. It's a slower ball, which gets Gourlay, and then he does the fielding himself. And, well, he lines it up and knocks him over.
Watch this, Rico. The ball was actually going on an angle out to mid-wicket, and it spun. It spun violently back to the bowler. I don't think I've seen something like this before. Because he hits it down, watch the angle of the ball. It's going to mid-wicket, and it spins. It spins on a nice line to the bowler. So that's a little bit of bad luck for Boris Gourlay, because I think, honestly, that was going into the mid-wicket region. And it spun back to Chowdhury, and it turns out to be an easy run out. And Boris Gourlay, well, he'll go for 12 off 4. I don't think I've ever seen that happen before. Maybe a little bit of bad luck for the man, but good work from Chowdhury to follow it up.
Well, Chowdhury's put a little bit of a tracking device or something on that ball, because it did come back kindly to him, didn't he? And Gourlay, yeah, he's probably saying, did you see that? Did you see that? Yeah, we saw it, Boris. And well, the thing is, though, unfortunately for him, so did Chowdhury. Yeah. I mean, look. It's almost like he's, it's almost like he's taken a Roberto Carlos free kick, because he has to get it round the incoming batter that's coming into him. Clayton Floyd gets it round him, into his hands. And, well, this one maybe was no ball, I think. I think this is too high. But I tell you what, forget about it is a no ball, and we need new balls, because this one has disappeared. Adios, Pelota. That one is not coming back.
Yeah, easy shot. You can't bowl that to this guy. Clayton Floyd's quality player. He's never, ever going to miss that. It's a no ball 6, and the wheels are falling off early here for Sweden. They need to keep calm. I know it's not easy against this sort of lineup, but you can't bowl balls like that. It just adds insult to injury.
Yeah, I mean, that's you've just got a wicket. I know it's not a new batter that's on strike, but, well, Floyd, before that shot, hadn't really hit a boundary, just was on 1, and then you give him a juicy full toss like that, which just gets pumped. So 6, well, that was 7, really, with the no ball, and now free hits, a license to go the full Monty. Hits it down the ground, catch taken, but it won't be out, of course, because there's a free hit. So I would say most of the players knew that.
I think Moment's got a cheeky smile on his face, because I reckon he forgot. He was about to celebrate, but gets away with that. It was a low full toss again. Ryan Klein on strike. He's been really good for the Dutch. Up the order this week. Improved his batting a lot in the last year.
Gone. It's another. And the captain, Chowdhury, strikes again. And he gets Ryan Klein, who is a dangerous batter. And he gets him for 0. This is a first baller. This is a golden duck.
Well, I hope you saw that. The keeper throws it up, and I'm pretty sure it landed on his own head. It's unbelievable. And, well, it's a big wicket.
Well, Jyoti, what
look at him.
Look, he's holding his head here Of course he is, because have a look at this. Takes a catch, really good catch.
Yeah, I hope.
Does the rock and roll, and then watch the ball here.
Watch his
He
throw.
ain't looking. And
Watch this.
Well, what happened?
Oh,
I love
that's
it.
brilliant.
Watch. Wait for it. Oh! That is fantastic.
Oh, I've never seen that before. That is absolutely 10 out of 10. Oh, no way.
Oh, yeah.
He looks so cool, calm and collected, and then he throws it and gets it on their head. Oh, that's brilliant. Oh, Chow.
मैं पहली बारी देखी पहली बारी. Have a look at this. Can we say it one more time? Come on, one more time.
Oh, this is going to get replayed
One
for
more
quite some time.
This is, look, you can now catch a fal liya, catch fal ball ne aake bhi mere
Bang.
thappar mari hai. There you go. If you want to wake up call in the morning. Corey's lost it.
Ah, that's actually gold. He was the coolest kid at class, and then he becomes an absolute loser. What was he doing?
Wow. Well, I hope that's not shaking him up.
Oh, that's so
Hey, listen,
good.
that is 3 wickets, 57 for 3. Jyoti has picked up another. The Chowdhury is the bowler. And then just take the signal. Here comes the throw.
I don't think I've ever seen that before, Rico. That is comedy gold.
How long does the ball take to come down? I mean, it's like takes forever. This is so good.
Well, the good thing about it is, it's just he takes the catch and he's the coolest kid in school, and then just looks a bit silly. But yeah, that was the table. Netherlands absolutely dominated, as you would expect, and Sweden snuck their way into second. A bit of comedy here during all the carnage.
Hey, listen, he's happier now because I think he's going to put the helmet on. He's probably thinking,
Oh, here we go.
oh no, again.
Bang! It's actually unbelievable to throw it like that. He gets a massive high five.
You know what? He nearly gets smacked on the face first of all from the captain. I mean, that wasn't the best of high fives, was it? And then next thing you know, bang, clonk on top of the head. He doesn't know what's hit him.
Yeah, a bit of comedy gold there. You don't see that every day. Yeah, some messages are already flying in. People absolutely loving it. I've never seen that. And you always wonder when people take a catch, they throw it miles in the air, and it always seems to find a bit of grass, but not today. Anyway, back to the action. 58 for 3 after power play. Netherlands are still in control. They won't worry about the 3 wickets, as it looks like it'll be a bit of spin. Zaka Takui, he'll come into the attack now. He's been very effective this week. Good left arm off spinner's got a nice arm ball on him. Good luck to him today on finals day. Peacock Friday, we call it.
So, here we go. Important phase here. I think spin coming back on. They started with spin, it didn't work well with Azam Khalil, and well, this one hasn't started well either because he's given this the long handle, big thump of a shot. It goes all the way. 6 carreras, 6 runs.
I think Pierce Fletcher will be happy with that, the big man. He's definitely enjoyed an empanada or 2 in his lifetime, and that's an easy shot for Sebastian Bratt. He's a good player of spin. He hits a big ball. Good batting.
Yeah, good hit. Did you get your empanada fixed last night?
Oh, we touched greatness last night. We broke the bill. I think we got over €100 worth in pies. It's a nice 10 p.m. journey.
They love you down that empanada shop. Just a little better delivery, bit of flight. Looking for another. Jyoti gets there, makes good ground.
We'll give some credit to Sweden. They know they're up against, it's a bit of David versus Goliath here, but they're applying themselves as best they can. They know it's going to be tough.
Yeah, I think, look, Sweden, and I think maybe 1 or 2 of the other teams, Denmark, depending how things go, they will know that if they can restrict and keep them to a gettable score, then they can get it. But look, shots like these, I mean, that's a thunderous shot. It goes right the way back deep in his crease. And, well, as soon as he makes contact with this, Clayton Floyd, that one is going to be 6 runs, nothing else. Sweet out of the middle, like a bowl of Rasmalai. 6 more.
Clayton Floyd, last year's MVP, serious cricket pedigree on him. He also debuted against Afghanistan earlier this year and then played New Zealand a couple months ago. And now he's showing us on the ECN network how good he is.
Well, that's how good he is. And, well, we are on the Costa del Sol. And you know what we're talking about here? We're talking about sun, sea, sand, and sexy cricket. It's showtime at the Cartama Oval. What a shot.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, the Dutch are on for something absolutely massive. Those wobbles we saw on day 1 and day 2, they are ghosts of the past. This is the real Dutch 11 we expected to see, and they are smashing it. They could hit something huge here.
Yeah, well, you can see, we're talking about huge. We're already approaching the 80 mark. We're just inside here, the 4th over. He goes for it again, and he's going to nail this one. This will go all the way. Lovely jubbly. 6 carreras más. Manos arriba, árbitro. Porque eso es sensacional. Eso es una 6 carreras más.
Yeah, well, the reverse Malachi goes the whole way. The MVP of last year, just showing he doesn't have to hit it one way. He can hit it the other. And the Netherlands 11 just growing in confidence as this week has gone on. Sweden being put to the sword here. Not easy for them.
Hang on a minute, the captain says, right, we're going to make a change. He said, if that's the shots he's going to play, I've got to give you some protection out there. Well, so he brings the man from square leg in and puts the man out there on the boundary at point.
Watch the sweep shot now.
Oh, I don't know if he gets a bit on this.
He definitely did, Rico. Inside edge, good fielding, well done. That's all you can do in these pressure situations. He got a big inside edge and he'll get 2 more runs. Yeah,
nothing from the umpire there, but great stop there on the boundary. And like you said, that's all that Sweden can do. And Umanawaz here, that's fantastically well. That's brilliant. Now, that's what you got to do. You know you're going to be up against it. You know, Netherlands, as we keep saying, they are a class outfit. They are top draw. And they are going to hurt you. They're going to score a lot of runs, but you still got to maintain your own standards. You've got to push them hard. And try and leave yourself with a chance. Chowdhury, the captain, going to come back into bowl here, but the score has already raised on to 83, but 3 wickets down.
Yeah, well, if you look at the projected scores, it's talking 208. I mean, that's scary numbers. They're going at 20 and over. We don't often see that. I think we've had maybe 3 scores in excess of 200 in our past over the ECC, ECS, everything. But at the moment, they're on. I mean, last year, the Dutch 11 are one of the teams that hit it. They hit 200 plus against Romania.
Takes the single. So just handing the strike back over to Clayton Floyd.
Yep, so Clayton Floyd now on strike, 26 off 8. You can see why he was the MVP last year. Bats well, bowls well, gun fielder. He's an all-round package.
Bit of a full toss again, and I'm just wondering if this is going to be called. The umpires, I think, thought about it for a moment. They're still talking to each other.
Yeah, I think the umpire might be checking with the 3rd official. It was pretty close. Maybe he gets away with it.
You see there, he's thinking about it and then sort of says, Oh, well, this one almost goes back onto the stumps from Chowdhury. Battle of the captains here. Sebastian Braat up against Chowdhury.
Well, good over for Sweden so far. Only 2 off it. That'll make them feel a lot better. Still got to get out the over, though. Try and not concede a boundary, Chowdhury. And we're not even at the halfway stage. And well, Rico, because of the carnage, 16 minutes left to get through the overs as well.
Almost a repeat of the shot before. I think just trying to hit it too hard here. Sebastian Braat, I think getting frustrated because he's allowed a couple of dot balls, and Clayton Floyd will go up and have a chat with his skip.
Yeah, just over-hitting here just a little bit, losing his shape, Sebastian Braat. Much better when he keeps his head still and his body movement a little bit more controlled.
I think he's eyeing up that square leg, vacant square leg area, isn't he? Because that man has stayed out a point to Sebastian as well. And this time I think he just takes the advice from Clayton and just plays this one out into the offside, takes a single. So leaves the ball for Floyd to deal with, and he'll be looking for a boundary here for sure.
Yeah, and good from Chowdhury as well. Good comeback over by the captain, doing a good job.
And, it's another miscue opportunity, and Jyoti, he misses the stumps. He needs to hit him from there. Just wondering just how close that was. But it was a chance. Well, it's a chance for the players to take on some fluids. And Sweden, well, they'll be hoping that this goes sort of follows the pattern. Drinks break and maybe a wicket. They were looking for a wicket. Let's have a look at this. So, chance to say good morning to all of our viewers around the world. Look, yeah, good morning to you, everyone wherever you're watching from. This is the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. It's the Euros of cricket. It's happening here in Spain, and it is finals day. And really, look, quick question, you know the 4 teams involved. Netherlands have to be favourites, but from what I saw yesterday from Sweden and Denmark, I mean, if they have a blip, if Netherlands have a blip, they're both more than capable of doing them. And then also, you can't write off Finland. Finland have played some amazing cricket this week.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Netherlands obviously go into it as heavy favourites today, but you get to that night match, and I can talk on first-hand experience from last week. The Spanish boys, we went into that with nothing to lose and said, let's give it our all. Whatever happens, happens. We're happy anyway.
Yeah.
And that will be the mentality of the other 3 nations. They'll go into that final later tonight if Netherlands win this and go, we've got nothing to lose, let's just give it our all. And you never know what happens. The cricketing gods can always twist this format.
Yeah, definitely. I'm with you there. I mean, it's one thing we do know is going to be absolutely fantastic finals day. And I think it's going to be right up there like what we saw last week. Last week was amazing as well. And I think the only difference maybe in my mind, which could be, I mean, it depends how the results go. I think last week, until the final, I think a lot of the matches were fairly one-sided in finals day, but I think today they're going to be a lot closer. I really do. And I think the next one coming up, Finland taking on Denmark, I think that's an eliminator. I think that's going to be an absolute classy one. Yeah,
absolutely. And this is how the day of play is meant to go. We've got Netherlands, Sweden now as we're watching. Finland play Denmark in the eliminator, and then we'll have the loser of 1v2 versus the winner of 3v4, and then the final later tonight under lights here in Cartama, Spain. Looking forward to it. I guess the one thing also working in Netherlands' favour today, this team's played before. Last week, Ireland were a new team. They haven't had that finals pressure before. The Netherlands 11 made it through last year, and then they came 3rd. So they've been in tense situations. I think that's also going to help them. This group knows how to play this format.
Yeah, I totally agree with you there. So they're going to go with Azam Khalil to bowl. He's second. His first almost went magical, didn't it? He started up opening the bowling. I think that was a tactical change. They thought it might work. It's look, give him fair play. It's worth a try. He went for 19 with this. He's not the best of deliveries, but he could be gone here. He hasn't got hold of this. And right on cue. There's a wicket straight after drinks. And I told you Sweden we're looking forward to this, because after drinks there's always a wicket. And it's a big one as well, because that is the wicket of Clayton Floyd. He goes for 28 off that, his 11th delivery. Yeah,
big wicket, much needed for Sweden, and credit to Chowdhury who bowled the last over as well. It didn't go for many, just put a little bit of pressure back on the Netherlands 11, and Khalil comes in and gets the scalp, the big scalp of Clayton Floyd, just off the toe end of the bat. He looks at it as he was walking off, gets more air on it than distance. A safe catch in the end by Takawi. And for Sweden, well, just signs that they're not giving up the ghost, and it's good to see, but it's not going to get any easier as Saqib Zulfikar will come out. And Clayton Floyd, well, good T10 innings.
Yeah, good innings. I mean, this is what, I mean, you made a comment there about when you were talking about Netherlands that they've played before, they played last year. You can see that. And you can, where can you see it? You can see it the way they bat.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, their strike rates are phenomenal. As you can see, all the fans driving in the background, so it's going to promise to be another great finals day.
Yeah, it certainly is. Plenty of fans in the fan zone. So very good morning to you. Buenos dias. Give us a wave. Nice to see you here with us bright and early. And I think we're going to see that the Victoria truck is going to be making a few journeys here today. I think it's going to be one of those days. It's a lovely hot day. It's going to be highs around 29 degrees. And going to see some very good cricket here.
Saqib Zulfikar going with the reverse Malachi first balls. One of his favoured shots. Also good through the V. I think he's been the find of the week for the Netherlands personally. Bowled really well, and his batting's been destructive.
Firmly hit, and well dealt with by the captain, Shabazz Chowdhury. No mistake from him.
Credit to the Swedes here. Just those first 3 overs were violent. They were getting hit to all parts, so they're just pegging it back a little bit.
Up in the air, this is going to get enough, and it goes over Saqib Chowdhury. So Azam Khalil, nothing wrong with the ball. You can see what he's trying to do. The one before only just fell short of Chowdhury, so he's gone for the same one again, but a much better shot. More power, well executed, more height, and it clears him. 6 more.
Yeah, good shot. It's half volley, just short arm, jabs it for 6.
And this one is over square leg, couple of bounces, that before run. So they've stuck with that man out on the point boundary. I can see he was put out there basically for the sort of reverse shots that Floyd was playing, but they've left him out there, which has meant they've left square leg unprotected on the boundary, and that is what's been eyed up here by Zulfikar. Good shot to play. He knows where the fielders are, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does, and he's just timing the ball nicely now, Sebastian Brutt. Those last 2 shots will get him into a good flow state. He's 20 off 9 now. The 100's almost up inside 6 overs.
And he goes again, but this is a chance, and it's been taken. He's been good out there, Zaka Takawi. And Sebastian Brutt, well, after hitting a couple of boundaries, he puts this one straight into the hands of Takawi. And I'm loving that also there. Brutt goes, and the two, Brutt and the bowler, Azam Khalil, share a word. And it's a nice word. It's a lovely moment. This sums up this European Cricket Network and this Dream11 European Cricket Championship for me. I hope we get that on camera, the replay of it. Look, here's the shot. So the catch is taken, but just then here, maybe just later on as that ball comes through, it's spiked by Takawi, and I'm loving what happened in the middle.
Yeah, good sportsmanship shown by the competitors there. Just a little,
that's nice.
Just a little, well done, you got me, and I got you away, you got me away, and that's how it goes sometimes.
That's nice. I'm loving that, and you know why I love that? I'll tell you why I love that. You've mentioned about a lot of these players from the Netherlands and where they've got to now at the moment.
Yep.
You know, they're on the international scene, and they're on the way up. But they haven't forgotten where they started.
Yeah.
They haven't forgotten that this was them, you know, several years ago. They've been there, and they know how important this is to these other players playing here for Sweden, for Finland, you know,
Absolutely.
for Denmark. And they're being so supportive, and the sportsmanship they've shown and the way that they played the cricket here in the Netherlands has been brilliant. I really do take my hat off to them. I think they've been absolutely amazing, and they're amazing for the sport.
Yeah, it is great to have a country like the Netherlands bring such high pedigree players to come play this week. I mean, they had 4 full member countries come to the Netherlands shores this year. I mean, New Zealand, England, West Indies and Pakistan played in Netherlands this year. So for Sweden, how exciting is it for them to go up against some of them as that's worked away? And, well, oh no!
After taking some great catches, well, Takawi probably the easiest one off the lot. He puts it down.
Well, Takawi's one of their better fielders as well. Saqib Zulfikar got done in by a bit of an in-swinging slower ball, and he just chipped it straight to him, really. Oh, no. He's a much better fielder than that. And if you do want to cause an upset against the Netherlands, you have to be basically 100% clean.
Yeah, you do. You got to take those chances. And, well, he has been so good. I think he's taken 2 or 3 catches already here today, but that one probably the one that's most straightforward. He puts it down. Azam Khalil bowled very well. Took 2 wickets for 30. His first over, remember, well for 19, but he came back well.
So that's 100 up for the Netherlands. Still 22 balls left. They'll be thinking 150, I think. At one stage, they were looking at 200.
Zabi Zahid, he's bowled well in this series, you know. This one has been hoiked out towards mid-wicket for 1 bounce before Lemon Mamand has picked it up. I like Zabi's bowling because I think he's kept that ball outside that off-stump corridor. He's got it to move away a little bit as well. He has caused problems, and he's able to vary the pace as well. So it's not going to be easy to put him away. Alambas is the new batter that's out there.
You're good with the splits. What were they on after 4 overs, Rico, the Netherlands?
4 overs, the score 83.
So, I mean, they were going at 20 and over, and they've really done well here just in the last 15-odd balls to bring it back. The last 15 balls, that means they've only gone for 19 runs. So, credit to Sweden. Even though they're going up against a great side, they're keeping their head up high.
Goes for the same delivery again, just trying to sneak this one in, gets it wrong again, so it's another wide.
Yeah, Ollie Ellenbaas at the crease now. He's on 1. Player from Hermes Cricket Club back home in the Netherlands, and he's a powerful player. That's what I mean. The Dutch team bat all the way down. Asad Zulfikar still in that lineup as well. Hurry and Dart. Plenty of batting to come.
Lucky this from Sweden, just saying, come on, let's keep going, keep it up, keep our standards up, let's keep just, you know, 1 ball at a time, 1 ball at a time. Firmly struck, should be fielded out there, and it has been. No mistake from the captain.
Yeah, I like what Zahid does. He's got 2 standard deliveries. One's just the little outswing, and the other one's a bit of a slower in-swinger, so trying to keep the 2 batsmen guessing. If Sweden want to stay in this game, they've got to get Saqib Zulfikar early.
Full toss, and it's been punished. This is big. This goes a long, long way. Manos arriba, arbitro. Eso es 6 carreras. Well, that has gone into the area where the snakes are. Hey, listen, talking about snakes, I want to give a shout out to Daniel Weston's dad. Danny Weston, of course, is the founder of the European Cricket Network. His dad, Ken Weston, is here, and he's bought me, well, he said that's gone in the zone of the snakes, some killer pythons. You know all about these, weren't you, from Australia?
Well, I didn't know about this.
No, hang on a minute. These are staying with me.
I've brought you some lollies the last 2 days.
You did.
Rico,
All right,
so
go on,
yeah,
go on.
go
Have
on.
a snake. Have a snake.
No, great to
Can I
have.
just say, Ken, they're absolutely. I can't. The thing is, you got to. Vinny said the way you got to eat them is just shove them right in your mouth straight away. So, the thing is, you can't quite commentate when you do it. You know, I know Vinny likes it.
Well, this does take us to what the question of the day was, Rico, for the Crickathon HCL software. And question of the day, how would you use Cricket Data to determine your team's batting order? Yesterday's winner, Kartik Nayak from India.
Yeah, that's right. And, well, you can see the question of the day there. Which team will top Group B standings? Well, look, I tell you what. And this one's not going to take too much working out. But so get in there quick. So well done to Kartik Nayak from India. He was the winner yesterday. And, of course, we've got that question of the week as well. It's about using data to determine your team's batting order. Is this something you use? I mean, sorry, you're just chewing on a snake's head at the moment. So you finish the snake and then we go back to you. But, Corey, you got time to think about it?
I'm back.
You're back?
Yeah, it is something you look at certain points. I mean, we used basically green and red dots to determine intent. And the intent meant not the outcome, but how the batsman mindset was. And we were looking at going 50 out of 60 with green dots to be looking to clear the pickets. Every team's got their own things. But yeah, it is definitely something coaches will use in all formats as Nasratullah Sultan, the big man, comes in.
Yeah. Well, is this the first? Did he bowl last night? I don't remember. I don't
think so.
While I've been here in the Dream Box.
He keeps sometimes also,
yeah,
so he's versatile. I tell you what, that Kookaburra, I should say, looks like a little mint in his hand. He's so big.
This one comes out completely wrong. I mean, we know that Sultan. We see him bowl when it's Sweden. Another guy we've seen bowl, and we haven't seen him at all, is Sher Ali. Sher Ali can swing the ball big. When I've seen him bowling in Sweden, he really is difficult to contend with. But we haven't seen him bowl in this championship so far. And the Sultan here just having a few issues getting the ball in the right areas. And he's got to be careful here because he's got no protection really at all in that area. I think if this is clipped by the batter, it's going to race away to the boundary. That man on the 45 is very fine.
Just losing his line a little bit here.
Well, this is a better delivery. Doesn't quite get the middle of the bat. You can see, I think, a big effort's been made here, Corey, of just trying to keep pace of the ball.
Yeah, it looks like just in the last couple overs, a lot of off-cutters, leg cutters, slower balls, trying to force the Netherlands to make the pace.
Oh, he's got it. It's an ugly-looking shot from Zulfikar, I have to say. Shot Maria Ganda. Bapas Agia Banda. He will not want to be having a look at that again, Corey.
No, not a player of his calibre. Saqib Zulfikar is unbelievable at hitting it straight and over mid-wicket, so you have to question why he would go the reverse Malachi there against medium pace. And he does lose his wicket. Credit to Sweden. They keep doing what they need to do and stemming this run rate after the first 4 overs. And a personal highlight for the big man, Nasratullah Sultan.
I mean, it's at the moment, I mean, you'd expect, and I suppose most people would expect this rate to still rock upwards. Somebody will come in there and maybe crash the ball to the boundaries at a frequent basis. But at the moment, the fight back here from Sweden is quite amazing.
Yeah, it really is. And Saqib Zulfikar will have to go. 1-6 in that 11 off 8. But it doesn't get any easier for the Swedes as Philip Bossavain comes to the crease. And yesterday, he hit him beautifully. Really impressed with his power hitting. So he'll be looking forward to it, getting a little bit of a bat out there.
Yeah, Bossa, he'll probably be a little disappointed that he finds himself back down the order because when he's opened up, he's hit the ball really well. Doesn't get this cleanly, it hangs in the air, gets it over the fielder, Zabi Zahid.
That's the thing. I think the Dutch came into this tournament saying we don't have much of a batting side, but they definitely do. I mean, Philip Bossavain and Ollie Ellenbus, they're young players in the Dutch system. They're more bowlers, but at this level, they can whack it. They can really whack it.
I've been very impressed with Bossavain. I mean, he's hit the ball so cleanly. And this one, he'll be looking to get away, but he doesn't. It's such clever bowling, I have to say, from the Sultan. He took his time to get his radar right. It wasn't tweaked, was it, as the ball kept finding its way down the leg side. And now, well, he's got it spot on. He takes another wicket. Does he? I think he may have dragged this on a little bit because it looked like it was going pretty wide on the stumps when it first came out of his hand. Either that or he's done a fair bit in the air.
Yeah, it was a massive slower ball that dipped a little bit, and Bossavane was done all ends up. Maybe a little under edge, you're right, Rico, that takes it onto the stumps. But, well, bowled Sweden, and credit to them. They're not giving up. Bossavane gets out Fox this time, and the Swedes are showing us what they've done all week. They're just a plucky team that will not give up.
Yeah, I mean, we know this about Swedish cricket anyway. We've seen it when they've participated in the club championships of Europe, in the European Cricket League. They're gutsy. And sometimes, I mean, in that one, I mean, it's Al-Bazami, remember, earlier in the year. I mean, they're a gutsy team. They probably didn't have the same amount of firepower as what some of the other teams had with the batting, but with the bowling and the fielding, they're gutsy. They try, they never give up. And they're doing the same thing here at national level as well.
Yeah, good on them, but it still doesn't get any easier. Asad Zulfikar comes in right down the order. He hit 50 yesterday. So this Dutch team showing they've got some depth. 7 wickets down won't bother them. They're still thinking probably 140 now.
More to go in this one from Sultan. What an over it's been so far, though, you have to say. Just the 6 from it. He's picked up 2 wickets.
And he might be a big man, but he bowls a slow ball.
Maybe that's the deceptiveness that's got the Netherlands here at the moment. But he's ready to go. And it's Asad Zulfikar on strike. And there's going to be no run there. So what a top quality over that is from Sultan. Well, again, the captain is brave, isn't he? He's had a look around and said, right, I can see what's working with the Zahir bowled very well. Khalil when he bowled his second over. So he knows that and Chowdhury himself, actually, his 5th over was magnificent, which Odie went for. I think he just went for 4 runs. So he knows that's all about the pace, keeping the pace off. It's working. So he's done that. He's worked. And I think that was a big call to give the ball to Sultan. It looked like it was going to backfire after those early wides, but he picked up 2 wickets, only concedes 6 runs.
Yeah, and we've had 3 overs that have had double wickets in it, so you don't often see that either. So credit to the Swedes for coming back, because the Dutch started this game red hot. Still think Netherlands are in complete control of the fixture at the moment. They've got an above par bowling attack. But for Sweden, well, they chased 140 last night. Why not again?
This is out in the off-field. It should stop it. It's the dram there. He does. Yeah, just want to go through some of these over scores. So it's the first over 19, the second 23, the third 16, the fourth 25, then the fifth 4. Azam Khalil's second 11, the 7th over 13, and that last one 6.
Yeah, so it just shows that no matter how down you might be, keep your head up, because the game can twist in roundabouts pretty quickly.
Chance. Oh, well, I say chance because it was uppish, but it was hit pretty well. And I suppose also it's the placement of this in between the 2 fielders. So after a little bit of tiki-taka from the Netherlands, which we're not used to seeing, we see the break, the boundary. Good shot.
Pretty good player to come in, I think, at number 8 or 9. Let me get my maths right. But Asad Zulfikar's a quality player. He's maybe doesn't have the power game as some of the others, but he just has good placement, and that was a good sign of it.
I don't think so. It's a clever delivery. It's never LBW. I think that maybe if there's another set of stumps there, but well bowled. That's clever. That's brave.
Yeah, it's good bowling, because if you want to play a ramp or a scoop shot, having a slower ball makes it almost impossible. And that was the slowest of slower balls. I had to have been about 20k an hour.
So, Zabi, dot ball. That's big. I mean, I don't think there's too many dot balls when the Netherlands are out there batting. They're trying to get something out of everything. On the up, fielder comes in, decides the catch is not on, and then focuses on stopping the ball, make sure it doesn't go past him. Nicely done.
Yeah, good from Sweden. I mean, there's a lot of voice out there now. They start to believe. Let's not forget they chased 140 last night, and I don't think many people would have thought they'd do that. So they'll still believe it's going to be, well, it'd be an unbelievable chase against the Dutch attack.
Well, Sher Ali, let's just leave it out there. He is in some form at the moment. We saw him once again play amazing innings yesterday. Hit the ball so well. And if the big man, the Sultan, Nusratullah Sultan, can also perform with somebody like, I mean, look, I'm going to say 2 more players that have been outstanding so far, and that is Azam Khalil and their captain, who batted superbly well last night to get victory for his side. And that was Shazeb Chowdhury, 25 of 10. They've got the batting, you know, to do this. But you've got to think about that bowling lineup as well, the Netherlands. This is up in the air. I think he's going to get lucky here. This is quite an amazing shot, actually. Just scooped it up. Well, direct hit, maybe. No, the captain decides he'd rather hold on to it than give another run away. That was the end of the over. And the 9th over down now, 125 on the board.
Yeah, well, at one stage in this game, we were thinking, the Netherlands going to get close to 200. It's not often we mention that. As you see, it just plopped into the outfield and they get a single, but they have been able to pull it back massively here, Sweden, so they're not out of the contest. The question will be how they play the spinners. In that chase last night of 140, I think they made 105 runs against the pace in 5 overs, and the other 5 overs of spin was only about 30-odd. So how they play the Dutch spinners is going to determine quite a lot.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, just again, highlight how well Sweden done here. We said 87 of the first 5. Of the next 4 overs, only 38 runs have come off it. The Sultan's been tasked to bowl the last. And once again, all he's doing is keeping the pace of it. You can see straight away, he's just saying to the fielder there, Maman, he said, nice and easy, nice and easy. I don't mind the single, nice and easy. This has been a remarkable turnaround of innings. It's been definitely innings of 2 halves. And you said it, we were talking and thinking 200, especially in the 4th over when it was 83 for 3 at the end of the 4th. This one will go all the way. This is a lovely shot, and it's also been called a no ball. So no ball 6, that's 7. And the Sultan lets himself down here a little bit. And now, well, he's got Zulfikar on a free hit as well.
Yeah, well, that basically breaks the backs of the Swedes. They were doing so well. We're giving them some kudos there, but a slower ball probably gone wrong, and it's an easy shot for 7. And you can see that'll make the Dutch camp pretty happy after a couple of quiet overs.
Yeah, see there, Piers Fletcher, pretty happy there. He's got his bit of paper and his pen. What do you think he's writing down there? What's his technique? You know what his style is? What's he jotting down on that information?
I'll tell you what, Piers Fletcher's probably writing down what's for lunch. He's a big boy. It wouldn't be any cricket analytics. It'd be about what can I eat. It'll be carbohydrates, guaranteed. He's 26. Oldest looking 26-year-old you'll ever see.
I can tell that you're pretty good chums with him, because he could get away with that. This one, he's muscled this over the boundary. He's hit this hard. It's a blast, and that will go all the way. This is what they needed. They needed that acceleration in this one. They tried to do it from over 7, 8, and 9. It didn't quite happen, but unfortunately, this one for the Sultan just loses his style a little bit, and Zulfikar finding his form. Yeah,
that no ball 6 just released the pressure, and then Assad capitalising there. That's a good shot. Put the scoop shot away and just bomb it. Like to see it. Assad Zulfikar's done pretty well this week. It looks like he's got some striking ability with the bat more compared to last year. And if anyone thinks the Dutch don't take it seriously, that's Musa Ahmed there on his feet. Yeah. They're still pumped up.
Good work there from, looks like Sher Ali. Gets down early, doesn't he? Stops the ball, keeps it just to the 1. Yeah, I mean, you're saying when Musa was standing, I'm pleased to see that they have repaired that fence from last night.
Yeah, there was a bit of a gaff, wasn't there? One of the Swedish players jumping over the fence and it broke through. Bit of comedy cricket.
Mind you, it certainly was a match and a victory that they had to celebrate. Well bowled, and well, it could be out here. Well, that's a terrible throw. They might even get the run. Well, Sultan does well. He gets fingertips to it. Look, he's not going to be too disappointed. The main thing here is not getting the wicket, but basically stopping the run. Dot ball.
Yeah, massive dot ball. Ellen Bass wanted it. I didn't want it, sorry. Zulfikar did.
Well, Jyoti, that knock on the head is maybe just affecting his throwing ability. He's had a few shies at the stump since then, and at fielders, and he's missed. Firmly hit. Well, this time, how close was this to the non-striker, Assad Zulfikar? And they'll take 2. Well, they're taking on 3. This would be a sensational 3, and it is. Well, how does that become 3? That's just quite incredible. It was the last ball of the innings, so I think they were going to run whatever happens. Well, they're liking it up there. That's an amazing 3. Sweden won't like that at all.
Well, that's a bit of crazy cricket. It should have only been a 1. The misfield made it 2. And then Assad Zulfikar had good match awareness because he knew the ball would be thrown to the keeper's end. So if you throws off a bit, which it was, you're going to get there. Good running.
Very good running. Sultan is not happy about it at all. Of course he's not. But, after a good first over from him. That one of his, the last one, almost goes magical. But look, I'm liking that. Look, the captain's got all these guys together. Said, hey guys, coming in. He said, we know what we're up against here. We know what this Netherlands team could do. Okay, it's 144 on the board. But he's saying to him, don't forget what we did yesterday. We chased down 141 with the ball to go. So it's a score that if our batters all click, if we play as a team, if we believe we can do it, we give ourselves a chance.
Yeah, look, they're not out of it yet, but it's going to be a crazy chase if they were to do it. The Netherlands came out the blocks well and had a little bit of a falter, but they finished the innings really well as well. And you'd imagine they've got 1 foot in the final. As we take a look at all the highlights, and in the power play, Rico, it was violent. Musa Ahmed and Clayton Floyd, they just got on with it.
Yeah, I mean, it was some big hitting, wasn't it? Both of them, it's what you'd expect. I mean, there was half a chance here. I mean, that one, well, sometimes that's all you get and you got to take it. But then the hitting here, I mean, Musa, I mean, just his anticipation and early movement were just incredible. I mean, some of the shots that he played was great, and you can see that the Netherlands camp absolutely delighted about the way that the openers went about things. But there was that breakthrough, and there it was. And it was a fine bit of bowling from Mamand. I mean, he's a top draw bowler. He took a bit of hitting, didn't he? In there, he was hit around a fair bit, but he came back with an absolute beauty. But the hitting never stopped. And, well, Boris Gourlay came out and he played some lovely shots. But then, well, he was out to this. We saw the ball do some weird things today. I mean, that one, it sort of swerved kindly back to the captain, who then did the job. And then the ball does this. This is amazing. This is something that is going to go absolutely viral. I'm telling you, that is just sensational. Jyoti celebrates the ball.
I'll take over. You have a giggle.
I'm going to have a giggle.
And yeah, it was just a good comeback from the Swedes in the middle bit as they tried their best to stop this dangerous batting lineup. Clayton Floyd lost his wicket after a pretty good opening innings. And for Sweden, I like that they tried some things with their fields and different angles, and they picked up the big wicket of Sebastian Braat. But in the end, it's this dangerous batting lineup. They bat all the way down.
Yeah, lovely moment there, so wasn't it, between the captain Braat and Azam Khalil. That's really what, for me, has been the outstanding story of this European Cricket Championship. Just the way all the teams and all the players have got on with each other. Yeah, they're competitive out there, though, and when they're going to bowl a full toss, it is going to get punished because, Corey, as you say, these guys are top quality players. But there was quality there from the Sultan as well. Look, taking the pace right off and getting 2 big wickets in his first over. What an over that was, just 6 runs from it, and picked up 2 wickets as well.
Yeah, he did a really good job until the last over where a couple got away, and well, the Netherlands running perfectly. This last ball, a 3, we don't often see. I think it might be the first one of the week. I can't remember another 3, to be completely honest with you. But overall, the Dutch, they'll be super happy with that. You'd imagine they would defend this score pretty comfortably, but you never know in this T10 format.
Yeah, you never know. Well, that's where we are. That is the middle. That's where all the action is happening. That is the magnificent Cartama Oval. And this is quite a healthy scorecard for the Netherlands. But you have to say, at one point, it looked like it was definitely going to be around about a 180 score. So Sweden have to take some credit for the way they went about things. But it was a cracking start for the Netherlands.
Yeah, brilliant start. Set it up. 35 off 9 for Ahmed, 28 off 11 for Floyd, 12 off 4 for Gourlay, 20 off 10 for Braat. And when you have 4 players in your top 5 do that, you're basically always going to hit a big score. Only the 7 extras, good effort from the Swedes, and the bowlers got a little bit of tap, but there's a few men that stood out, Rico.
Yeah, there certainly are. I think Sultan, that last one off each went for 19, but still picked up 2 for 25. I think that's outstanding figures from him. I'm liking the bowling of Shazeb Chowdhury, the captain. I think he bowled really well. 1 wicket to him, but look, keeps it to 20. And a little bit expensive, Azam Khalil, but his first over did go for 19, so for him to turn it around the way that he did, and also pick up that a couple of key wickets as well. So the midway summary is right there in your screen. So Netherlands 144. Look, it's a score. I mean, I'm going to say it. I think if that score was 118, you'd probably expect them to defend it because of the quality that they have in their attack. So those extra runs are certainly going to help them. 144, 145 required by Sweden. But one thing we do know about Sweden, that they've got 3 very, very exciting batters themselves. And if one of them clicks, and scores 70, 80 runs here, this match is alive. So everything to play for. For one thing that we do know is the Netherlands have got the runs on the board, and they're looking pretty favourites at the moment to go all the way through into the final. But Sweden, if they can get to 145, they will get them before the Netherlands. But they do have a second chance at the cherry here. So Sweden, though, I think for me, the most important thing is that the way they go about this, they've got an opportunity to go out there, bat, and score some runs. And if it doesn't work out, they can go into the next match, which is going to be a big one for them with some confidence. So, Rico Full and Corey Ruckers, time for us to say, well, we'll be back in about 10 minutes time for the conclusion of this match. Volvemos en 10 minutos. Good morning, cricket lovers, and welcome back to the beautiful Cartama Oval for the conclusion of the very first match of the day. It's the first qualifier, qualifier one of these two teams, whether it be the Netherlands or Sweden, will be booking their place in the final, the Group B final, later today. And remember, the winner will go into Championship Week. And, we already know that the reigning champions, England, await, and also Spain, the winners of Group A last week. What was a magical night in Andalusia here in Malaga. They booked their place in Championship Week as well. Starting on the 10th of October, who will it be from Group B? Well, one of these two teams will book their place in the final, but they will have to wait to see who they play. Netherlands, they've got the runs on the board, 144, so 145 required by Sweden. One thing they need to do is make a good start in the power play. They certainly did that yesterday. Just to remind you, that the reason that Sweden are the team that have got that second chance is because of that victory over Denmark last night in what was an absolute cracking game, maybe one of the games of the championship so far. Denmark posting 140 for 3. Sweden getting there with a ball to go, 141 for 4. And it was Sher Ali who was the player of the match with 50 of 18. And he's the man, a non-striker's in at the moment. Such a good, sweet timer off the ball. But we know all about the quality of the bowling attack from Netherlands. And it's Ryan Klein to open up. And he starts with a short delivery that's down the leg side. And it's called a wide. I think Klein trying to say there, hang on a minute, he thinks this has gone over the stumps. And also been signalled one for the over as well. So yeah, I think the umpires are spot on here. I think it is down the leg side. It goes wide off the leg stump as it goes over, and it's also high, so called. It's one for the over. And this one has been edged, and that's the standards that you get used to from the Netherlands. Edge, and a lot of work to be done there by the fielder, and he does so well there. A lovely stop on the boundary. So what would normal circumstances, you'd say definitely be 4 runs. Ends up just being a single. Just watch this again. He's not even in the picture here at the moment. That is such a good stop. Brilliantly done. And that's on that. Rico Full here of the European Cricket Network. This is the Dream11 European Cricket Championships, the Euros of cricket. And I'm delighted to be here in the Dream Box with Corey Rockets.
Thank you very much, Rico.
In the air and gone. Just like that, as easy as that. And it's Bosaway that takes the catch. No nonsense. Sher Ali, well, somebody's going to have to drag him off. He doesn't want to go anywhere. He just, well, I don't know about savouring the moment when you get out. Well, that's what he was doing. I don't think he can quite believe it. But he does start going here now. Yeah, that's disappointment. Sher Ali, the man who, I mean, if Sweden's going to get anywhere close to this, somebody like Sher Ali had to have the perfect innings, but it's far from that. It's disastrous. He goes first ball. And, golden up for him. Bosaway times his jump to perfection, takes the catch. Ryan Klein takes the wicket.
Yeah, big wicket in the context of this, because you sort of feel Sher Ali needed to do a lot of the heavy lifting, and well, when he goes early, it always spells a bit of trouble, and I think he took his time just out of sheer disappointment. It was a low full toss and off the toe end, and he has to lose his wicket, so disappointing for him.
Yeah, Bosaway, nice catch. So Ryan Klein takes the wicket. Yeah, that's sometimes the problem with Sher Ali, because he likes to give himself room. He's backing away. So when he's playing that shot, he's just not able to get any power in it.
Yeah, that's the thing with the extra pace of Ryan Klein. He does back away a bit too much. Last night when he was backing away, he had time to adjust still against the Danish bowlers. Ryan Klein's quick. Ryan Klein's north of 130. So, yeah, I'm not too sure many of the Swedes have faced this sort of pace. But in saying that, Khalil's come out without a helmet. Respect.
Azam Khalil. Aggressive shot down the ground. A shout of weight. And I think that's probably because Khalil knows that dash is not the quickest. Double dash.
Yeah, dash it there. Don't let it fool you. He isn't the quickest. He's more of just a dash off the bat, not between the wickets.
Oh, inside edge. Good work from the keeper, Asad Zulfikar. This is edge into the deck, and it flies down the leg side. Really well taken.
So Ryan Klein bowled really well this year against the West Indies, and he bowled against, I can't remember the other series, but I don't want to get it wrong. Might have been New Zealand he was picked for as well, and he was pretty effective. So he's definitely got some high-level cricket pedigree behind him.
This time he wants it, and Dash is going to be in trouble. Probably the throw, just leaving the keeper, Asad Zulfikar, a little bit to do there, the throw from Borley, but I think he was in trouble, Dash. But you see Khalil this time saying, I'm not turning this down, you've got to take these, you've got to take these. He's absolutely right, you've got to take those runs. You can't be playing shots like that and getting nothing from them.
Yeah, Dash was slow to go. I reckon a better throw here had him in trouble, but it was slightly wide. I'll tell you what, still pretty close. Get your bat down. There you go.
Yeah, it's the throw, really. A good throw, and he would have been gone. This time, he just gets back onto this, plays it out into the covers, an easy single taken. Singles, of course, is not what they need when you're needing to go at a rate sort of over 15 and over, that'll be now. And that's the end of the first over. And just like that, Ryan Klein completes the first, just 4 from it, but takes the wicket, and the very valuable wicket of Sher Ali as well without scoring. And something else that we haven't seen in the European Cricket Championship yet is a golden ball. And the golden ball now is on the European Cricket Network, 84 matches without a golden ball, and that's when the scores are tied.
Yeah, it is a golden ball when it's tied, but we haven't had one yet in a while. 84 games. We'll get one during the ECC, you'd imagine. Hopefully one.
Yeah, I think we will.
Maybe the next game. Who knows? Maybe the next game might be one.
Yeah, I wonder why you're saying that.
Well, can't reveal all my secrets just yet, but Aryan Dutt's going to come in. I think we've mentioned it a few times. He has bowled sensationally all summer.
He's a tricky campaigner. This one sort of drags this out towards the leg side.
I'll mention it once more just in case we have some new viewers today. But this year, Aryan Dutt has got Bubba Azam out twice, Nicholas Poran out 3 times, Liam Livingston, Phil Salt. I think there's 1 or 2 others. So, I mean, to do that in one summer, what a summer.
What a summer indeed.
Why is he not on the plane to Australia?
And now, of course, he's here in Spain. And this, of course, is his biggest highlight. He comes into bowl. And he should have one here straight away. I think this is gone. There's a, on-field decision, a little nod from the umpire, Shub Navjot Singh. He says, you got to go. And Azam Khalil, he's got done by Dutt. He wants to come down. I've seen Azam out like this a few times. And he's prepared to go after the spinners, but he doesn't always get it right. And nice work this time from Asad Zulfikar. No mistakes from him. No
mistakes from the keeper. It's a good take because it bounces over the stump, so you had to watch it closely. And, nice hands. Easily out in the end. Aryan Dutt picks up his wicket. Probably his biggest wicket of all summer, I will say. Bigger than Bubba Azam. But, the Netherlands just showing why this team is so good. You might as well call them the Netherlands. I don't know why the Netherlands 11. This team is quality. And I'll tell you what, I reckon England are sitting at home watching this as well, taking some notes. I know their coach messaged me the other day, and I reckon it's going to be a fiery finals week if the Dutch do get through.
Yeah, I mean, there's at the moment, they're looking to put their place in that final. And just the way that they played their cricket so far, I mean, they've just been leaps and bounds, you have to say, above some of the other teams. And that's purely because of the sort of things that Corey's telling us about, the standard and the level that they've played. The bowling and fielding has been absolutely amazing. And the hitting from the batters has been great as well. So they're certainly going to take some stopping. This one was not the best of deliveries, but the batter just doesn't back himself to play the shot here. And then, well, he doesn't hurry to get himself back into his crease either.
Yeah, the Netherlands 11 are on here. That would have been out if he hits, I think.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't hit it. If he hits it, this is a boundary shot. He's a bit reluctant to hit it. And then he's a bit reluctant to run as well. Nice shot. Trying to split the field, but doesn't. Boris Gourlay is there, gets the slided, makes the stop.
I think the other thing as well, the Dutch cricket team, a lot of them have played a lot of cricket this summer, not just with the big members that came across in the Dutch program. They play the whole season in about 4 months. So they're all cricket active. They haven't stopped, so their bodies are really, really fine-tuned for this. They look really good out there.
Firmly hit, and it will stay firmly hit. 4 runs. A nice strike there from the Sultan, Nusratullah. We know that he's an amazing hitter of the ball. He's a strong man. We've seen him score plenty of runs during our times over the years in Sweden. And this is an opportunity for him to get some runs on the board. He knows it's vital, really, especially with Sher Ali going so early.
Yeah, Nasratullah has to play probably one of the greatest innings of his life if they are going to get anywhere close.
This is an opportunity. Fielder comes across. Oh, and he puts it down. Well, I think there's a lot of people around the ground that can't quite believe this. Alan Bass gets the opportunity to get the big Nusratullah Sultan out, and he gets this completely wrong. And that is, well, on the standard of the Netherlands, that's a real dolly.
Well, he's the only one this week. I've got him that he's dropped 3 this week, and technically that's very wrong. You've got to stop your feet moving at the point of contact, and he was just walking at it. So it's another big miss. And Helen Barsons, unfortunately for him, I think that's his 3rd or 4th drop this week. The other Dutch fielders have been right on song. The score at the end of 2 is 12 for 2. Looks like Ryan Klein will come on to bowl here. Well, look, there's finals week standings. England, hey, where's Spain? Put Spain there.
Yeah, what's going on there? What is going on there?
Edged. And Arian Dutch should do the mopping up, and he does. So it's actually quite a key area, that sort of third man. You want to have a good fielder there.
Yeah. And what I liked about this, and I know other teams sometimes take note of what the bigger teams do, but the third man, he's back there. You know, he's back there, and you said it the other day, when you've got pace on, you've got to have the third man back, and that's what Netherlands do. It's a nice looking shot. Gets a single.
Yeah, nice looking shot, but you can see how difficult it is to get Ryan Klein away. He's so good at getting that sort of Yorker low full toss, but just see there, he's got a niggle in his hip, and I know Ryan pretty well. He's not 100%. He's sort of bowling within himself.
Once more. It's good delivery, nicely bowled, and good change of variation. Yeah, I mean,
so
we've been told about this before.
Yeah, he's had a hip, like a sort of hip flex there, and you can just see from his face, he's in a bit of pain. Maybe the Netherlands could have thought not bowling him this over and look after him, because he has struggled, and he hasn't bowled much this week. They've used him more as a batsman.
Yeah. Right up there again, goes to the third man, Douglas again. I wonder if this is all about Sebastian Bright probably saying, well, look, you know, it's finals day, and I'd rather have you have a bowl here than have you bowling straight up.
It's a funny one.
In the final.
Yeah, it's a funny one. You run your risks, you know. I mean, you still got to try and win this game, so they've definitely given him the 2 overs. But you just hope he doesn't aggravate it any worse.
Well, this one is over pitched, and it could go all the way, could it? Oh, well, I think this is going to be 6 runs. He does actually take the catch, but he catches up with the rope while the ball's doing contact with him, and he's not able to release it quick enough. Well, if anyone was going to do this, there's only one man that can. That's Sebastian Bright. What an athlete. He does absolutely brilliantly to actually get anywhere near this, let alone catch it. But you'll see on the replay, as he catches it, his legs slide into the rope before he's able to release it. I think this will be given 6 runs, but what an effort.
Yeah, well, it's an outstanding catch, but the slide gets him. Have a look here. Takes it, sliding. Yeah, he touches the rope just before he releases it. Maybe he could have hoofed it in the air, but it's a great effort. If he has released it early, it goes for 4. But, yeah, top effort. And they're going to have a closer look.
Well, if you want to have a close look, just run over to Diana Oro. She's got it on her camera. She was in the perfect position. Nice to see that. Diana Oro's got a Peacock Friday look about her today as well. I think they may want to have a look this one more time. Come on, Diana, show us the picture. The picture will tell us the story. Yeah, she's nodding her head.
They're giving it 4, which is surprising. I think that his foot's touched the rope.
How can that be 4?
Well, hold on. Let's have a look here.
How can this be 4 here? Because
he's got the ball. He's got the ball. He's got the ball. He's got the ball.
That's
foot
6.
touch. That's 6.
That's 6.
That's 6.
That's 6 runs. But well, the umpires have had a look at it, and I think that's.
Well, when things are going bad for you already, that's 6. He has the ball in his hand.
I don't understand how that can be a 4, but not sure what the umpires have looked at. But hey, I think Diana Oros will have a word. Diana, you might as well straighten that rope.
Yeah, so a little bit of bad fortune for. Yeah, a little bit of bad fortune there for Sweden. That should have been 6 runs. Not too sure why it wasn't called. Does take us to the end of 3 overs. Ryan Klein wanting to go off the field now as well. Interesting, because he went into the game with the injury, so I don't know if you're allowed to do that. But hey, this was the table as it ended. And you can see the Netherlands 11, they've just dominated all week.
Yeah, they have. And of course, yesterday we had to say goodbye to Hungary, but not before they did finally get a win under their belt. And it was a good one as well, because they did it over Sweden, restricted Sweden to 96, and then knocked them off, winning by 6 wickets. So at least they do go away with a win.
Just got a message come through. Tom Lambert, the English coach.
Yes.
He said he is watching and he is taking notes. Hello, Tom.
Hello, Tom.
Ah, cheeky.
Of course they're watching. Of course they're watching.
I'm curious about the new players they've brought in, if they're more T10 or T20 specialists. And obviously, I think they've held on to maybe 6 or 7. Have the United, well, the English side. I was going to say United Kingdom, the English side. Yeah, looking forward to seeing how the English side go in finals week. Be exciting to have them back.
I mean, we've started to I think we were looking the other day at the squad. A lot of players, a bit like the Netherlands, coming back. Oh, this one is huge. Well, what a hit this is. And Punch and Dash decides he's going to go big. Well, this is right out of the middle. What a hit. Bang. Boom, blastic. Shakalagya.
Well, 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 what a hit this is. Nice steady base. He absolutely laces that. That's 6 anywhere around the world. He hit that big.
Clayton Floyd, welcome to the attack, I suppose. This time gets this.
Well, it could be
moving
stumped here. Assad Zulfikar's pretty confident.
I think he's kept his foot on the line. He's kept his foot on the line.
Well,
he
yeah.
hasn't, and the line belongs to the fielding side.
Well, he's shaking his head. I reckon he thinks he's out as well. So we'll get a look here at a potential stumping.
He's been given on field, but I don't know if they're going to have a look at this. But I reckon he's just kept his foot, the toe on the line, and that's not good enough. He's got to go. He's got to be past the line. Let's have a look. And well, look, it's not. Yeah, he's gone.
Oh, he's easily gone. He's never really gotten back.
He's gone.
Well, that'll be super disappointing. Well, they gave the other one 4. Maybe they'll give this not out. Who knows? But no, he'll have to go there. And Clayton Floyd doing what he always does over the wicket, left arm off spin. It's different. He slows it up, bowls it wide of the off stump. And I'm sure Tom Lambert's putting that in his little journal.
Yeah, that's disappointing, isn't it? I mean, the Dash just plays an outstanding hit, thumps the ball, muscles it big time over the boundary, and then next he gives his wicket away there. And I was suspecting his foot was on the line. He doesn't even get it to the line. So good work there once again from Assad Zulfikar.
If we've got the English coach watching right now,
yeah,
well, maybe he can send us a message and let us know about some of the new English players coming. And I'm curious about the notes he's got about the Spanish. I'd like to have a word with.
You think he's going to share those with you?
I'd like to have a little drink of Victoria Cerveza with Tom and see if we can divulge together.
Clayton Floyd gets hit for a big 6, then comes back with a wicket.
Chowdhury, well, hasn't he had a great few days?
Well, and he starts with a big one as well, Chowdhury. He's reaching at this one. I mean, you can see what Floyd's trying to do. He doesn't want to put it in the hitting zone. Well, Chowdhury says it doesn't matter where you put it. It's hittable, and he hits it big. And Clayton Floyd a little bit just a
bit miffed.
A bit miffed at this, isn't he?
That's an unbelievable shot first ball, but last night he was unbelievable in the chase. Oh, no.
And is it going to be another 6 and out? It should be, and it will be. No mistakes there. I think that's Musa Ahmed that takes the catch. And, well, Chowdhury be very disappointed. I mean, I can understand you're going to come out there, you're going to play your shots, but pick the right ball. And if it means you have to just take a single and one, do it. He doesn't. Remember, you still got the Sultan, Nusratullah Sultan is still out there. So you've got another guy at the other end. So there's no harm in taking a single here and saying, look, I've had a 6 and a 1 now. Go on, you see what you can do.
Yeah, I think they're just panicking a little bit because of the 144 on the board. But nice bowling from Clay. He gets his 2nd wicket. Chowdhury, the man of last night, will have to go. And, well, Tom has sent in his little thing about the English. I said they've got a few more specialists this year, Rico.
Okay.
And some familiar faces. I'm surprised Harrison Ward's been picked, though. I would have got rid of Harrison. And, well, Tom obviously just giving a little bit of rope and giving him one last chance in English colours.
You cheeky Sansa. Clayton Floyd, well, he's flying high at the moment with the wickets. That's his 16th victim that he's taken. So he's bowling very well indeed.
MVP. Hey, he's the MVP for a reason.
I think he's equalled 60. I think Mohamed Kamran, the hitman for Spain.
Yep.
You know all about Mohamed. I think he took 16 in Group A, so
nice.
he's level with Mohamed Kamran now. So as the leading wicket taker, not just in the group, but in the championship so far, Clayton Floyd. Well, this is just incredible. Look at the face. I want you to zoom in on the face of Clayton Floyd here, because it's basically 6 wicket, 6 wicket. Well, this one then is going to be a wicket, is it?
Well, this is T10 cricket, isn't it?
Have a look at that face. He's just thinking, hang on a minute, is this for real?
Yeah, this is T10 cricket to a T. 6 wicket, 6 wicket, 6. And 2 for 18 off 5 balls. Do you take that? I don't know. I'm a bit confused, to be honest. I've not seen an over like this before.
Well, that one goes in the area of, I think we're going to call it the killer python area now over there where all the snakes are. And thanks once again to Ken Wester for these killer pythons. They're absolutely delightful.
Just demonstrates that the Swedish team do have this brute power about them.
Nawaz, I mean, he just hasn't clicked in the championship so far, but he is an outstanding batter. We've seen him score 100. And this time, is it going to be 6 and out? Surely not. Well, what a pattern this is going to be. It is. He keeps his legs up in the air. He doesn't touch that rope. What an incredible over. I don't think I've ever seen anything like this. It's been shakka out, in, out. Shake it all about. And the Netherlands, well, they're making things happen here. What a crazy match.
I'm calling it. That's the first ever over in cricket history that's gone 6 wicket, 6 wicket, 6 wicket. I honestly don't think I've ever even seen anything like that.
This is just amazing.
Well, he hits it okay, but he picks out Boris Goulet. 3 people were converging on it, and Boris Goulet has the presence of mind just to keep his feet up in the air. The Dutch have fielded really well. But what a crazy over of T10 cricket. And Clayton Floyd, well, he's got 3 for, but he's gone at 18s.
Well, Floyd, with that wicket, he becomes the leading wicket taker in this championship so far. That takes him to 17, so 1 ahead of Mohamed Cameron. Yeah, it's quite amazing stuff, really is.
Yeah, you don't often see an over like that. And Sweden, well, they live by the sword, they die by the sword, as it looks like Takaui's coming out next. And it looks like Saqib Zulfikar will be bowling his leg spin. But yeah, Clayton Floyd, what he does, and I'm sure Tom Lambert's writing this down as well, he comes over the wicket for a left arm offie, which isn't normal, and he bowls extremely slow outside off stump.
Yeah.
And when he comes around the wicket, he bowls quicker. That's in my notes, so I don't know if we're in the same sort of pool, but yeah, the spinners for the Netherlands have been super impressive all week.
Spin to win is what, well, that's a lot of things that we've heard from the fans. A lot of people that have been watching think spinners are doing really well. I know last week a lot of people watching thought that's right. How Ireland, they thought that Ireland was going to be the team that wins the group because of their spinners. Of course, Spain had another thing to say about that in what was quite an epic final this time. Well, coming up to this time last week. Well, here we go again. Of course it was going to be a 6.
Well, this next ball's a wicket then.
Well, boom, shakalaka. This is another one that goes all the way. Well, it's a case of manos arriba, as in 2 arms from the umpires. Dos manos arriba, porque es 6. Y ahora, una mano arriba, porque es afuera. Well, who knows? Well, surely not.
I really want this to be a wicket, because that would be 8 balls, 4 sixes, 4 wickets.
Well, okay. Sultan. It's not a wicket.
Well, there we go. That breaks it. That ruins
the pattern. Look at that, and they're the last 6 balls.
Is that the Fibonacci sequence or something like that? We've got to call that something. We can make it up. That's the Vinny sequence. Crazy cricket.
Saqib Zulfikar. This could be a wicket, and it will be a really nice catch. Nicely timed. Musa Ahmed, he finds himself sort of in different parts of the field, doesn't he? But wherever he is, he's there to take the catch. So that is the end of Nasratullah Sultan. It's not quite 6 and a wicket. It's 6 dot and wicket. But still, that pattern of runs being scored in 6s and then wickets falling. And it is the spin once more. And this time, it's Saqib Zulfikar that gets his first wicket.
Yeah, nice bowling from him. He's slow outside the off stump. He always gets a lot of spin. And it's a nice safe catch again from, I think that's Musa Ahmed, who's got himself to mid-wicket after that over. So, yeah, they're catching everything, and this is the Netherlands side. I think compared to last year, they just seem a more rounded team this time.
Yeah, absolutely. I think more that, and also I think they know what they're coming into here. I think they're used to it. I think the experience of playing last year, that's certainly something that they brought into this, and I think we saw that straight away in those earlier matches. And I think that's when we saw the earlier matches and we were saying, well, they're not quite clicking with the batting, but the intent was there, wasn't it? They were going out there looking to play the shots. They were getting out, but they knew that's the way to play, and they also knew that after 1 or 2 games it was going to click, and it has clicked.
Yeah, it has clicked. And I mean, well, we've got the English coach watching, Tom, so hello Tom out
hello,
there.
Tom.
And all the English players are probably watching as well. They announced their squad 2 days ago. You think this Dutch 11 compared to last year with that bit of experience, I think England had the wood over them last year, but I just think this year these 2 teams might be a little bit more parallel and it might be a close contest.
Yeah, what do you and the other thing is, and this is an important one for me, I don't know what Tom's thoughts on this, but also they're going to have the benefit of having played a week. Having played a week and then coming back.
Definitely, England might come in a tad cold, but they're professionals. I'm not too sure. Tom, let us know if you guys are doing any training beforehand, before you come as a group.
Yeah.
But they would come in a little bit cold. But we've seen even the Netherlands; they were cold for a few days, and then they get it. So if England start cold in finals week, I'm sure by Wednesday
They'll be firing.
But rumour has it we might have England first game, old Spain. So I hope you're cold as anything, Tom.
As it go cold as ice. Well, who knows?
So yeah, we'll have to see. But no, it's exciting times. Really exciting times. Looking forward to it a lot.
New batter that comes out is Zadran. He's into the firing line straight away. Well, this is due to be a 6, I suppose. Well, it's going to be a wide. They're one in the wicket. And, well...
I wasn't so sure, to be completely honest. Well, Saqib Zulfikar thinks it's the World Cup. He's absolutely distraught. But I didn't hear anything.
Didn't hear anything, and I can't say I see anything there. But
I think that's the right decision that time.
yeah, they're absolutely certain that Navjot Singh has spread his hands and says, well, that's a wide. So a wide ball it is. I'm not sure. Oh, that's what's happening here. This is the umpire just having a chat with the bat. I think the batter here may have chosen to say a few words to the wicketkeeper, and well, the wicketkeeper and the batter actually have a laugh about that as well. So I don't think whatever was said was meant to be nasty in any way.
That's a seed.
Sidran, couple of deliveries now, couple of dots.
Yeah, Saqib Zulfikar's bowled so well all week. It's a quick leg spin, gets a lot of bounce. Him and Philip Bossavant have been the stars with the ball.
Slices this, and it won't go to hand, so Zadran will get off the mark and get to the safety end. And that just puts Zaka Takawi on strike. He's yet to open his account. First ball he's about to face.
Well, this is why last night was so important. Sweden will get another go. They'll get another go. And this is a little bit reminiscent of last week when we played Ireland in the morning. Ireland absolutely thumped us. I think they chased down our 85 in about 4 overs.
Yeah,
and we regrouped, beat Austria and came back and won a great final. You never know. Sweden have to regroup after this, and they're still in it.
Yeah, I think about the other thing is they haven't played badly as that over comes to an end. So it's going to be 46 now at the halfway point. 46, but 6 wickets down. It's not that they played badly. I think you're absolutely right. I think because it's a big score on the board, that's why we've seen the likes of, Azam Khalil, Chowdhury, Nawaz come out there, and they've hit the first ball for 6 and then got out. I think they've just felt that that's the way they've got to play, that they've got to be brave, and if it comes off, it comes off. It's just for all 3 of them, it hasn't come off this time round. But they haven't played badly. I think they did really well in the field. I was very surprised with the way they stayed in the match and didn't let it totally go away from them. And then with the bat, well, look, they've taken on some of the best bowlers in Europe, haven't they? And well, they've hit them for big 6s. The only thing is, it's that partnership. The partnership that they needed just hasn't materialised.
Yeah, it hasn't. I mean, when you chase 140 the night before, to do it back-to-back would have been freakish.
Big swing, and once again, Asad Zulfikar taking the bails off, but this time round, the umpire says, nah.
So this is the other leg spinner, Philippe Bossavant. He's had a good week with the ball, extracted a lot of bounce also. And yeah, the good thing about their leggies, they don't miss their lengths by much. They're pretty consistent, which is good to see.
Philippe Bossavant has already proved that he's a pretty useful all-rounder as well. Been decent with the bat. And, well, he's been pretty decent with the ball as well. And this is just the flight. The flight does him. He gives him the flight, and Zadran takes the bait, wants to go for the big shot down the ground, misses it, and has to depart. So he will go, and it's another wicket for the Netherlands. And just at this point now, with that wicket going, you think that they may just struggle to bat out the 10 here, Sweden.
Yeah, you'd imagine so. I think he thought maybe the keeper had taken the stumps, but that cannoned into off stump. So definitely out. Good ball. Look at this angle in. Pitch on middle and leg and take the top off. That's the perfect and classical leg spinner's dismissal. Little fist pump for Philippe Bossavant. His first wicket in this qualifying final. And the Netherlands just showing how good they are now. They're red hot. I can't see them losing today. And Hibula Zadran, he'll get another go later against the winner of Denmark and Finland.
Yeah, he will get it. Now, Bossaway for me, though, I think of all the spinners, the one who gets the biggest move, biggest turn.
Yeah.
He turns it big.
Yeah, he really gives it a rev. I'll have a look online, but he's played a lot for the Dutch as well, for the national team. The The number 1 side. Just a little bit out of reckoning at the moment. Shariz Ahmed's gone ahead of him as the leg spinner, but Philippe's been on their books for quite a while.
Yeah, and you can see why. So it really gets the ball in the right areas. He troubles the batters, and I think that one was just all about is that teasing, tantalising sort of ball where the batter's in two minds. You see Zadran probably would have been better off just committing, coming down and playing the shot, but he tries to stay in his crease and hit it straight over the top. And that's what does him.
Philippe, 6 ODIs, 7 T20 internationals. His last ODI, he played against England last year. I forgot that he played. Yeah, he was bowling against the English, and now he's bowling against the Swedish. That's the wrong one. That just shows how good this man is. And the good thing about Philippe, guess how old he is?
I reckon, I'm going to take a guess, say around 23, 24?
21.
21.
So, I mean, this young man has a huge career ahead of him.
Massive.
That's another wrong one. Yeah, he's not picking it at all. And this is why it's exciting. I like that the Dutch have brought such a strong team this year because they're saying, hey, we came 3rd last year. Belgium got us. We didn't get to the final. You know what? This year, let's win it. And I do like that mentality. And he gets that wrong into spin.
Oh, well, this one, you may get the wrong in the spin. He gets this one, a bounce. He hits the deck and comes up. I think it sort of almost, catches the bat on the side of the shoulder. Bowling really well, just so difficult to get away. Look, tries to make space. He's maybe thinking it's going to be another wrong and just takes a big step outside the off. This one is pitched right up, and it's a fog shot again for the batter. He's lucky, Jyoti, to still be there. This one almost gets him. So what a good over that is from Bosove. And in fact, we've just seen something quite amazing. It's a wicket maiden, Corey. Yeah. Wicket maiden bowling this, the 6th over.
Yeah, and you just see this bowling attack so clever. Ryan Klein, Hurry and Dart, and just the Clayton Floyd, Sakib and Philippe, the 4 spinners. No Viv Kingmar, who's nursing an injury. Tom Lambert did come back. He said all the players are, because they're spread out over 4 or 5 counties, are training individually at the moment, and then hopefully they can get together a little bit just before. But they're all watching. He said they're absolutely loving the ECN, and you can imagine, so they're the inaugural champions, and they'll have that forever, and I'm sure they would love to go back-to-back. I can't wait to get the English back out here, and I hope they bring a lot of supporters.
Yeah, I'm sure there's going to be plenty of support with the English. I know that's one thing that they really did love last year. Plenty of support for them, and their performances were great as well. But we know already that Spain are going to be there. And, the way it's looking at the moment, I mean, Netherlands are going to book their place in the group final. They will have to wait and see whether who it's going to be that they play there. But they're looking on song, aren't they? They're looking
scintillating. This is why day 1, day 2, I was a bit in shock that they even got touched. This right now, they are just in the flow state. Look at this, Rico. The question for me about next week, look at the rankings here. I'm super excited to see Scotland go up against Belgium. How do you think the Scottish are going to go? I haven't seen their squad list just yet. But how do you think the Scottish are going to go? It's their first turn in this tournament.
Yeah, I don't know why, but I've got a feeling that the Scottish will be very similar to the way that we saw the Ireland. I think there's going to be plenty of youth there. But there's going to be plenty of talent on show as well. And I'm sure, just like you said, England are watching. I'm sure that Scotland will be watching as well. And pretty sure that they're probably thinking I'm going to bring along with them 1 or 2 young spinners. This one's been thumped, and this will go all the way. Balle, kinda zona. Shaka, lagya, que grande, que wide. And Clayton Floyd, well, he is the top bowler. He's the top wicket taker in the championship now. But, well, last year's MVP is finding that a fair few of these European batters are like clubbing him for 6 runs as well.
Yeah, nice shot. Slow outside the off stump. And he gets it away.
Yeah, and it's all going back to your question. I think it's, for me, for the teams like Scotland, it's very similar to what we saw from Ireland and what we saw from England last year. It's how quickly they're going to be able to adjust, especially the batters. Well, this one, how it doesn't cannon into the stumps, I don't know. I think he's manages to get a bit of bat on this. Think about taking a second. They decide to go against it.
Yeah, the big question, I think, for next week, do Belgium go in as favourites or do Scotland? Because, I mean, we know how dangerous Belgium were. It's going to be tough for the Scots.
It's a format that we know the Belgians love. I just love their approach as well. And tactics, well, I don't think there's any. This one just drops safe. That's Sebastian Brat, the captain, comes in. That's the tidying up as the ball is scooped over the top of Musa Ahmed. But yeah, their tactics is very simple, isn't it? I mean, it's just right, hit 26s. That's it. Go out there, hit 26s.
Yeah, well, if you do that, you're doing something right. But this is the big game coming up next. Finland playing Denmark. Well, both teams have had topsy-turvy sort of weeks, but it's all on the line now. You lose this, you're going home. Your dream of winning the ECC is over. And Denmark, they're 3-5. Finland, 4-4. And Denmark have won the toss and elected to bowl first. I'm interested to see that.
Yeah, they've liked to have a bat, haven't they? They've liked to have a hit. I think this one is in the air, and oh, well, he takes a lot of time to key himself up to take this catch, but I think he gets it all wrong. And he's going to be disappointed about that. He's just come off bowling. It goes onto the boundary. It looks like he's got it well covered. And right at the last moment, Corey gets it wrong. It's another one that goes down, surprisingly.
Yeah, Clayton Floyd's definitely one of the best fielders out there. You can see that little profanity under his breath. He would be disappointed. Should have caught that one.
Well, it just goes to show that they are, even though they are fantastic cricketers, they are also human and will make some mistakes.
I think they're just making sure, did it bounce before the rope or did it go over? I think it was before.
Yeah, I think it does bounce for, I think,
definitely.
4 runs, yeah.
Definitely 4 runs. So, a missed opportunity. Philippe Bossové missing the chance of another wicket.
You know, Bossové, that's the first runs that have come off him, and they should have been a wicket. He knows that. It could have been a 2 wickets and no runs. Should have been what we should have been looking at. Bossové now gets ready once again to make some early movement, and he gets himself right in the right spot, and Bossové feeds him the ball that he wants, and he gets thumped. That's a big hit. That's a lovely shot. And Bossové, who went for no runs at all in his first, he knows he should have had a wicket at that very first ball in this one, but he finds that Jochi, the wicketkeeper, is liking what he's bowling at the moment. That's a big 6.
Yeah, it is. I like what he does. He sort of shimmies across over to the off stump to then get the slog sweep out, knowing that Bossové is trying to spin it away and keep it outside the off stump. So getting a bit inventive. That's what you got to do against good spinners. Be brave and take the game on.
Firmly struck. Work to be done by Boris Gourlay. Does well. Doesn't mind getting dirty for his team, does he? He's a very young, energetic player. Makes the stop. Does the little bit of the rock and tumble, maybe. And gets the throw in.
Yeah, nice shot through the offside, just for the 1 this time.
Little bit shorter. Just rocks back and plays it out to long on, where the Netherlands captain, Sebastian Brat, will just gently underarm it back.
Yeah, so a bit of a sedate finish to this one. The Netherlands have been mighty impressive. Batting unit, batting Sweden out the game in this one. They'll get a nice rest this afternoon.
Firmly hit, but once again, not able to get it past the 2 men that are straight. Combination of Borley and Brat stopping those boundaries. So good spell from Bossové. He'd be disappointed that he didn't pick up his 2nd wicket. He deserved it. He goes for 15. That over goes for 15 because his first was the wicket maiden. And Sweden, they move on to 70 for 7 at the end of the 8th over.
Yeah. And you can just see there on the worm going the wrong way for them, unfortunately. And they just really have lost wickets in clumps and never got into this chase.
So Keeb Zulfikar coming back into the attack. And he will get a wicket straight away. And a fairly straightforward catch from Bossové. Just finishes the bowling and now does the catching for his spin partner. And another wicket goes down, and it's Zakat Takawi who will go for 8 of 7 deliveries, and well, a little bit of playmanship going on out there at the moment.
Argy-bargy between the two. Bit of love.
I think that's Bossaway and maybe Alan Bass. And Bossaway probably said to Alan Bass, "Hey, buddy, that's how you take the catches." And Alan Bass probably thinking, "Hang on a minute, you cheeky so-so." Hey, listen, so Netherlands now, so they obviously, there we go, they've put their place in the final later on today. It's going to be a bit of a wait. So how do you, what's the, you know, if you're the coach here, what are you saying to the players now here? You've got a lot of time on your hand before you're playing again. I mean, is it a bit of rest, a bit of warm-up, a bit of practice? How do you plan the day?
Basically that. It's a rest. Get your stay in the shade, definitely. Hydrate and take it easy. Enjoy the cricket. Have a talk with your friends and just relax. Keep the mind calm, and then probably around about the finals later tonight. So they might even go back to the hotel for a bit and chill out there. I'm not too sure what their plans are, but you just keep it pretty cool, calm and collected. And keep your mind and mental state relaxed.
Yeah, and they are, I mean, one thing you can say, I mean, you can see that from them in the field. They are pretty relaxed, aren't they? I think they've really, one thing that really comes across from me, they have really enjoyed themselves. They've enjoyed being here. You know, they've enjoyed playing the cricket. I think they've enjoyed mixing in with not just the players, but also with the schools, of course. It's the Campina school that have been here all week as well. Lovely to see them. Asking a question here, caught behind. They've been testing the umpires, that's for sure, and it's this combination as well, isn't it, of Saqib Zulfikar.
Yeah, this time it was Assad, the keeper, that went up loud, but I don't think Saqib was going with him.
Big. That's gone a long way, and that will be 6 runs. It stays hit. Goes over the boundary marker, so that's a nice shot. So Zabi Zahid, well, what he is showing, and this is one thing that I think Sweden have shown us, it doesn't matter who the batter is, they're more than capable of hitting a big ball.
Yeah, they've hit quite a lot of sixes on it with quite a low total. They can hit a big ball when it's in their half.
Doesn't get anywhere near this one, and this is where that extra bounce comes into play. The certain part when the ball is pitched to the batters, well, you're not going to be able to play those sort of shots with the ball coming up to you like that unless you move your feet.
Yeah, whoever gets to the final is going to have to find a way to play the spinners and their extra bounce. That's going to be the key to the opposition's success.
That's a nice looking shot. Trying to take on the fielder, but not able to get him past him. Good safe hands there. It's nicely done. That's the 12th man that's on at the moment. That's Arnab Jain. He's on for Ryan Klein, who once he finished his bowling spell, because of that slight injury,
Are you allowed
still
to do that? He's gone into the game with an injury. He bowled 2 overs and then go off. Are you allowed?
No. For me, no.
No,
I mean,
don't
with
think so
my
either.
umpiring hat on, because you know, unless, of course, I mean, that's the thing here. Remember, you quite easily could have said that he's tripped his groin. I mean,
Yeah, but no, we know it's the hip flexor.
yeah, but he could have said that, and the umpires would not, you know, the umpires would have to go with his word. They can't say, well, we don't believe you. So, but if it is the same injury, and you know he's come into the game with it, then technically, no, you can't, because the umpires will say, well, it's not a new injury. You brought it into the match, so you have to stay on. So, yeah, it's an interesting one, but there are ways around it as that over comes to an end. 77, 8 wickets down, and that's the end of the 9th over. So there was 1 point, wasn't there, that we were thinking, especially when Bossaway bowled out 1 wicket made, and that we thought with 7 wickets down, that they may struggle to bat the 10. It looks like they're going to do that here now. So some positive, but there have been, and that's the thing, there have been some positives. I mean, they're going to have a big match coming up later, Sweden. But the positives are that they're going to have a bit of a time to have a bit of a rest, and they can reflect on what some good positive moments in that match, and certainly for me have been that the batters have come out and been positive. All of them have hit the ball big, but I think just that target was a little bit too big, and their mindset going into it maybe not quite right. Sebastian Bright, the captain, comes on to bowl and starts with the wide down the leg side.
Yeah, Sebastian Bright does enjoy bowling the 10th over. Usually the captain puts the responsibility on his own shoulders, but doesn't have to be too responsible here. This game's basically over. 6 balls remaining.
Short, and well, what a shot this is. This is absolutely sensational. Well, I'm not sure what the... Well, Zabi Zahid is probably saying to Sebastian Bright, give me some more of this. I'll have some more of this any day. And, well, this has been banged in short. That's absolutely smashed. That'll be one for the over as well. And, well, I don't know. Well, he's saying, give me some more, give me some more. I'm loving that.
I like it. Why not?
Well,
fair shot.
It's a cracking shot from Zabi. Here we go. Sebastian Bright. Slower one, and this one is out of here as well. Volley, volley, volley. And I noticed that the captain and Netherlands Bright this time, well, he doesn't want to look around and have a look at the batter because he knows there might be another funky celebration going on there. Well, those are two marvellous hits. First, the short ball, hooked big, and this one straight down the ground.
Yeah, well, Zahid may be saying I need to be up the order in the next game. Nice striking.
This one gets through him, and this time I think Sebastian Bright will make eye contact with him to say, well, what about that one, buddy?
I think he bent the back there. That was a lot quicker than the previous balls. Just a little bit of byplay between the players. Nothing wrong with that. Sometimes emotions can get involved, and I think it's a part of cricket. This is an entertainment business. Don't always have to be kosher.
You don't want to take that away, though, from it.
No,
you want a bit of spice. We like a bit of spice. You want a bit of masala. Don't you? You want a bit of masala in your game as well. You don't want to run. He says, hang on a minute, I don't want the singles. Oh, well, I'll tell you what, Jyoti is not happy about this. Jyoti is saying, what are you talking about, man? Well, he's saying, leave it to me. He said, I've got another big shot in me yet. I think Sebastian Bright will have a say in this as well.
Tell you what, this ball might have some heat on it.
Oh, well. Zabi Zahid. Well, that's why he said stay there. He wants another one. He launches into this. This is big. Well, this is brutal. This has been muscled over the boundary. Well, what a big hit that is. That's absolutely sensational. That's 6 more. And, well, I think, I think both the umpires, one umpire is having a word with the batter, and the other is having a word with the bowler. Maybe he's just getting a little bit heated out there in the middle. And, is that it? I thought there was a ball. Bowl another one. There's another ball. Bowl another ball. Got to be another one to come.
I'm enjoying all the byplay here. It's quite a fiery end to what was a sedate last few overs. I believe that is the game done, though.
Ah.
I think it is. Hopefully the players enjoy a little shake of the hands and get on with it. But you can see a bit of fire in the belly.
Wow. I said to you,
finds the funny
I said
side
to you,
of it.
I like a little bit of spice. I like a bit of masala. And, well, you can see, well, the man who spiced things up a little bit there, Zabi Zahid, well, there were some big hits there. I mean, Sebastian Bright hit for 3 big sixes. I think Sebastian is saying, well, hang on a minute.
I hope there's one ball left here. I hope he has to come back and face one more ball.
I think that is it. It's
there
done
is.
because they've been shaking. Well, there was a lot of shaking hands. Is there a ball to come
There's
or not?
a ball to come, I think.
Yeah, there is. I'm sure there was. Yeah, give me one more.
Give us one more.
Give me one more. Así me gusta. Well, that's the way I like it. I like it to do. Okay.
I tell you what, Rico,
What?
this comes back from a couple of nights ago. It was Zahid who gave the Sebastian Bright the no-look John Cena, and this has just carried on. I love it. This is great cricket. Oh, I'll tell you what, if he gets him out here, the Dutch might give it to him.
Well,
Why not?
They shook hands and everything, and now they're going to say, let's do it again. Okay, let's have one more. Sebastian Bright to Zahid. And Zahid, well, misses out on this one, and then he just turns around and he walks off. Well, there you go. So that will be the end of the match. It is Netherlands that have comfortably won this match, and they have going to book their place in the final later on today, the Group B final. Sweden, well, finishing second in the standings means, well, this is the reward they get. Even though they don't make it through this time around, they get a second chance, and it will be, well, who will it be against? Well, it's what's coming up next is going to be quite an exciting game. I think Finland taking on Denmark. The Finns, they've been the surprise package here. And can they produce a surprise performance or a surprise result against Denmark? And then they will be taking on, or Denmark, whoever wins that match, Sweden, to see who will join Netherlands in the final later. So you're seeing that out there now. So Netherlands, they have booked their place in the final. That will be match 24 of the group. 48 in total of the championship. But next up, we've got that eliminator, Finland versus Denmark. One of those two teams will be eliminated. Well, we saw something quite incredible here, really. We saw the Netherlands showing us what their standards are in the field, but at the same time, there were a couple of blips from them as well, a couple of catches that went down. I mean, that one, if it was a better throw, would have been interesting, but this time it was out. That was really well bowled, and not able to get back quick enough. Good work from the wicketkeeper there, Asad Zulfikar. But that was the catch that went down, and it was Alamas that put it down, but we saw one go down later on in the innings as well from Clayton Floyd. This one would have been absolutely quite sensational. It's one that the officials got wrong. Just asked Dana Oros, who was taking the photos there. She'll tell you that this was 6 runs, and we saw it was 6, but it was actually given 4. So robbed off a couple of runs there by Sweden, but in the end, the way this match finishes, it's not something that's going to make any impact on the match.
No, it's not. And this was the middle stage where it was 6 out, 6 out, 6 out. Something we've not really seen before. Boris Gourlay being pretty clever there with his feet and making sure he didn't get them over the rope. And the Netherlands are in complete control most of the way through this game. They batted really well. They bowled well. Saqib Zulfikar, well, he was super happy. This was one that he thought was out. I didn't hear it through the effects mic. Usually we can pick up the nick, so I think the right decision was made. And how good was young Philippe Bossavain?
I think fantastic. That first over, this was just unique, wasn't it? It was a wicket made. And his second one, well, he should have had a wicket off the very first ball. And it was that man there who we saw doing the bowling. I think you see him here doing the diving and trying to take the catch. He gets it wrong. The ball goes for 4. And then that over from Bossavain went for 15. But he didn't let it bother him, and he went back to what he does, got himself focused, took the catch, and this was that final over where Zahid, well, I don't know what was going on there with him, but Zahid, he was in the mood of hitting the ball big. And, well, we thought it was over. It wasn't over. There was still one more. They shook hands and thought, well, hang on, let's do it again. Bowl me one more. Well, why not indeed? Well, that one ball ended up being nothing. So it was an exciting game in one way. I thought the number of sixes in that match was quite unbelievable. Really was outstanding stuff. But this is the one that's coming up next. Finland taking on Denmark.
Yeah, Finland taking on Denmark, which should be a very good game. They've had some close contests already. This is going to go down as the eliminator. So one team's journey to the ECC glory will end right here. Unfortunately for them, they'll be knocked out. The winner, though, will be waiting. Well, they won't be waiting. Sweden will be waiting for them at the beautiful Cartama Oval later this afternoon. And Netherlands, they get some time off, and they will be in the final later tonight. We look at the scorecards. No one really got going besides Zahid at number 10. He hit 25 off 10. He might want to bat up the order in the next one, but the Netherlands 11, they were just too good. Yeah,
they were too good, and I think after they took a bit of time to get going, I think they just got better and better, and certainly with the batting, and what we're starting to see as well, that they're not just dependent on 1 or 2 players. A number of players can come out there and do the job. Just have a look at the fall of wickets there. I think the pick of the bowlers there. Once again, Clayton Floyd, he picked up 3 wickets, but he did get a bit of stick as well, didn't he? 3 for 26, and it was a case of, yeah, a score he said, I've never seen an over like that before. 6 wicket, 6-0, 6 wicket. It was quite amazing. And, well, Saqib Zulfikar also picked up 2 for 15. So next match is going to come up pretty quickly. So it's time for me to say, well done to Netherlands. They put their place in the final. And, well, one of these 2 teams will still have a chance. But whoever loses out of this one between Finland and Denmark will be eliminated. That match will be coming up in just about 6 minutes' time. So join us back here in around about 4 minutes' time. Rico Full, and it will be Vinny Sandu in the Dream Box alongside me. Volvemos in 5 minutos.
welcome back to the Costa del Sol. It's been a great week here with the kids from La Campiña School from Cartama locally. These are Spanish kids. They are learning cricket. They're enjoying cricket. And well, if you enjoy cricket, you think you're going to enjoy this one. It's the Eliminator. It's a big one. And it's between Finland and Denmark. One of these teams that will be out after this. Let's go out to the middle. Rob Kemming is with the two captains for the coin toss.
Your call.
Dream11.
It is Dream11.
We're gonna bowl first.
So Denmark win the toss and they elect to field. Bit of a risk to be chasing, but we know that Finland, they pulled off a good chase themselves against the Danes earlier in this tournament. These teams, they've kind of had mixed fortunes, I suppose, but they have been tightly kind of contested, the matches between these two. It's a shame when we have to say goodbye to one of the teams, but we will. Oh, well, kids, we're going to have a lot of fun here. Are you ready? Let's go over to Rico Full. Un, dos, tres. Yay!
Loving that. Vinny Sandu right at home with the kids there. The kids from the Campina School here in Cartama. And they're having a great time around the ground. All part of the Cricket Cool package, the ECN network here. And nice to see a lot of the schools here and the Costa del Sol involved. So the Campina School, they're here this week. There'll be another school with us next week. Certainly looking forward to welcoming a new school, new teachers, and introducing a lot of more youngsters to the game of cricket. Well, talking about cricket, we've seen some fantastic cricket here already, and started last week in week 1, Group A. The winners were Spain. They will be in Championship Week starting on the 10th of October, and Group B has been exciting as well. We've seen some sensational matches, but you have to say that Netherlands, the team that have been on form, unbeaten so far, they booked their place in the final later on tonight. But who will be joining them? Well, this one is all about an eliminator. This is about which one of these two teams will play Sweden in the next qualifier, to see who out of Sweden and either one of these two teams, Finland or Denmark, who will play the Netherlands in the final later tonight underneath the floodlights. Finland are going to have a field for. So I'm a little bit surprised there with that move there from Taranjit Barraj. I mean, he's normally always fancied having a bat. I'm just wondering whether the way the result went last night, where they put 140 on the board and Sweden got them, I wonder if that's affected his mindset, where he's thinking, well, okay, you know what, I think we're far better off just chasing the runs down, and we know what we need to get. Whereas when you're batting first, they would have thought 140 was enough. It wasn't, and they certainly would have liked to have been the team that would have had the double chance here today. Look at the two teams here. And both have been in really good form. Finland have been outstanding, haven't they? They've got a 4-4 record, but they certainly have surprised a lot of the teams in the way that they've played. And Jonathan Skamans, I think, for me, has been absolutely brilliant with the bat. And, well, they've had one or two other good players that have performed. But more on that in a moment. Let's have a look what the bat versus ball wall says. Well, it has Denmark to 107 to Finland 109. So it has Finland actually favourites to go win this. That might be a surprise to one or two people. I'm sure that is going to be no surprise, though, to the likes of Claire and Maya that are going to be supporting Finland, no doubt, all the way through. The two ladies, they're going to be on their feet all the way through this, waving the Finnish flag. And good morning, good afternoon to them, I should say, and also to everybody else that is in the fan zone ready for this one. The umpires are out there ready to start, and it is Andrew Elliott who is the umpire at the bowler's end, and Sulman Saeed, the Italian stallion, at square leg. This man has been amazing with the ball. The Ishan Karim been getting the ball in the right areas, and the Yorkers that he's been bowling have been, well, they've basically been unplayable. Here we go, first ball. Wants to run straight away. There's no run there as the ball is fired back in. So much to play for, but one of these two teams will play no further part in the championship. The other gets a chance to take on Sweden to try and get into the final. A couple of dot balls to start off with from Karimi. Rahman, as I've said so many times, the one batter, Rahman, that hasn't quite got going in this championship so far. Can he do it in this very important and very crucial match? 2 dots to him so far. Jonathan Skamans, who's been outstanding is at the non-striker's end. Big swing from Rahman. Gets a single to his name. Top batters in the group. Sher Ali, though he went for a golden in the last match against the Netherlands, 286 to him. Sanjeev T of Denmark, we'll see him later, 237. Also Saran Aslam, 192, also of Denmark. Those are the top three. That was before the start of today. Guided down to third, take a single. Another play and miss, and then turned it by Raj. Well, he's asking the question, and they're going upstairs here. Sort of takes the ball and then waits, just waits here, and well, is that foot off the ground or not? I'm looking at it. I certainly don't see any daylight there. From what I can see, I'm saying no. It looks like he's sliding it, and yeah, not out is the decision. So, Taranjit Barraj just waiting to see if that foot came up there from Rahman. Rahman manages to keep the toe on the ground, so not out is the decision. Only two from the over. Can he finish it well? Rahman will go for the big shot, and he'll get the boundary. So he pumps the last ball of the over for 4. 6 of it. Still, they'd be pretty happy with that, though Karumi won't like being hit for a boundary with the last ball, and that's something I think that the coaches for Denmark, Keith Devonquart and Paul Hutchinson, will also not like. It's one thing that the coaches are always working with the bowlers about getting that last ball, getting the 5th and the 6th ball in, and trying to prevent it from going to the boundary. Just gave a little bit of room to the batter there. Top batters, well, we mentioned some of them. Let's have a look at, so Jonathan Skaman sees 181 runs. Rashid been pretty good as well, 131, and then Amjad Sher, the wild thing, 110. But at the other end, it's been Sanjeev T, 237. Saran Aslam is just under 200 runs, and the captain, Taranjit Barraj, 143. So plenty of firepower from both of these two teams. And this one, is it going to be? Oh, it's put down. That's a shocker. Absolute shocker. And it's going to be, well, Zeb, the bowler, who's going to be pretty disappointed here, Shakil Zeb, because he fires in the short ball. The trap has been set. And then, well, the technique here is not right on the catch, is it, from Musa Mahmood? Big disappointment. Catch goes down. And Skamans is the man that gets lucky. He gets dropped on 1. And another time, and this time no mistakes. So goes Zeb. He knows that he maybe should have had Skamans back already. And Musa dropped him on 1. But he does get a wicket off his very next ball. And it is the out of touch, the out of form, Zul Rahman, who goes. Just hits this one straight to the fielder, and no mistakes there at all. So that's nicely done. They get the wicket, they get the breakthrough that they needed. And it's a Rahman. Rahman, it just hasn't really clicked in this championship. He's been given plenty of opportunities. That's one thing I think he can't argue with. That has not been the case, that he hasn't been given the opportunities he has. But after hitting 1-4, he finds he has to depart. Caught nicely by Swami. So Zeb gets that wicket. Deserves it, really, after, well, we'll say that he should have had, well, he'll say he should have had 2 now. Shakil Zeb comes into the new batter and gets it right through him. And new man out there at the moment is Atif Rashid, who has been in good form. But this is a pressure match. I mean, it's the first time, remember, these teams are playing a match where it's an eliminator. In other words, you don't win, you're out. There's no second chance. Gives Zeb. Well bowled. Good areas from Zeb this time. Sometimes he can be guilty of being a little bit too short down leg siders, but he's got this in the right area. He's got his radar switched on. He's got the ball going outside that off-stump corridor. So he's spot on at the moment. It's a good start from Denmark, winning the toss and putting Finland in. And at the moment, it's working the way they would have wanted. Quick single taken. Has to dive to get in. He does make it, but he needed to dive. Plenty of noise out there from the Danish boys. Sheko looking to finish his over well. And he's not going to. This one will go all the way. Balle. Inna sona. Shaka again. And like in the first over, it is the last ball that gets pumped to the boundary. So it's another, will be more disappointment for the captain, Taranjeet, seeing that happen. And the coaches, something that they know they need to work on. And Keith Tepungwa and Paul Hutchinson will probably be pulling their hair out a little bit because you can see that 10 runs, 4 off the last ball of the first and 6 of the last ball of that one are coming off it. But still, having said that, just 8 conceded of the over. They won't be too disappointed with that. 14 for 1, 2 overs down. Just sort of a quick look at the tables there, which tells you just why these two teams are battling it out in this fixture. Short, outside the off stump from the new bowler. Adam Lee coming into the attack. He starts with a dot ball. Well, as Adam Lee comes to the attack, we have a new person coming to attack here in the Dream Box. As I said, myself, Corey and Vinny, we're all part of your Good Time crew, and we're having a good time in the Dream Box. And it's the first opportunity to say good afternoon to Vinny Sandy when he's gone right across here and asking the question. I think height could be the issue here. Well, Vinny, you come right in, and you know what happens when you come into the box? Batters start to panic.
Yeah. Just talking of people that opening batters are scared of. You've got Lillian Thompson. You probably got Wazimako in there. I think I'm in there because do tend to create early wickets, but yeah, this is mile too high. It's hit him almost in the hip. But yeah, good morning to all of our viewers. Great to be in here for the first time today. Great job on the first one, Corey and Rico. And Netherlands 11 running away with it at the moment. This is in the air, hanging, and Magnus won't get there. Maximo! Well, Atif Rashid is a guy that when he gets going, he can score really quickly. He gets just enough of this to get out of the ground and 6 runs to Finland.
Yeah, good shot. And you got it. Atif Rashid, he's a strong hitter. Look, he stays deep inside his crease, doesn't he? You know what he's looking for. And as soon as he gets the length that he wants, bang! He hits it for a big shot. And Christensen can't do anything about that.
Here's Lee. This is going to be a chance this time for Magnus, and he'll hold on to it. Oh, he's going to have to throw it away. He'll throw it away. It'll just be a single here. And he just couldn't quite stop his momentum. That last step, I mean, it's like trying to stop a freight train, really, for Christensen. And it won't be a boundary, but also it won't be out.
Yeah, it's such a shame that Salan Aslam, who was the nearest man to him, wasn't able to get to him quicker, wasn't able to read maybe what the situation may have been here. Christensen, he knows he's going out of the field of play, throws it back in, but to vacant area.
Couldn't stick the landing, could he? Now this one's a little touch shot, and this is going to be 4 more. So Skamans gets the strike because of that single. Now he can put it away for a boundary. Matt Jenkinson watching on. He'll be probably reasonably okay with this start. Pretty even start, really. Yeah, that 6 or out or nothing situation, potentially defining this power play.
Yeah, big time. But again, some of the fielding that we have seen, and again, the alertness there from Christensen does so well there, and it's all about saving the runs. But that's not the best of deliveries, is it? It's down, it's Gandhi's down the leg side. He's just losing his line, losing his shape. So we've seen a little clip, a little nurdle that went for 4 earlier. This one, though, is short. It's Gandhi. And that one goes for another boundary. So just got to get the line right again here. That's the end of the over. They needed a good one, and they get a good one there. Just accelerate a little bit. The score, 29-1. Not a bad power play.
Of course, don't forget it was Adam Lee last night when Denmark essentially played Sweden for the double chance. He bowled that last over, had 15 to play with, and with a ball to spare. Well, the last ball of the night actually ended up right here in the commentary box off the bat of Shazab Chowdhury, as Sweden kind of earned that double chance. And so they needed it too, because they weren't able to deal with the Netherlands this morning. And so now Sweden already through to the third match. They will play the winner of this match. Of course, the loser of this match, their ECC is over for this year. He's a very good leg spinner, Rizal Sormi. He's going to bowl over number 4. Field's back now. Up to 5 outfielders are allowed. Let's see how much Sormi tosses it up and how much they want to go after him. Wow, really goes after this one first up. Rashid, he's not got any patience for this kind of bowling.
No, you can see the areas though that he's eyeing up, and so you know that Swami is not going to give him anything that is angling into his body.
That was outside the line, but he made early positioning, and this time he's going to slam it out of the ground. Maximo! Swami gets a little bit closer to Rashid, who's trying to turn it on here. An important game for the Finnish Bears. That takes them up into the 30s.
Yeah, I mean, you can see this is where the zone is that Swami doesn't want to be bowling at. Anything there, he's just going to go back inside his crease and hit it big and hard over the mid-wicket boundary.
Just played that on length, really. Swami, he won't be afraid to toss up and challenge, but look at how deep in the crease Rashid is here. Almost knocking his own stumps after over. And they'll sweep this away. Should just be a single, gets him off strike. This game will be a bit more orthodox, I think, in the way he'll play Stormy, but still good partnership building for Finland.
Yeah, good partnership indeed. A lot of people have been intrigued about the number of runs. Well, I can tell you, before the start of today, there was 4,445 runs scored in Group B. So Group B looks like it's going to go beyond past what we saw in Group A. It's a nice cut shot, and the reason is because I think some shots like that, I mean, that's a beautiful shot, lovely timing, but it's the number 6s. I mean, even in that last match, Vinny, I mean, Sweden, as you saw, I mean, they fell short by a fair bit. I mean, Netherlands winning that one comfortably, weren't they? Won it by 48 runs, but Sweden still, all of their batters just going out there and hitting 60s for fun. Yeah, the number of 6s is quite amazing. Before the start of today in this group, 365 sixes we've seen here.
I just think that Sweden had nothing to lose in that first game. I think they'll be better for the run, should they, in fact, end up playing the Netherlands in the final. That's a long way off at the moment. Yeah. Still 4 teams in the running. Well,
oh, big mix-up, and they get lucky. They get very lucky. This could have been a disaster. A miscommunication battle. पता नहीं की हो गया कहते आजा कहते मैं नहीं आ रहा कहते तू आ रहा मैं आ रहा कहते नहीं आ रहा, and in the end they get lucky.
Communication breakdown here. You can see the fumble, but it's all about the miscommunication by the batters. This is flat batted down to Christensen. We'll just allow the one. Throws it back in at speed. So Sormi goes for 13 in the 4th over. And Finland are 42 for 1 after 4 overs. Well, how was your night last night? I know that you were able to take the last couple of games off. Yeah.
My night was very good, and I did go back to do a bit of work early. I wish I'd stayed here because I missed an absolute classic of a match. But look, I tell you what, I didn't start my work too late because there was no way I could turn away from the match. What a match it was.
I mean, Sweden have provided a couple of thrillers. Of course, I missed the one the night before.
Yeah, you did.
On Wednesday night. And that was also a very, very good match. So, yeah, I just think night games seem to be bringing the close contest. Let's hope we have a close final tonight. I know that last week's Group A final was pretty exciting. Here is Abdullah Mahmood, ball over number 5. I think he's pretty well in this tournament. And this is the batter going leg side, steps across, good footwork, and that's out of here. Maximo! Rashid 6 into the jungle. He's being really attacking with this kind of tactic of stepping across, and the bowlers don't seem to be adjusting the length.
No, look at this. Have a look where he is. He's showing all his stumps. Look, he's saying, there they are, son. If you want them, hit them. And Abdullah Mahmood goes for them. And, well, Atif Rashid says, thank you very much. That's exactly where I want it.
He's going to do the same again. Now he overcompensates. This is even further. Well, that's buried. That might have hit our camera, you know. Well, watch out. Maximo. And Finland go back to back again. Tried to go fuller, but he missed the spot, and he disappears again.
Yeah, I think this time what he says is, I know what you're going to do, but I'm not going to change my arm. I'm going to follow you. But he goes too full. And this is just a full toss, and that has been smashed. And, well, the camera, it's a good job.
Yep,
That
there
is
we go.
bolted down there. Well, there you go. It gets a bit fuzzy.
Lights out. Hopefully no third umpire appeals coming up. I think you've got two tactics here. You know what he's doing. Either go wider or you go full and at the stumps. So Yorker at the stumps. Try and bowl him or get him LB. Goes wider and follows him. A rare dot.
Yeah, better. I mean, the other option he has got is to come from the other side. Just change things around a little bit.
And misses out. It's not easy to do this every single time. But anyway, you can see it's Rashid. Missed out a bit lately, but he's very, very capable. Now he goes offside. He'll probably be out. He will be out. So there you go. It was Hatif that won a couple of battles, but it will be the bowler, Abdullah Mahmood, that'll win the war between bat and ball this time. And Finland, after a spirited 28 from Rashid, they lose the second wicket. It's 54 for 2 in the 5th over.
Yeah, I mean, that's the way they've got to be, I think, Finland, and I think that's why they've surprised a lot of teams the way that they played. I think their attitude and their approach has been really good. They've not let up, have they? And that's what Atif Rashid does. He knows what his role is when he comes out there. His role is the attack, and he's done it brilliantly well.
Yeah, he has. I said he's bowled really well. Sometimes he's had some luck, sometimes he hasn't, Abdullah Mahmood, but I think he's executed his skills pretty well. Very, very good afternoon here from the Costa del Sol. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network on a finals Friday in Group B. Rico Falls with me. It is also Peacock Friday. Got to say, I'm loving the colours so far. Also, on behalf of Corey Rutgers. But, of course, we've got our fan zone here. I've been just chatting with some of the fans. Great to see so many new faces here as well. Firstly, a big shout-out to Anuna, because I know it's your birthday today. So, Anuna, I know that you're down there. Give us a little wave. I'm really happy that you're here on your birthday. Obviously, got Maya and Claire, the Finnish supporters, flying the flag. Yep. Also, some new faces. I saw Molly and Michelle and Karen and Andy. They're from Buster's Sports Bar in Fuengirola. And so they're here as well. So big hello to you guys. Hope you have a great day. Look, Fridays, they're really exciting because Fridays are the day that we determine which team will be going through from this group. Yeah, massive day, isn't it? And you have to say, from the way that we saw Netherlands again play, keeping that 100% record, I mean, they just look like, well, nobody looks like they can touch them at the moment. But that's happened before, hasn't it? You look at Carlton, the Scottish champions last year, or earlier in the year, I should say, in the ECL. They won all the games but the final. It can happen, and I suppose after dark, anything's possible. Abdullah Mahmood gets his one straight past the bat of the new batter out there for Finland. And so I wasn't surprised to see this from Amjad Share the Wild Thing first up. He goes for it, and it's the end of the over. So after 5, the score is 54 for 2. And you can see that we've got 4 matches for you today. And we already know that Netherlands 11 straight through to the Group B final later on tonight. And we're in the eliminator right now. Finland taking on Denmark. The winner goes through to play Sweden. No matter who that is, I think that'll be an excellent game. And the loser, unfortunately, is out of the tournament. And Netherlands 11 will take on the winner of qualifier 2 in the final tonight. So set your watches, 5:30 p.m. GMT, 7:30 in Central Europe. It's 11 p.m. in India as you get ready for the next over. And it's going to be Danny Carterson who's going to bowl it. So you haven't seen him bowling too much, actually, during this week. And he's a very capable spinner. I think they've obviously decided that against probably particularly Amjad Share, who's come in now, they want to take the pace off. This should be interesting. Wild Thing's on strike. Tries to smash it and he gets enough. Maximo! Another one lost in the jungle and Share's off the mark with a bang.
Yeah, I mean, the Wild Thing, this is what he's going to do. We've seen that he has been a little bit suspect to win the paces taken off the ball. And he'll know that that's what the opposition are going to target him with, the slower stuff. But he still wants to be aggressive, still needs to play his shots. And, well, Jonathan Skaman's there going up to him and giving him a bit of encouragement. That's what they've got to do. He's got to keep playing these shots, got to remain aggressive. So this one would just be called a wide. Sanjeev T. Oh, what a big player he is, and what a good tournament that he's had so far as well. I mean, with the bat, he's been absolutely outstanding. 237 runs in the championship.
Just a note for all our UK viewers, I know are watching this on Free Sports and Premier Sports. The final tonight will be live on the European Cricket Network, so you'll be able to watch it on that platform if you'd like to watch the final live. As this is in the air, well, probably the bowler's going to have to get this. No, the fielder's coming in now, and he takes a very good catch. Well, that's an unbelievable catch, really, from Musa Mahmood. Takes it easily in the end. But, well, send that guy to the Olympics, because that was some high-class sprinting. He runs in around about 30 metres to get rid of the Wild Thing in quick time. And unfortunately, it's 6 and out for Amjad. 62 for 3 Finland.
This is a sensational catch, it really is. Remember Musa Mahmood, he dropped Skymans down on one early on, and that was a sitter, really, you think, by his standard. This pressure on him, he comes from a long way. He gets there. Look at that. That is such a good catch. Absolutely brilliant. Well, he certainly wasn't put off or deterred by what happened earlier. And when it matters, you see that the big men turn up. That is a big moment, because the Wild Thing, Amjad Sher, well, he does hit one boundary, but that's all he hits. The 1, 6 and out of the 3 balls that he faces. Musa Mahmood take a bow. And, well, Sanjeev T, we were talking about him and his batting. Well, now he takes what could be a really match-changing wicket of Amjad Sher.
Yeah, 2 big wickets of Atif and then of Amjad Sher. I still like that they've gone in early, though, because they've set a good platform for Finland. Push through a little bit flatter. Adanama gets off the mark with a single. Because I suppose that what they used to do, Finland, is they used to kind of have a few more traditional top-order players that may go well, they might not, but and then you'd have players like Atif Rashid and Amjad Sher coming in at the end. But sometimes you felt like we're just getting going and the innings stopped. So at least now, you know, you've got 5 overs out of those guys. Now this is going to be wides, and 5 wides, just misses the leg stump, and a slight concentration error, I think, here from Taranjit Barrage, who's a pretty good keeper. He's obscured by the batter's body on that occasion. And that's 5 bonus runs to Finland.
Yeah, I think he's disappointed as soon as this goes past him. I think he knows you can see that. He knows he's not in the right position for this. He's not the best of deliveries. The ball does hit the helmet, but only once the helmet's the other side of the boundary, so that's okay.
Yeah, his hands went, but his body didn't go as a secondary line of defence there. Well, changes his mind mid-shot, but still a pretty good adjustment, isn't it, from Skymans? Shows you what a clever player he is. He had a bit of a plan B there. I think he wants to pull that, then he sees the line, turns it into a cut shot, and abracadabra, 4 more runs to Finland.
Yeah, lovely shot. He's just been in such good form as Jonathan Skymans. I think he's into the 200-plus score now. And, well, I know that his mum, Maya, is enjoying this performance. He's out there with the flags along with Claire. Good support that Finland have had this week. Slightly quicker delivery, well bowled, and they finished the over with a dot.
Probably one of the better 18-run overs I've ever seen from a bowler.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Sanjeev T.
No, it's not. Clayton Floyd's has got to be the best.
Oh,
have you ever seen anything like that?
6 wicket, 6 wicket.
Have you ever seen anything like that? That is the first time I've ever seen that.
Yeah, well, that is ECN in a nutshell, isn't it? That was quite remarkable. It won't be too long before that's going up on social media. Don't worry about that. At European cricket, wickets for Shakil Zeb as well as Abdullah Mahmood and Shangiv Tanikaitasen so far for Denmark. They just try and contain this finish innings. They're going at 2 a ball pace. That's 120 pace at the moment. I've got a feeling this match, and particularly the next one, they're going to be really close contests. I mean, you've got teams you could throw a blanket over, really.
Yep.
Abdul Mahmood comes in. Pretty straight, little inside edge for 1. So, okay, so you had a pretty relaxed night. Just tried to catch on the TV.
I did, yeah. I mean, I watched that match. I mean, how could you not? And I must admit, went back and watched a few highlights, did a bit of work, a bit of prep for today. Yeah, and, well, I went for an empanada, but they'd sold out.
Yeah, well, that's one of the best centuries that we've ever had. ECN, wait for that in a second. Not often you can rack up 100 bill at the empanada shop. I know you probably talked about this with Corey already, right? We were almost chaired off out of there. We ate so many. Anyway, here's Mahmood. Wow, doesn't carry to cover. Happy to concede the 1 here. But I've got some, I don't know if this was mentioned. We talk about the boss, Dan Weston?
No, that wasn't mentioned. Tell me.
He was on a carb-free diet, so he would actually eat the filling of the empanada, but would leave the pastry there. It looked like a graveyard of empanadas. Well, this could have been out, and it maybe should have been out, because it was hit straight back at Abdullah Mahmood.
Yeah, he should take this. I think you'll see again. This is at probably a nice height to take the catch. And it's almost like he doesn't fancy it. Have a look at this. Yeah, it needs to be taken. And puts it down. Big opportunity. Another one that goes down.
Yeah, probably wasn't as hard hit as he thought. Now this is a nice shot over cover. Well, this is all hands, this one. And Adnan Ahmed, take a bow, because this is just a fantastic bit of hand-eye coordination. And Finland might have lost the wild thing, but they're still swinging away, and that one takes them up past 80.
Yeah, this is an important little knock here now, you know, from Adnan Ahmed. He hasn't really clicked all the time. He's sort of going up and down that batting order. We've seen him right up there towards the top. But he's starting to come in here, and at this sort of point, it's when he has managed to put some good shots together. But this is a great catch. That is fantastically taken. Talk about managing the boundary and knowing where you are. Well, Saran Aslam, who we know is a fantastic player, and he's one of the stars, I think, of the Denmark team. He just takes an outrageous catch here. I mean, his awareness off the rope here is an amazing. It's a good hit. We're just talking about Adnan Ahmed and the shot that he just played and how he's pretty key. Look, he gives this one everything, gives it some welly, but what a good catch that is.
Yeah, so it was really, really well struck, actually. It would have easily been 6, but Haslam just kind of knew he didn't want to jump because then he doesn't know where he's going to land. So he decides to kind of go tippy-toes and just make sure that he stays inside the field of play. It's pretty unlucky from Adnan Ahmed. Gets plenty of that, but not quite enough to get over the field. 7 overs down. Finland are 82 for 4. Gallagher comes to the crease. Well, this gives us an opportunity to mention our Crickathon, which is our ongoing kind of thing we've got going at the moment at crickathon.com. You can register. It's free to participate. Pretty simple. Which team will win Group B? We've simplified the question here. Which team will win Group B? You already know. There's a good chance it could be one team that's already through to the final. Yesterday's winner, Karthik Nayak from India. Of course, the question of the week is ongoing. I'll come back to that in a second. Now this is in the air, and it's going to fall safely, or is it? Yeah! It will not fall safely. What a catch that is. Changi Tadikaitasen comes from the crowd, really, to take that. I thought that was going to find grass for sure, and Skamans is out of luck. 2 wickets in 2 balls for Denmark as they roar back into this contest. It's 82 for 5.
Oh, Sanjeev T, what a catch. And Denmark, well, I reckon they've been having a few fielding drills because the catch in here has been absolutely sensational. It's another blinder. What a catch that is. I mean, take nothing away from this. The only way he's going to get there is to get this dive in. Watch the dive. That is sensational. That is as good as they get. Sanjeev T, take a bow. What a catch. And Jonathan Skamans, we know that he's a class act, and it needs something classy. It needs something sensational. It needs something magical to see the back of him, and that was magical. What a great catch. Some of the catching that we've seen here today, Vinny, has been outstanding.
Really has. I mean, think of Musa Mahmood's one as well. We had to make a big, big effort to get in. He didn't have to dive. I think Sanjeev T has to do everything here to hold on to this. So catches win matches, old adage, but it's so true. Zeb has 2 wickets now. Swing and a miss. New batter there is Mahesh Tambe. Now there's finally on that Crickathon. Like I said, it's free to register. We have last day to answer the question of the week, which is how would you use cricket data to determine your team's batting order? So remember, the best answers here will be in the contention for an internship with HCL Software. We were actually trying to answer this question last night. I won't share it. But over the empanadas, we were talking about how would you use cricket data to determine your team's batting order. So if you're interested in computer science, you're dealing with data, sports science, then get on to crickathon.com, no matter where you're watching from around the world. All right, so Tambe, second time around, he will get a single and get off the mark.
Yeah, Tambe and Peter Gallagher here. Tambe, we know, can give the ball a fair old whack. And Gallagher, I think yesterday we saw the first time from him early signs of what he can do. It's the first time really seeing it. He's not probably had too many opportunities, Gallagher. So these two, we know they're more than capable of putting a partnership together. That's what they need here now. A little healthy partnership just to see out maybe the next 8 to 10 balls and get that score to around about, well, what they've been looking at is around about maybe that 120, 125 mark.
They're on track for 120 for most of this innings. Gallagher's been better with the bat of late. Just kind of rushed into a pull shot here, but he will get off the mark. Also, what I haven't mentioned yet is had a great morning with the kids from the La Campiña School, La Campiña School in Cartama, and they were really enthusiastic. I think I've just had to head back to school, but they had a great time going through a few drills. My Spanish is improving steadily, dealing with them, especially the speed at which some of them talk.
Yeah,
so I've been enjoying that. We see Zeb. It follows Tambe slightly. They're very enthusiastic though, aren't they?
They're absolutely wonderful. I mean, look, all the schools have been great. I know we had the Art Christian School here last week. And this week is the Campina school. Absolutely wonderful. I'm loving the enthusiasm. And what I love best about it is these kids, a lot of them, haven't seen or played cricket before. They're loving what they're seeing. They're loving what they're doing. They love being out there, hitting the ball, bowling, catching. And look, it's been brilliant also, I think, from the likes of Daniel Dolkaya. That's been out there with him, and Alistair. They've been great, putting them through the emotions. And Jay Wild as well, organising everything. It's great to see.
Certainly. Big swing and a miss from Tambo. He wants to go leg side into the over. So the score is 84 for 5 after 8. Denmark doing really well to work their way back into this. So from being kind of, what is that, 120 pace now, just moments later they're 105 pace here. And it all makes a difference. Yeah, I've got to say, as I've learnt a few new words like un karaton, which is to do a little love heart when...
Corazon.
Is that what?
Corazon.
Corazon?
Corazon.
So is it?
Una corazon. A heart.
Is it una or una?
Una. Yeah, un corazon.
Anyway.
Depends how you're saying it. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
so they've been giving you a lot of corazones?
I'm learning how the kids speak, right?
Yeah. Well, then you're going to start talking dirty then. No swear words in here.
I'll try not to. All right, it all happens in the ninth. It is Lee.
What they tell you first. Oh, that's a blast. That is big. Balle. Kinna sona. Shakalagya.
Yeah, that was a really well-struck pull shot this time from Gallagher. It was a bit later one earlier, but this time Lee gets laced halfway up the hill. Dig that one out. 6 runs.
I'm surprised they're going with pace. I really am. I mean, if you look at what's happened, I know that Shakil Zeb, but Shakil Zeb's got a bit more pace. Well, that's Claire and Maya there. And they're certainly going to be supporting Finland all the way through. They've been absolutely amazing. What supporters.
Let's go again. This one doesn't really get up. I'm just a bit worried. I might see them get some bigger hats. Maybe we need some of those big cowboy hats there because they're exposed out. I was out there for about 1 minute with them, and I was I was running for the box. But they're great supporters. You know, a lot of social media kind of buzz around the Finns because of how Maya and Claire have been showing their support. They've won a lot of kind of neutrals around the world.
They certainly have. They've been amazing. You know, they've been absolutely amazing. And we know they're not just wild supporters. They do a lot of work for the Federation of Finnish Cricket as well. So they're key in a number of ways to Cricket Finland. So take a bow, ladies. Maya and Claire been absolutely outstanding.
Yeah, can't say enough about that. I mean, it's people that make European cricket work. Two very good people there.
Hey, you talked about social media. What about that last game? Isn't Jyoti going to go wild?
Oh, I don't know if they put it up yet, but I can't wait. I
it's the best I've ever seen.
I saw him when he walked off, and I gave him 2 little knocks on the head, on the top of the head. I said, well, guess what? You're about to be famous. Here's the next one, which is a big swing and a miss. So Gallagher has nailed a pull shot, but not much else so far.
Disappointing for Gallagher after hitting that big 6. I mean, we know that's where he likes it short. It was at him. He punches it away. But now he's joining up the dots there. He's not moving his feet. Look, feet are not moving. He's just swinging wild. He's got to take that little shuffle across, get himself outside off stump, and then play that shot.
Got to say that Guru Chanda in the comment section saying, he must say, in this competition, catching has been phenomenal. World-class efforts. We really have seen catches that it's hard to imagine better ones than some of the ones we've seen here in the ECC this year. Gone. What a clever bit of bowling. I think that's a slower ball, and I don't think anybody picked it except Adam Lee. And does Gallagher all ends up just trying to keep it out. He can't even do that. So Gallagher, bit of a one-hit wonder here with the bat in match 22, the eliminator. He goes for 7, and Finland are 90 for 6 with the ball to go in the 9th over.
Yeah, well bowled there from Adam Lee. It's a very, very good. I mean, I'm thinking, hey, it's a full toss. This is going to get pumped. But it's a slow ball. But look at the movement on this one. It also, look, there's a bit of swing as well. I mean, if he hits the pad, he's going to be gone anyway. But look at that movement. Look at the shape. And it's great to see a smile on Lee's face as well, because as you said yesterday, he was the bowler that unfortunately got pumped in Sweden, got the winning run to the last over.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like a slower ball. I'm not so sure it was a deliberate slower ball, but for sure, Gallagher was a bit early on the shot, and a bit of outswing there for Adam Lee. Now we'll get to see Nathan Collins come to the crease with the ball remain. Now here's the thing about Nathan. Got a big fan of Nathan. He's got the hair down tonight. He just can't seem to take a trick in this ECC tournament. Looks like a very good batter, but let's see if he can get things moving. And once again for Finland, And he'll just flick this away, and it's into the gap, and it's going to be 4. What a good start that is for Collins, the skipper.
Well, there you go, Nathan Collins. He's probably thinking, well, I've tried everything. I'm going to try it with my hit loose. Well, that's the secret. You're going to bat with your hit loose.
Born to be wild look from Nathan Collins. It's working for him. Fancy free. He gets 4 off the last ball of the ninth, so 94 for 6. I've got a bit of a stat on Nathan Collins as well. I'll have to update it after that one. But yeah, he's a guy, obviously, we've seen open the batting a fair bit for Finland.
Yeah.
And yeah, okay, I was going to say that he's a guy who's now hit 13 fours in ECC cricket, but hasn't hit a Maximo yet. I want to see him hit a 6. And he's coming at the right time of the innings.
Okay, come on.
Come on, Nathan. Maybe the hair down. Maybe I should have grown my hair a bit longer.
The Tumbe, he's hit a few Maximos. He needs to hit a few here now.
He'll try, but he won't get it at all. And I think they'll only get 1 here. So here we go. Nathan, the stage is yours. 95 with 5 balls remaining. I just want him to hit one because
Karimi's not going to be easy to hit.
He's a very, very good servant to finish cricket. And instead, this is a little top edge. Fielder comes around, almost pulls off the 3rd. Incredible catch of the innings. Goes full length there. And that would have been something special. Yes, saw me down there.
Yeah, that's why. I mean, this would have been sensational. I think he actually gets the ball to sit in his fingers, but it's just when he hits the deck, it pops out.
Elbow hits the ground, out it comes. What an effort, though. Can't believe he made it. Tumbe clunks this one for 1. Right, I'm feeling a Collins Maximo. I'm feeling it here. He's eyeing off mid-wicket. Let me really try and read his eyes here. Don't think it matters where the fielders are now. You're just trying to hit it hard, hit it correctly. No. Might not get another shot either. Little inside. No. Maybe it's going to be called leg byes. Thought there's a bit of bat in it, but regardless, 1 more to the total. Finland just kind of creeping towards the end of their innings.
This guy though, Ishan Karimi, he's really has impressed me. It's he sort of darts that ball in, but he's always got the length right. Bowls the first, bowls the last.
That'll do. And that one is gone, and it's gone a long, long way. Maximo. Well, Tumbe just showing Nathan, this is what I want you to do, but you might not get another chance because this one has gone miles. And now with the ball remaining, Finland have brought up the 104 for 6.
Tumbe we know can hit him, and he does hit him. Gets everything right here. Gets the shape, gets the balance, gets the weight into the shot. Big hit.
Last ball of the innings. Seatbelts on, everybody. Well bowled. Might as well go for 2 here. Collins will make it. Tumbe, I'm not so sure. They'll go to the keeper, and he'll be run out by some distance. So an intelligent play, at least from Finland, to go for it, but also smart fielding. Good option taken there by the fielder. So look, 105 for 7 will be the final score. It's an innings where, look, at the halfway point, they were 54. They score 51 off the second half, so more or less the same. The hitters came, they went. You know, if they could have stayed around a little bit longer, maybe they could have reached that 120. But regardless, I think you'll have to say that the runs are on the board for Finland. Denmark will have to bat well to chase them. Perhaps slight advantage to Denmark, but I mean, runs on the board in an elimination match, Rico. We've seen it time and time again. It does put a lot of pressure on the chase, but Finland are the team who will have to come out and defend these runs. Nathan Collins walks off after a handy little contribution from him. And Tumbe, of course, his 9 or 10 in the end was pretty useful to get them over that 100 line. Well, Maya and Claire, they were here. They were ready to fly the flag, and Skamans has had a very good week as well for Finland. And we saw uncharacteristic drop there, but I mean, I'll remember this innings with some very, very good catches taken by Denmark.
Yeah, I mean, look, you said it there. It was Musa who drops that one early on, Musa Mahmood, but then he takes something sensational. Remember this as well. I mean, that was just great work from Kirstensen. He takes the catch, but realises he's going over the boundary, and then quickly throws it back in. It's just unfortunate that Aslan wasn't close enough to take the catch. It would have been a great catch. But this, talking about great catches, I mean, that was a good one. You can see they're pumped about this one. But these catches, they've just got better and better.
Yeah, I mean, that was just a little lapse from Barrage really behind the stumps. But it was all action all the time, really, wasn't it? But they did lose the teeth. They did lose Amjad Sher as well. This was a very good one. I mean, that's probably a bit of 3rd or 4th best catch in the innings. It's a very good one from Arslan down there. But how about this?
Yes.
And I look at the way that he holds onto the ball and he uses his body to impact the ground. And that was something pretty special. I mean, he had to run about a distance equal to his last name there, Tani Kaitasen. And it was a nice moment. Also a good moment from Lee there later on, who got to kind of basically an outswing full toss through Gallagher. And Tumbe ended up smacking a 6 in the last over and scrambling a single. Was running off the very last ball as Finland hit 105 for 7 off their 10 overs. Very competitive total, no doubt. Pair at 28 there for Skamans and Rashid sharing the honours as the top scorer. Apart from that, Tumbe chipped in with 10 at the end. And again, you see Finland, they're a team that are coming out, they're playing shots. Sometimes it's working, sometimes it's not. But I think that ultimately, a fairly even contest at the halfway point. Kind of statistics will show Finland around about 10 less than par. But, you know, with the finals pressure around, the pressure is on Denmark really and some of their hitters to fire.
It's going to be interesting how Denmark go about this. I mean, I'm hoping they're not going to change anything. I hope they're going to stick with what they've been doing lately, which is just going out there and attacking. I hope that seeing this score being around about 105, they don't think that, okay, we don't have to be so aggressive, because that can be your downfall. I think they're better off going out there thinking, hey guys, that score is 140. Let's go out there and think we're chasing 140. Then I think you'd expect Denmark to get there pretty easily. But they will have to contend with those 4 overs of spin. And I think Asad Dusaman and also Peter Gallagher could be the key here.
Yeah, really good point you make. They'll be trying to choke the middle overs. Just with the bowling quickly. Shakil Zeb with 2 for 10, bowled really well. Abdullah Mahmood with a couple of wickets. Lee chipped in with 1, as did Danny Kynterson, who bowled just the single over. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back. And when we are back, we will see which team will survive the next 10 overs, because only one can make it through to face Sweden a little bit later on in the day. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Go forward with me. You're watching ECN, and this is the Dream11 European Cricket Championship.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to a very exciting match here. A very important match as well. Survival at stake. One team will progress. Whoever wins out of this match between Finland and Denmark will go on to play Sweden in, well, a playoff to see which one will join Netherlands in the final. But, well, it's evenly poised, as I said. Finland probably 15 below where they would have liked to have been with that score on the board. They got 105, they would have loved 120, but it's runs in a very important game. It's runs in an eliminator. And certainly, I'm pretty sure that those batters out there will be feeling the pressure. It's going to be Taranjeet, the captain, who is going to be opening up. He certainly has been in very good form. He's changed his mindset the way he's batted lately. He's been more attacking. Raz Mohammed, though, has been absolutely brilliant for Finland. He's been one of the pick of the pace bowlers in this group. He really has. And he's been spot on with his bowling. The line has been good, and his accuracy has been good. 10 wickets in this championship so far from him. Raz Mohammed. Well bowled, a single taken, but these two batters, you have to say, have been in such good form. I mentioned Taranjeet Raj, but the other man that needs to be mentioned is Sanjeev T, Denmark. I mean, 237 runs in the series, so with that one takes him to 238. He's been quite outstanding, he really has. He's bat on this for sure. He's gone right across the line, so you can understand the excitement there from the bowler, but manages to get a bit of bat onto it. Raz Mohammed going full. You can see there, darting that Yorker length delivery in. Taranjeet just getting a bat onto it. Bowled again. Good line, good length. So there's nothing that the batters can attack about this. It's all about just trying to block it out and taking a single, and that's what they do. It's a tiki-taka start. Swami looking on. Going to be quite anxious, aren't they? Danish bench. This one is being clipped away, and this one, well, it goes into the ice cube. Woo, there goes off the alarm, and well, the batter can pick up his free ice cream later. And well, ice cube, we call it the ghost cube as well, because there's always chairs in there, but we never see any bodies. Normally it's the 3 ghost cube, but one of those chairs went missing yesterday, so it's now 2 ghosts. Maybe you've got a ghost chair in there as well, but yeah, the siren goes off, and well, Taranjeet Raj, well, you can have a nice ice cream later. Well, forget the ice cream, he says, I want to go big, I want to go bowl, and I want to get my team to get the opportunity to play Sweden again. Sweden they lost to last night, and as a result of that, they're going to have to do it the hard way to try and get themselves into the final. They lost the double chance, but Taranjeet Raj, बहुत अच्छी batting, छक्का मारिया, की पता आज शायद दोपहर परोंठे खाते होने, or maybe he has had a few parontas, the captain, and if he has, well, that certainly would explain the sort of batting he's doing here at the moment. 85 matches we've gone without a golden ball, and I've said it all the way along, haven't I, that these scores around about 105 to 110 for me here in the Cartama Oval is golden ball territory. Could we have one here today? Oh, this is not a good delivery. He's ill-directed. He's down the leg side. It just needs a little touch on it, and that's exactly what Sanjeev Takas Hassan does, as this goes for 4 runs, and bang, stronger together. Can Denmark be stronger together? If they can, they're going to win this one. They're going to win the next one against Sweden, and then they face the very strong and destructive Netherlands in the Group B final. Amjad Shah, the wild thing, wants to get his radar right, and he does. Gets this one outside the off stump, so good comeback from him. Dot ball. Back to his mark. Slight change in the field here. I think this is, I'm not sure that I like this. I think this is based on the shot that was attempted there by Sanjeev T. He doesn't make any contact, but Amjad Shah says, well, I'm seeing the intent. I want to move the man back. So no protection on the leg side on the boundary. Goes for the cut shot. Gets it to the captain, Nathan Collins. That's the fielding. He's the man inside the 30-yard circle there on the offside. And that field, will it change as the batters rotate? No, keeping it the same. He's sort of been given, or dangled the carrot to say, look, leg side is free if you want it. And well, he wanted it. Does he get lucky here? Fielders are chasing. It's in the air a long time. And they're chasing, and it gets stopped somehow remarkably. One fielder goes down. I don't know if there's any contact here. Do they bang into each other? I don't really know. Let's have a look at this again. What they do is stop the ball going to the boundary. Let's see, this guy's a long way up in the air. And I think they get into each other's way here for a moment. The ball bounces. Have a look at this. Oh, and that touch, where was his feet when the ball I think it's okay. I think it hits him on, catches him on the shoulder. I don't think the feet are, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. He trips up the other fielder in the process. And but he does make sure that he's not touching that boundary rope. That's a Duzman there who was in the action.
Right there, boy.
And nice time to welcome back into the dream box Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu.
Don't often see the bicep kind of buff back into play. Pulling out all the tricks. That's a bit of a dangerous moment, wasn't it, for Barrage? Now Tony Kynes isn't on strike. Little edge. Well, she was off the bottom of the bat, I think. It was pretty well done by Skamans to knock that down. Make sure it's only one. Game in the balance. Tournament in the balance for these two teams. And, we talked about the tension last night when the double chance was in play. Well, there are no second chances for these two teams. There's one opportunity. This power play so important. Pace is pretty much about 21 per 2 overs, which is where they're at the moment, more or less, Denmark. We do know how well these two can strike the ball. Wild Thing, it's gone for 7, last ball of his over. Pretty good one, angled away. Barrage gets 20% more careful as we get to the end of 2 overs, and the score, Denmark 22 without loss. We've really been entertained by all the teams this week in Group B, haven't we? And particularly this middle three. I think that they've had some very, very even matches. And look, Finland, for a lot of people, a bit of a surprise packet because they only won 1 game last year. I think they've gone away, they've learnt, they've kind of defined their roles a bit more, and they've kind of defined their approach a bit more as well. And looking at the table, Finland ended up with an even 4-4 record, as did Sweden. Denmark 3-5, but they would have been 4-4 as well had they not lost in the very last over to Sweden last night. They would have actually been second. So it's been a very entertaining group. It's a shame that I'm going to have to say goodbye to all but one of the teams today, but still it's been tremendous entertainment for the viewers.
Yeah, it certainly has. I think you're absolutely right. I think the likes of Finland, Denmark and Sweden, they've been so closely contested together. I think they've been very even Stevens. You've said it, Finland. I mean, I think the balance that they brought into their side from what they had last year has been great. Like the spinners in there. And the thing is, they've all played their part. That's another thing. You can get players in, but they have to perform. And for Finland, for most of the time they have. This is a bad one. It's pretty wide. And again, it's good work there from Jonathan Skamans. Makes the stop. Certainly stops the ball from going for 5.
He's a very good keeper, Skamans. You see he's obscured by the batter. He basically saves a boundary for his team there. That was a real loose opening delivery from Parveen Kumar. Keeper up the stumps trying to apply that pressure, but had to pull off a very good stop then. This is pitched up well. This would have been an incredible catch. Goes down as a good stop in my book. That was a real fingertip job from Tumbe. It does knock it down just a single. If this had stuck, well, this would have been something else.
The catching has been incredible. This one, yeah, you're absolutely right. If Tumbe was able to hold on to this, but what he does do is he saves the ball from going to the boundary.
Exactly right. I want to tell you something interesting that the Danes were telling me as well about their approach going to this tournament. Well, this one's going to disappear. Off cutter, rolling and rocking out of the ground. Barrage gets something. It's a bit too close to him. Kumar hasn't quite got his radar on just yet. 6 valuable runs to the Danes.
Yeah, that's his shot. Taranjit Barrage. That's what he's waiting for. He's waiting for anything that's there that he can just clip it away. You see, he does get it. He does shuffle across, but he plays the shot so well. And I think the only way to try and get him is just to beat him with a bit of variation in the pace. If it's the same and same on all the time, he's going to put it there every time.
He's compact, isn't he, Barrage? But he's powerful. Just kind of uncorks those wrists. Goes a little bit short this time, takes it on. There's no fielder back here. This will be 4 runs. So Barrage knew, I think there's no deep mid wicket, just had to get it over the infield. Didn't quite get all of it, but another boundary, 6 and 4. And the Danish skipper, well, he certainly is hungry for more.
Yeah, certainly is. And Pravin Kumar finding out just why it's so difficult to bowl in the power play. You've only got the 2 men that you can have out. Normal circumstances, he definitely would have had a man out there.
Eventually, when the action slows for a second, I'll tell you what I was going to tell you about the Danish team. But first, let's watch Kumar. This is on the off stump, slight fumble from Tumbe. This time allows a single. So they came in here, and when they were doing their training, they said, look, we want to be the hardest running team. We want to be running the most 2s, even 3s. They got here. After a couple of days, they said, you know what? I think we need to hit more 6s. And so I think that's been the approach ever since. Danny Cartama faces up now, and he goes straight, and this is an absolute banger of a cricket shot. Well, it doesn't matter which side you're on there. That might have taken out camera 1, but doesn't matter. This is shot number 1 for me of the day. Sanjeev T puts on a clinic, and he takes Kumar for a maximo. And if you want to know where the ball is, that's where it is. You won't get a better close-up than that.
Well, look at that. Well, this is a boom blastic shot, and this ends up in the scaffolding camera tower. This is hit absolutely dead straight. That is the shot of the day for me. Well, Dan Oras, I hope you got that one, because that one will be on social media. What a hit that is, and the ball wedges high up in the tower. The umpires will have a look at it because it may have a chunk missing out of it. Andrew Elliott says, let's have a look at this, boys, as this partnership, it races along to 42. What a shot.
That was something else, wasn't it? Really? Well, if you can go that well, and you're kind of hoping for a mistake sooner rather than later. Danny Cartama faces up. And this one does go straight up, but the fielder's going to go back. He's going back, and he drops it. Does do well to keep it inside the field of play. Is there a Rahman down there? But it was a tough one, but still it was a chance to get rid of Sanjeev T as we get to the end of the power play. And what a power play it was. All action all the time. This is ECN, and the score is 44 without loss after 3.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a chance. He gets both hands to it. You've got to take these. I mean, we've said that at this level, you've got to take them, because if you give these batters a chance, certainly somebody like Sanjeev T, he will hurt you. He's already raced along to 15, well, 16, I think, with that drop there. So, big moment in the match, that one for me.
You know, if every action has an equal and opposite reaction, and for every ball you hit in the middle, you probably hit one. And Danny Cartama just gets the next one slightly wrong. A tough one, but I mean, the kind of one that you look back and say, I mean, how many times out of 10 do you catch that? Probably 6 to 7. It's not an easy one to gauge. But yeah, this for me was always going to be an interesting phase of the game. We're going to see Asaduzaman and Gallagher, I think, bowling in tandem through these middle overs. So potentially four overs of spin coming up. Let's see if it's effective against the Danish team. They're in a pretty good position after 3 overs.
Yeah, so here we go. Big moment. Asaduzaman.
Oh, this has bowled him. It snuck under the bat, and I actually think Barrage gets a little bit of the toe on this, but somehow it has just flicked the stumps and a wicket. And I wasn't expecting, because it looked like Barrage had that covered, but it snuck through, and, well, it is the Finns that are flying at the start of the 4th over, 44 for 1.
Yeah, well, this is the one that needed. This is the wicket. This is the partnership. You know, these 2 openers can be very dangerous. And look, that's the perfect delivery for me. That's the one thing. That is why I've liked Asaduzaman so much. He has not been afraid to flight the ball up. You see a lot of spinners that want to just try and dart the ball in, but not Asaduzaman. He flights it up. He says, yeah, I'm going to flight it up. I'm putting the challenge to you. You either come out to it or you go back. But if you go back, if you miss it, I'm going to have you really well bowled.
I thought originally that it gets some of the toe of the bat, but I'm not so sure after watching that he got any of that. I think it just kind of yorks him. Barrage is probably wondering exactly what happened there, but I can tell you he does contribute 25 off just 10 balls, but the captain is gone, and Denmark are 44 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, he's given them a good start, hasn't he? And that's the new approach that we've seen from Taranjit Barrage, which is to be a bit more attacking, to be a bit more risk-free. But he knows he's got plenty of batters to come out there, so he's not going to be too worried. He's given them a good start.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Wow, this is a little edge. Would have gone to a regulation slip, I think. As it is, man. Making things happen. New batter out there now is Saran Aslam. Gets off the mark a little bit shakily. You just feel like a little bit of a windows open here for Finland. If they can get a couple of quick ones. Have to get through Sanjeev T though. He's facing up now. Again, wants to charge, doesn't quite get there. So it's clever bowling. Asaduzaman, I've loved his little subtle variations and his subtle control changes. I think he sees that Sanjeev T's after him there, so he pulls it back a little bit. And let's see if the pressure gets to Tani Kaitsen as well after losing his opening partner and his captain. This time he is after him and he'll get it. Well, he's pretty emphatic about this shot down the ground. Maximo! Oh, no barrage, no worries for Sanjeev T, who continues on his merry way, and that shot brings up the 50 for Denmark. Oh, well, hold on a second. This is Corey. This time yesterday was taking what he said was catch of the day, self-appointed. Now, what's that? Is he trying to catch up while eating his lunch?
Tani Kaitsen, lovely shot down the ground.
Now gets a bit leg stumpish and pays the penalty. So this over's had a bit of everything, hasn't it? It's had a wicket, a 6 and a 4. And this time I think this is on Asaduzaman. First of all, loose deliveries bowled.
Yeah, I think what he's trying to do, he's cleverly trying to draw him back out the crease. But Sanjeev T, he sees where this is going, he stays inside and he whips this away, gets it over that man on the 45, 4 more runs.
Great to watch, isn't he? And this is going to be into the gap as well. This will be 4. So this is a very dangerous batter you're watching right now if you're a Finnish fan, because he's up and away. He moves to 31, and after 4 overs, Denmark are 59 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is what you got to do. This is why you got to be. But I said that's the thing about Asaduzaman. He's basically saying to the batter, if you're going to play me, you got to use your feet. If you don't use your feet, I'm going to bog you down. I'm going to get you. And that's just what we've seen Sanjeev T do. First of 2 shots that he's played down the ground, he uses his feet, gets to the pitch, plays it lovely, and he basically is then toying with the bowler, who in one of them loses his line, goes down the leg side. That also goes to the boundary. So though he does pick up a very important wicket there of the captain, of Taranjit Barraj, he also goes for 15 in the over.
Now this is interesting because this is different from Finland. They're going to go back to Raz Mohammed with Skamans up to the stumps here in the 5th rather than continue with spin. I don't know whether they picked up something against Aslam, but it will be Raz to bowl. He gets it right first up.
I think this is them sensing, or Jonathan Collins sensing, that if they can break this partnership, then this is the key one for them. This is like probably the last of the key batters that really made any real big contributions to try to get this partnership broken. That's why Raz Mohammed is coming in here rather than bowling what he would normally bowl the 9.
Yeah, it means he won't be able to bowl at the death. This is in the air, and Collins hurls himself at it. It will just be a single out to Tumbe, who cleans up. So it's definitely a gamble. So I suppose what they're really bringing him back for is a wicket.
Yes.
They're looking for a wicket. They're looking, particularly the wicket of Tani Kaitsen. Raz Mohammed, his first over, went for 14. Was in the opening over, 1-1-1-1, 4-6. Can he get the big wicket? Well, he won't with this because he's a full toss, hanging there. In fact, he might get a wicket here. And it's been dropped for 6. Well, can you believe that? I mean, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. Parveen Kumar, this was about as high as you can hit a cricket ball. I thought it was disappearing into the jungle, but you can see he didn't get the distance, and in the end, it just bounces off the hands and over the line. 6 runs, huge moment in this eliminator.
Massive moment. The slower ball from Raz Mohammed almost works. It looked like it was going to be pumped beyond the boundary. It doesn't, it dips. But, well, Kumar, who's been so good with his catching, and now, well, to rub salt into the wounds. This one will be hit over him for 6. Well, back-to-back 6s. He knows he's lucky to be there. He's been dropped on 15. He was dropped there by Kumar on 31, and now he smashes the next one for a big 6. A little bit of Mohammed Barber about that shot.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, the thing is, these weren't easy catches. I mean, not straight down his throat, but it was so high. I don't think you can appreciate how high it was. Think about how hard this guy hits the ball. And he hit it that hard, it's pretty much up. So we've seen the key man here being given chances, and he's making them pay at the moment. Now, well, is this carried? This could be out, you know.
I think this is out. I think it's straight in his hands. From what I've just seen here, this ball is straight in his hands. He's out. He probably wants to watch. I think if the umpires on the field have said, yeah, you got to go. Well, he does get a chance, doesn't he? He gives 2 chances. And, well, there's the catch there.
Yeah.
I think there's nothing wrong with that. That is such a good catch. Another one to add to the list of great catches we've seen today. Brilliantly done there by Adnan Ahmed.
It's a really good catch. You see, just straight away, just saying, is that carried? I think you can see from the replay that it has. It was kind of a weird one, wasn't it? Because he kind of bunts it out and it never really gets too high. But, well, big moment in the game a second ago. 12 runs later, another big moment, really. But Denmark, they lose Tani Kajtsen with their team in a good position here. He goes for 43 off just 16 balls. What a performance from him. And the score now is 72 for 2.
Yeah, it's a big moment. So, I mean, they did. I mean, that was the call, wasn't it, to try and get the wicket. That's the wicket that they wanted to get. Would you sacrifice that many runs to get that man out? Well, maybe you would, because it gives them an opportunity. But, look, the man who's coming out now, Magnus Kirstensen, he's been absolutely brilliant as well. So, they do get that big wicket. They still know they still need to pick up another 2 big scalps.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. With those 12 runs even, he gets the rate down about a point.
Yeah.
So it was kind of hanging about that 8 and over. Now it's down to kind of 6.5 to 7 and over. So you are kind of banking on a bit of a collapse. But, I mean, you do have a new batter there, and hopefully you can exploit if you're Finland. They'll just be hoping they can slowly work their way into that so that the required run rate goes up to kind of 8, 9, 10 and over again, and then they'll feel it's a bit more of an even contest. But, I mean, what they have done is they've removed the immediate threat, and that was really important because he was going to win the game for Denmark really quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. The way that he was batting, he had one thing on his mind, especially once he had given those 2 chances. So dropped on 15, then on 31, and then eventually goes on 43 because of a good catch there from, Adnan. And now the new batter just takes a single. And this man, for me, I think I said this yesterday, Kirstensen, I think in terms of somebody hitting the ball straight, nobody's hit it better than him.
Yeah, he's been brilliant, hasn't he? So he retains the strike by grabbing a single off the last ball of the over. So 73 for 2. It's a very good first half, isn't it? So 73 off the first half. Now they only need 33 off the second half. And a little bit surprised they didn't go to Gallagher earlier. Although you would say in that over, that's Raz Muhammad bowled. There were 2 chances. One of them was taken.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, when you said they bring him back to get a wicket, yes, they do. But also 14 come off the over.
I think you take that because of the wicket that they've got. It just gives them hope now, and then all they're hoping now is that Gallagher bowls nice and tidily.
Well, this is a Gundy ball first up, really, from Gallagher. I think he's pretty happy that it's not close to the batter because this would have disappeared. So a wide to start.
Yeah, do you see they can just about do this with run a ball here now. So I wonder if the batter's already thinking about that. And that sometimes can be a disadvantage.
It can be. I mean, keep the runs required above the balls remaining. If you can do that all the way to the 0, you win the game. See how long you can do that. I want to say a quick hello to Adrian Pickles. He's watching from Jack Point in Adelaide, Australia. Hello to you, Adrian. Hope you're well. Said he's loving the action. Also, hello to Maiden Waters. He's watching from New South Wales, also in Australia. Here's Gallagher. Goes straight. Does he have enough? He does. Maximo bangs into the fence, and Aslam, also a pretty good straight hitter, takes this on from Gallagher and wins. And Denmark climbing into a very, very strong position now in this chase.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about Magnus Kirstensen, who comes out there. We forget that Saran Aslam is out there. This man has hit some of the biggest sixes over Cow Corner this week. So they've got plenty of batting. They've got plenty of depth. And I think I've just liked the approach, the change of approach from Denmark. You said it yourself. They were thinking about being the quickest, running the singles and making ones into twos, etc. out there. They soon changed their plan or their philosophy, and they changed it to being more attacking and more aggressive. And ever since they've made that change, well, they've looked a different team, and they certainly look like a team that could compete with anyone when they play at their best.
You're not wrong there. Gallagher is going to fight on here. That runs required back under the balls now. And this is a false shot. Someone's got to catch this to have any chance. They don't catch it. Oh, I think that's an opportunity that should have been taken. It is Raz Muhammad out there. That's been the story, hasn't it, in this innings? They've had their chances. They just haven't taken enough of them, Finland.
Yeah, I mean, there's that old phrase, isn't it, that catches, wins, matches, and they do. And we saw some superb catching, didn't we, in this match already? I mean, Denmark, I think were brilliant with their fielding. And that's what contained, I think, Finland to 105. If one or two of those catches, the very difficult catches, weren't taken, could quite easily be a 130, 140 score. And yet, in return here, unfortunately, Finland is not being their way. They've been very good with their catching, but you've seen key people that normally take them dropping them. Kuma hasn't dropped anything. He dropped Sanjeev T on 31, and there you see Kirstensen being dropped by Raz Mohammed, who himself has been outstanding there on the boundary.
Yeah. That's what pressure does, though, doesn't it? I mean, I think that one that was dropped, was it Parveen that dropped it? Out here in the deep mid-wicket boundary. I'm glad I wasn't under that one. I mean, it was pretty, I knew it was his catch, but it was so high. And the thing is, the higher it goes, just if you know your physics, the faster it's actually traveling at the moment it comes down on top of you. So if you do misjudge it, and it's kind of very hard to readjust. Well, this is going to be 6 as well. Tumbe rocks in, and Aslam rolls him into the jungle. Maximal! Denmark, well, at the moment, they look like they want to do this and do this quickly.
Yeah, that's a big shot. And you know, well, you weren't in the dream box when we decided. We know that's the side where with that long grass and those shrubs where all the snakes are. So we're not calling that snake area anymore. We're calling it the killer python area.
Oh, yeah. I'm down with that. If we get some money from the killer pythons people, that'd be even better. But anyway. What's the path back into this? You need to have a miracle kind of over here. You need to first stop the bleeding if Tumbe has just disappeared. Well, this is a false shot. Fielder goes back, another bit of a tester, and he can't get there, just can't organise himself. They do keep it in the field of play. Asaduzzaman was the man that went back. Again, he couldn't quite judge it and couldn't get around the ball. So it's 2 more runs to Denmark.
Yeah, it's another one that you've got to say when you're on form, when you're on top of your game, you're taking those. And that's Mohammed. Adusaman doesn't get hands onto it. They'll be disappointed with this fielding performance, Finland.
Goes after this again. This one won't carry out to the sweeper. Keep it to 1. Want to say a quick hello to a few other people. And I know that Liam Zamet's watching. Moosey watching from New South Wales. Hello to you. Thanks for joining us in the comment section. And Kieran Donnelly will start making the point that some catches have gone down. I think Denmark are acutely aware of that. Hit pretty well down to Gallagher, so they can just cruise now. And Finland looks like they're going to go down here, but geez, they've provided a lot of excitement. How about that unbeaten start through the first 2 days? Wasn't a lot of fuss about them going in really after they underwhelmed us last year with 1 win out of 8. They missed the finals altogether, but this year they've had some very, very impressive performances. This is another one that may carry out to the man, and he drops it at the last moment. He had that for so long.
Well,
and yeah, I don't know, but I think everyone thought he caught it.
Nathan Collins thought he had it.
Yeah.
He was applauding him. It was a great effort. I have to say, he comes from a long way, dives forward as an Ahmed, but once again, just can't keep the ball in his hands. It's been the story of the innings. Look, it's in his hands there, but as he hits the deck, elbows hit the ground hard, ball pops out.
Yeah, sums it up for Finland, and that's why the fact they weren't able to hold on to the double chance, it's kind of, it stings, doesn't it? To get to the end of the over. And the score is 96 for 2 after 7 overs. So just to let you know exactly what's happening here on today, we have finals day, and right now you're watching Finland versus Denmark. Does look to me like Denmark are going to make it through. So that will set up a rematch of Sweden versus Denmark. That's the contest from last night. So it went right down to the second last ball, where all hell broke loose, really. We had the ball hit into the commentary box to win the game. We had Momand jump over the fence and break it and roll down the hill, but he's fine. It's all kinds of... I might have to pull that up as well, that video. But right now, Finland hoping for a miracle, trying to defend 10 in the last 3 overs. And this will be a dot ball. They need plenty more of those.
Yeah, good work there from the captain, Nathan Collins. Nothing getting past me, he says. So Magnus Kirstensen doesn't really want to be taking any risks here.
What I've liked about Christensen's batting is that he's not too one-dimensional. He looks to get forward if he can't. He doesn't mind taking a big step back and punching it off the back foot. It was clever in-between length that time from Asaduzzaman. This time he does get forward. Oh, this is about as pretty as it gets. That was all about the technique from Magnus. as he brings up the 100 in this game doesn't have too long to go now, Rico.
No, as I said, I think hitting straight, nobody's hit it better, nobody's hit it cleaner, and nobody's looked more elegant playing that shot. That's a beautiful shot. He just waits for it, and once he gets the ball he can put away, he puts it away.
He's just happy to take the one. So you got a feel for Finland, but I mean, they peaked early, didn't they? I think some of the other teams caught up to Finland, who had some memorable performances. Of course, it's been great to have Maya and Claire here as well. I'm sure they'll be sticking around for the rest of the festivities, but the Finns on their last legs here in the 8th over.
Yeah, one good shot will do it here now. Just 3 runs required. As a Disserman, can he get a good ball in here and take Denmark to the next? Well, he tries, but this one will go all the way. This is big. Adios, Polota. And, well, it's also going to be sad to say adios to Finland, but not before they really did show us the way to do it. They really did show us that they are the most improved team in this European Cricket Championship. The way that they've come out and played this year has been absolutely dynamic. And the improvement in them and their game and the way that they've gone about things has been amazing. But it hasn't been enough to get it past the very strong team from Denmark. Denmark would have been disappointed last night losing that match after posting 140 on the board against Sweden. But what they have done by winning this match is given themselves that matchup again. It will be Denmark facing Sweden in the next match, which is going to come up in about an hour and 20 minutes time. So a bit of a break coming up here now. But that will be the next qualifier. Whoever wins out of Denmark and Sweden will face Netherlands in the final. They do this quite emphatically in the end with 12 balls to go. And it's our man out there, Sanjeev T, who really set the pace. But well done to the ladies out there. I mean, they have done their team proud, Maya and Claire. And I know that the boys from Finland have appreciated their support. It's been instrumental in the way that they've played their cricket. They've entertained us, they've excited us, but it has to be said that unfortunately when it came to this very important eliminator in the field, they just weren't at their best, and we saw a number of chances that did go down. I mean, that one was a difficult one from Tambe, but there were 1 or 2 others, straightforward ones, that should have been taken. It was a good start though from Tanjit Barraj and also from Sanjeev T. I mean, they were hitting the ball big, and they were hitting the ball, well, into the stands as well and into the camera tower. That's how good they were. But it needed something special, and it needed one man who I've been very impressed with throughout the championship. Probably, for me, one of the top spinners of the championship, as a Disserman who got the wicket and the good wicket of Tanjit. But you see there, it was those little moments that cost them. That was a great catch there from Adnan, did really well, but there was one later on that he put down. Just those catches. If only they could have held on to those catches, the story here could have been a little different.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Just innings of missed opportunities really for the Finns. And I know that you were pretty happy with your Cartama pin there and your peacock shirt. And I think that when it came down to it, there was no shortage of entertainment. A few disappearing into the killer python territory, as you've called it now. Yeah, but this is the risk, I suppose. You lose one hitter, you get some other really big hitters as well out there. And ultimately, that score just doesn't stand up in the face of an all-out assault from the top 4 of Denmark, who I think go into the Swedish match now with revenge on their mind, because they obviously went down in the last over last night. But I mean, looking there, the openers did the job, and particularly Tani Carson was excellent.
Yeah, he's been great all the way through, hasn't he? He's been so, and the other thing, he's been consistent. He's performed regularly for Denmark, as has their captain. I think you've got to say Taranjit Barraj as well. They were a team that started with with 3 defeats, and we just couldn't quite believe that they hadn't got a win under their belt, because they were a team that were looking good but just not able to finish well. But they made some subtle changes. They changed things around. Their mindset changed. They understood the way this format and this game is played pretty quickly. And once they applied that, they went to winning ways, and they're looking a very good and dangerous team.
Well, what can you say about that? It wasn't that close in the end, but we know that all these teams that we are seeing now on finals day, they are closely matched, particularly, Finland, Sweden, and Denmark. Right now, we saw Denmark. They wanted to chase. That's the thing as well.
Yep.
The captain, Taranjit Barrage, said, look, we want to chase. That's what we want to do. We want to know what we're chasing and how to approach it. I think they approached it in an intelligent fashion. I don't think they crept up at the rate. They tried to get ahead, basically. And really, even though they lose those couple of wickets, they never really lost their way in that chase. So let's just have a look at what's coming up now, and we have a little bit of a break. In fact, we'll be back in about 90 minutes, so an hour and a half to qualifier 2. It'll be Sweden versus Denmark. Like I said, it's a rematch of the first and the last group match, actually, and both of those matches were won by Sweden. But the Danes, you just feel that they're building at the right time. Of course, the winner of that game will go on to play the Group B final against the Netherlands 11. So I just want to say, finally, big thanks to the Finns. I mean, I think the Finland guys, they've been brilliant. Really enjoyed kind of seeing them with a bit more of what they can offer. I think last year, 1-7 didn't really give a good indication of how good a cricketers they are. Got to say, I loved the work of Atish Rashid, Amjad Sher as well. I think Skamans was excellent behind the stumps. He was a real leader. You mentioned the spin of Asadu Zaman and Gallagher. And look, Raz Mohammed was brilliant as well. Plenty of good performers. I think we talk about improvement. Certainly, it was a much improved ECC for Finland, even though they didn't quite get as far as I'm sure they would have liked to.
Yeah, absolutely. And what I'm thinking in my mind is seeing the improvement that they've made in sort of 12 months. I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing them next year because they will get better and better. I mean, some of those players that they've picked up have performed really well here. And I just get the feeling that from what we've seen already, they will take so much heart from their performances in this 2022 championship. I think when we see them next year, they'll be even better and even stronger.
There's a little something there,
Yeah,
so watch out for that.
It's snack time.
Look, what I will say is that the toss is about to happen for qualifier 2 between Sweden and Denmark. Stay tuned to our website, europeancricket.com. I'm not asking you any more questions, that's for sure. Also, I'll put it in the comment section when I can. But for now, Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, Rico Full with me, and we'll be back after the break in around about an hour and a half for this crunch match. 2 teams will show, one will have to go. Sweden, Denmark for the right to play Netherlands 11 in the final of Group B. We'll see you soon for more action right here from Spain in the Dream 11 European Cricket Championship.
Hello and welcome back to finals day here in Group B in this Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Okay, we started the day with 4 teams still in the running to qualify from Group B, but now we are down to 3. We know the Netherlands 11, they're already in the Group B final a little bit later, but now it's time to see qualifier number 2. And we're going to see Sweden versus Denmark. Sweden, they weren't able to get over the Netherlands 11 this morning, but they did have the double chance. Denmark, they survived the eliminator against the Finns, sending the Finns home. So look, it's going to be a huge game and a huge coin toss. Well, we need a huge coin for that, and Rob Kemming has it. He's with the 2 captains.
Your call. Ezio. It's Dream11. All bat first.
So it is Sweden that win the toss, and their captain Shazeb Chowdhury has elected to bat first. Interesting for me that they would do that after that epic chase that they pulled off last night. They pulled off a 141 chase in the night match, setting the last ball into the dream box, the commentary box. And that was quite a dramatic finish to that one. But earlier in the week, don't forget, Sweden did beat Denmark in match 1 as well by 31 runs. So they've kind of had the wood on the Danes, but Denmark, they're building, aren't they? I think their openers are really, really important. I think that they have shown that they have kind of picked up the pace in this format of the game. They like to hit sixes. That's what they're trying to do now. They're being uber attacking. I think, look, 2 teams with a lot of firepower. Only one of them will survive to the final a little bit later on. I've got no idea who's favourite in this either. Both these teams won 3 matches through the group phase. So very even, only separated by net run rate. And look, I think it'll be a cracking qualifier too. Rico Full, he is up in that cube, and I can tell you that the ball is still up there that Chowdhury hit last night. The news from the toss is that it is Sweden that won the toss. This time, they're going to bat first.
Hola, bienvenidos y bienvenidos a este campo de Cartama Oval aquí en España, in Andalusia. Hello, good afternoon and welcome back. Well, whatever it is that you were doing in that short break we had, I hope you made the most of it. Maybe you had a spot of lunch, maybe you didn't, maybe you already sat in front of your box with your lunch right now. Well, I tell you what you have got coming up now is going to be a humdinger of a match. If last night was anything to go by, these 2 teams met last night in the well, a very important and very exciting match, and wasn't it just that? Denmark put 140 on the board, losing just 3 wickets, and it was Sanjeev T who was in good form again, as well as Saran Arslan. Both of these men were performing again here today. They helped the team get to 140, but Sweden it was that got to that score with a ball to go. And you just see what our bat versus ball wall has to say about this one. It's going to be a very important match there, but what we do know is that Sweden have elected to bat. And, well, Sweden also expected to be 114 to 102 in this one. I just get a feeling, though, you know, that underneath this glorious sunshine on another glorious hot day here on the Costa del Sol, that this is going to be another high-scoring, dramatic game as we get ready to start. The openers, Devachan Dash and Sher Ali are ready to go. Sher Ali, well, he made a 0 in the first match here today against the very powerful Netherlands, who beat them early this morning, 144 to 96. But though they lost by 48 runs, they are a team finishing second in the standings that earn the right to have a second chance at getting into the final later today. And that chance is now one of these 2 teams will make it into the final. One will be eliminated. Who will it be? Well, we'll have to wait and see. Ishan Karimi, he has been outstanding with the ball, and he's looking to take some early wickets against this powerful Swedish team. Time partner Frederica Constant is ready to give the umpires the thumbs up, and there we go. Sullivan Saeed, the Italian stallion, says let's go, let's rock. Positive start, and well, bit of a wild throw back to the keeper, and they will take a single, and that's a little bit sloppy. And Sher Ali does get down to the other end. Sher Ali, as I said already, he went first ball earlier today, so he'll be wanting to make sure he gets some runs on the board here, but not the best of runners, you see. And we have seen, actually, because of his lack of enthusiasm maybe with the running, he's got himself out a few times, run out. Needs to be on the ball here. There's a big prize on the line, and well, yeah, he is frustrated here. And Sher Ali just looking at Devachan Dash and saying, hey, mate, that's your call. We need to be going here. Look, it goes through the keeper, and, well, Dash is not looking at all. A missed opportunity. Karimi gets this nicely pitched up, just easily stroked away. So Ali, I think there was a conscious effort there from him to make sure he's going to get off the mark in this one. He doesn't want to make a pair, does he? Gets himself to the non-strikers then. The Bachan Dash back and strike. Hasn't gone big as yet, Dash. And this is well bowled. This is what Kareem does really well. Gets the ball darted in from an angle. It's a very tricky little campaigner, is Ishan Karimi. And that's that delivery that he's got so many batters outfoxed with. In the air, chance taken. Adios to the Bachchan Dash. He has to go, tries to go over the top off the infield out there on the offside. That's a really sharp catch that's been taken. One thing that Denmark have been good with today is they have been sensational. And that man, especially Sanjeev T in the action once more. What a great day that he's having. Remember, he produced a marvellous performance in the field. We saw him take some great catches before a player of the match performance, 43 of 16. Against Finland, knocking the Finns out. But that's a good catch, 2 feet in the air. No mistakes from him. He is a man who's on a high. A great start. And they've got one of the hard hitters out. So Bachchan Dash, just like I said, though we know he's an explosive player, it's just not happened for him here in Andalusia, Malaga, this magnificent Cartama Oval. So he goes, but there's plenty of other good batters to come. And we've seen in the last match, it was Azam Khalil that came in at number 3. They're making a change here. They're going with Umar Nawaz. So Umar Nawaz, I mean, we've said this all the way along. He's just like the Bachchan Dash. He's a very, very good player. We've seen him score a century in Sweden earlier this season. In fact, I was there. He scored 100, and then he scored 89 in consecutive knocks. He's a classy batter, but one who hasn't quite found his form in this Dream11 European Cricket Championship as yet. But what a time this would be for him to perform. Karimi ends the over and does well like he has done all the way through in this championship. He's been such a good, reliable bowler for his side. And, well, this is the stats we've had. We'll just have a look here at the Swedish batters so far. So, Ali, he's got to score runs here for his team, you just feel. You also got Nusratul and Sultan to come in. He's been good. And the captain, Shazib Chowdhury, is starting to find his form. And he's been performing when in the big matches. But we've talked about Sanjeev T, 280 runs he's got in this championship so far. He's been top draw. Sticking with spin and going with, oh, this is nicely played out, no run there. So Karimi, he's first over, just 3 from it, and he did pick up the wicket of Dash. Lucky Malik. Well, not so lucky. This is big. Bowl! The first Maximo of this qualifier, and it comes, and it's big. What a big hit that is. Just smashes it out of the ground. Umar Nawaz, we know what he's all about. Or maybe he's going to come good when it matters for his side. Big hit. Lucky Malik. Let's see what he can do about this one. Well, going for another one. It's going to be back-to-back sixes. Gea. Shaka. Manos arriba, Mitro. Porque eso es 6 carreras. Adios, pelota. And Nawaz, well, he's starting to open up. He must be feeling pretty good right now. Back-to-back sixes from him. One man is not feeling so good. Is Lucky Malik. Oh, where's that luck gone? He's not coming just yet. This is going to be 4 more. Well, 2 sixes and a 4. And Umar Nawaz, he is hungry for more. This is the perfect response that Sweden wanted after Dash went so early. Good hit. Gets it through the gap between long on and mid-wicket. 4 more runs. And they made a change here, going for Lucky Malik. I'm not sure why. I'm not sure what the reasoning here was, but it's backfired. This one may get called wide. It does. And umpire Shubh Navjot Singh. Of course, there's a wide. Our man in black, he's out there with Suleiman Saeed at square leg, the Italian stallion. Goes again, but this time doesn't quite get it right. But we'll rotate the strike. And that means that he'll give a ball to Sher Ali to face. Rico Full here of the European Cricket Network, and it's my pleasure to be joined once more by the legend himself, Mr. Maximo.
Yeah, thanks, Rico. Interesting start this one. Bit of bash and crash, and no good for Dash so far, as he was dismissed, but Sher Ali's still there.
Hits it hard, but straight back at the bowler. Does well. Malik stops that. He doesn't go magical, but he goes for 18, 21 off the first 2 overs. 1 wicket down.
This was hit so hard, wasn't it? Sherali picked out the bowler. Lucky that hit Lucky's hands. Put it that way. 21 for 1 after 2. Just a reminder, we are going all around Europe this year. We have been to plenty of places already, and we have been to many places already. Like I said, we have also had a century from Umer Nawaz, who scored one in Landskrona. It was back on the 5th of May. So now he's hoping that he can do something similar, if not the 3 figures, something useful for Sweden. But certainly, it's been a pretty good start from him. He hasn't quite had his touch this week, has he, Nawaz? But a very bright start, 18 off 6.
Look, we know that he's a talented player, Vinny. And it was only, I said this yesterday, didn't I, when we were talking about the Hungarian side that hadn't clicked, that, you know, form can come and go, but class is permanent, and he's a classy player. And Shakil Zeb now comes into the attack, who normally has bowled the second over. I mean, what's your theory about using Lucky Malik there as the second bowler here, the opening bowler, when really everything they've done so far up to now has worked so well for Denmark? Why make that change?
I suppose they want to just keep him up their sleeve, I suppose. But look at Zeb. He's been really successful as well. So I think sometimes change is as good as a holiday. They just want to keep these batters guessing. Yeah, Nawaz is the wild card here. Hasn't really clicked for Sweden this week, but he's looking good early.
Well, this is played out. The fielder's got some work to do. Got to get down. Gets down well. Makes the stop. And a good arm back in to his captain, Taranjit Barrage. Just keeps it to 1. Yeah, he's a bit disappointed, I think, Nawaz, that he hasn't made more of that one. It wasn't the best of deliveries from Zeb. It was down the leg side.
I'll say quick hello to Wayne, who is in the comment section at the moment, and to SF Shohag as well, to Sundori, Selva Kumar, Murugasamy as well. Great to have your company. What a game this is. 2 teams show, and 1 has to go.
Oh, that's a beaut. Absolute beaut. And there's that little flaw that I think Sher Ali has. Against the quicker bowlers, he likes to step away. He's very strong and aggressive, playing shots outside the upper. Look, there's no way you should be going down the leg side to that. You've got to be playing straight to it.
He's very lucky to still have a middle stump after that. And that is the thing. If you want to call it a flaw, sometimes it's a strength as well. I think when the bowling is a bit better, it's hard to get away with that consistently.
Zeb this time into the pads of Sher Ali. And Ali straight away puts out the stop sign. Doesn't want this. I don't think he had much of an idea where it was. And Nawaz just going up to him, just having a little chat with him. I think what he's probably saying to him, hey, look, stand straight, stand firm. Don't start drifting away down the leg. We'll let the ball come to you. Because I think Zeb is going to once again target him outside the off. Where Sher Ali is good is when it's short outside off. His uppercut is very strong and powerful, and with the point up in the circle, it's a shot that it would like to take on. Backward point though on the boundary, and third man. So an interesting field set to Sher Ali. Short, doesn't find the gap, and turns down the single as well. Nawaz sent back, and Ali finding it difficult to get going. Just a single of 6 deliveries. It's not the strike rate we're used to seeing from the big man.
Yeah, but we have seen these Swedish openers turn around quickly. Remember, Dash was super slow last night in match 20, and then he just went bang, 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 bang. So he can turn around quickly. But if he does get out here, he'll feel like he's burned some balls for his team. Last ball of the power play coming up from Zeb.
Smashed, and this goes. Adios, Bolota. Will give it a towel, put some sun cream on it, and tell it to have a good time, because it ain't coming back. That's gone a long way. Big hit.
That one's heading to the player, to the beach, and you're right. It was dug in short. Takes it on and wins, doesn't he? Sher Ali, powerful finish to the power play. And after 3 overs, Sweden are 28 for 1.
Yeah, needed that shot. I think Sher Ali needed it as well. I think you're absolutely right. I think if that M1 ended up being a dot as well, and he's 1 of 7, he's going to be feeling it. Getting the 6 there. Well, okay, he's run a ball at the moment. And also, he's found one out the middle of his bat, and that's important for Sher, especially considering he got a first bowler in that all-important match against the Netherlands early on.
Bit of a momentum shifter, isn't it, as well? Last ball of the over. He'd only gone for 1 up to that point, and now 7. Still a decent over, but I think Zeb will be kicking himself, and he goes the journey. Now we're going to see some spin. I think all these teams are kind of experimenting in the middle. A lot of them are using a lot of spin. And Abdullah Mahmood, I think he's had a very good week with the ball. He's going to come in to bowl over number 4. I don't think Nawaz is going to have any patience for him.
And he hits this well. Once again, work to be done on the boundary. And despite the effort, he can't get there. बहुत अच्छा शॉट मारे फील्ड ने काफ़ी कोशिश की थी मूसा महमूद ने पर चौका लग गया 4 carreras más. Yeah, nice shot, and you see the dive here from the fielder. Good effort from Musa, but he's not able to get there. Just creeps under his hand. And this one will go for 4 as well. It's not a good delivery from Mahmood. He strays down on the leg side, and that's just an easy hit. And 4 more runs. So the first 2 deliveries go to the boundary. And Umar Nawaz, as I said, he's timing his form to perfection in this must-win match. Sweden or Denmark will be in the final. Who will it be? Goes for it, is up in the air, and I think he's going to clear the fielder, is he? Yes, he is, comfortably. Well, that's one way to get the ball back to the bowler. And well, tell you what, this is quite amazing. Big 6, goes all the way, boom, shakka lagya, it smashes into the boundary bollard, stronger together, and the ball then rolls all the way back to the bowler. Well, we've seen some things here today. Well, this is the first, watch this. And the Pelota makes his own way back. And that's quite amazing. So what an over this is so far. 2 4s, a big 6. Umar Nawaz is back. He misses out on this one. Well, he's thrown everything into this. He's trying to send this one to the moon, I think. He misses out. Everything, including the kitchen sink in that swing. But it's a dot ball. And a better delivery, though, I think. Mahmood gets it wider. Chance, big moment. Taken. Gachafarlia batter out, so Nawaz has to go, but not before he scored a very quick fire 33 off the 13 deliveries he's faced. 13 will be the unlucky number in terms of the ball's face for Nawaz, but finally, the sleeping giant, and we knew that he's a good batter, Vinny. Finally, he makes a contribution, and he helps Sweden to, well, a pretty good start here after they lost Dash early.
Yeah, no doubt about that. He'll be disappointed to get out at this stage after such a start. Clever bowling from Mahmood, though. I think he pulls it a little bit wider to the left, and so he makes Umar fetch it. All he could do was get a top edge. Well held by Shakil Zeb in the circle. So 33 of the 42 runs have been scored so far by that man, Umar Nawaz, but he's gone now, and it's 42 for 2.
Well, he goes, and if one powerful batter is making his way out, there's another one who's making his way in, and it's Nusratullah Sultan. I mean, this guy is just, well, he's built like a tank, and if he gets going, he's got plenty of firepower that could, well, trouble any tank as well.
I think that Nusratullah eats bricks for breakfast, because he's built like one, isn't he? He's built like the barbecue that we used to cook on out the farmhouse. He's a guy that can absolutely smash it, and he's going to try. Here he is to Mahmood. Last ball, the 4th.
Hits it hard along the deck. Fielder does well. Tidy. Good boundary patrol. Gets his body behind it. Gets dirty for his team. That's what they've got to do here, and that will be the end of the over. So a nice start. The Sultan is very important, I think, here that what Sweden do is no matter which batter goes in, that they keep being positive, keep playing their shots.
For me here, the bonus is that Sher Ali hasn't clicked at all so far. Just that 1-6 in the first 4 overs from him. But he's still there, so he can obviously still click. And they've got plenty of batting to come. Not really any kind of wicket trouble at the moment, just the 2 down. And some good batting to come. Remember how good Shazeb Chowdhury, the captain's, been with the bat in the last 24 hours or so, or 48 hours even. They're going to go to spin, though. I thought it was a matter of time until we saw some wrist spin here. It's going to be Lucky Malik who's going to bowl over number 5.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this one, you know. Is it Lucky Malik or the game with Swami? I think surely that's...
Oh, yeah, pardon me. It is.
I was going to say Lucky Malik did not bowl well, and I wouldn't be going back to him, to be honest. But Swami, this is a guy, I think he can cause you trouble in the air. He's quite deceptive. He holds the ball back, and what he's done quite well is he's always managed to get the ball sort of more or less on that off peg, which will make it difficult for these sort of guys that like to hit over cow corner.
He's coming round the wicket, so interesting one. He's trying to make the most of that angle across and kind of accentuate it. You see the outfielders forming a wall. There's 5 outfielders
interesting this for me. I don't know why you would come around the wicket. I mean, you've got to get this right.
I think it's because you're trying to just put that angle into overdrive. So he's already angling that way, and the turn will make it go more that way. So he's saying, look, if you're trying to go leg side, I'm going to put all the angles against you. So you're going to have to go against that. And I think that Sultan won't care. I think that he'll still try and hit it. So a bit of game of, I don't know, cat and mouse, more cat and cat, because it's a real cat fight here, I think, in the 5th over.
Sher Ali, the captain, quiet up until now. He's going run the ball 7.
Cat and mouse is normally you kind of hide your strategy. But I think Sultan just turns to the jungle and points over there and says, guess what? That's why I'm trying to hit you, and I know that you know, and I don't really care. Anyway, right now, here's Sher Ali.
Ali gives himself some space, and he has to get back pretty quickly, and the big man, well, it takes him a while to stop and turn, but luckily for him, he does manage it. It's a good bit of work there once again from Sanjeev T.
Yeah, Sher Ali had to stick it in reverse pretty quick, which I don't think he enjoyed, but it shows you how much it means to him. Slides in just in time.
Catch that is the shout, but he's hit this very fine, and they're not going to catch it. Under, Eva, but they ain't going to get there. That's 4 runs. It's nicely done by Sher Ali. Interesting, I mean, Denmark, and you'd expect this from Denmark. They're a class team, and I think their management staff have had a good look at Sweden.
Yeah.
And, especially Keith Tengawar and Paul Hutchinson, and they've set the right field here, I think, to Sher Ali.
Such a clever shot. We haven't really seen that from Sher.
Just look at the 3 guys there. They're there because Sher Ali does like to give himself space and play out in the off. And there you go. That's why they're there. But once again, this time the fielder stops it. So you can see they've done their homework. They know where he wants to play shots. That most batters will be looking to play that on the leg side. But Sher Ali still goes down the leg and looking to play the ball to point back.
They're polar opposites, these 2 batters. You'll see Sultan want to hit the ball to the right of screen now. But I've got to say the reverse was a clever option because he knows exactly where Psalmi's going to try and bowl the ball. And it's a very low-risk shot, I think, to get that paddle fine. Anyway, here's the Sultan.
Goes for the big shot, misses out. And that field completely changes here to Sultan. There's now that field that was set for Sher Ali that spreads a little. So you've almost got a line of fire now. A straight line of the players on the offside, and everybody else is back on the leg side. 3 men pretty close to each other for that shot that they know the Sultan will play. So you've got long on, mid wicket, and then you've got, well, you almost got 2 mid wickets in there in square leg.
It brings up the 50 off the last ball of the 5th over. So halfway through this crucial game, Sweden going to be 50 for 2 after 5 overs. Well, it's a funny toss of the coin because I think both teams got what they wanted out of that. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo Rico with me for the European Cricket Network. And yeah, interesting, it's a bit of a change from last night because don't forget that Sweden pulled off an epic chase, really. It was a crazy night game, 141 they pulled off with an over to spare. But Sweden also won batting first in the first game of the week when they won 132 to 101. So what do you think? Denmark, I think they want to chase. They feel confident they can chase whatever Sweden set them.
Yeah, I think they made that decision early on today. I think that that loss yesterday against Sweden meant that the captain changed his mindset slightly, and he wanted to chase. It worked well against Finland, so he's happy with it, and he doesn't want to change it. He doesn't want to give Sweden the opportunity to do what they did last night.
And sometimes if you haven't played as much T10 cricket, I think having a target can help, so you know exactly how to pace your innings and how many risks to take. I think sometimes teams haven't played as much. I mean, Denmark are in that category. I think they can be a bit directionless, or they go too crazy in the first half and take too many risks.
Yeah,
so I don't mind that.
I think you're right. I think when you look at the batting yesterday of Denmark in that loss to Sweden when they put 140 on the board, I think the captain's probably thinking, well, you know what, because we didn't know what we needed, 140 we thought was enough. I think they quite easily could have, if they wanted to, go on to a 155, 160 score, but they thought they were already safe. I think when you're chasing in the similar situation, because you know what you've got to get to, you can plan it and time it better.
If I've learned anything, you are never safe on the European Cricket Network. We've seen some dramatic turnarounds. Sweden, they're kind of masters of the big chase as well, don't forget. They chased down 150 against Belgium last year, the game we coined the impossible chase. Chased 141 last night. Well, here we go. Sanjeev T is in. Danny Cartama starts with a filthy half tracker, and this one isn't coming back. Maximo! Well, the Sultan's been waiting, and he gets a big gift from Sanjeev T first up. 6 runs to Sweden.
Well, this is boom-blastic as it goes all the way. This is another one that goes into the Killer Pythons area. And, well, good luck, boys, getting that one down. And shout out to the ground staff here. They've been absolutely brilliant. And, well, they always fighting the elements as they go into some of these areas to retrieve these balls. This time, hit towards long on. Good stop made by Adam Lee. Gets the ball back. Sanjeev just checking. He's got his field right, making sure he hasn't got too many people outside the 30-yard circle. Only 5 allowed out now, remember. And Taranjit Maharaj is wanting to make a change. He's happier that he gets the man cover to go back, more of a sweeper role, and bring in the extra cover into the 30-yard circle. Let's see how this works. And Ali, well, a little bit of luck, hay poquito de suerte ahí. Por Sher Ali es 4 carreras, pero suerte, suerte. Pero no pasa nada. 4 is 4.
Yeah, take him how you can get him, really. Sher gives it both barrels. Slight misfire. Still does a bit of damage, doesn't it? As Tani Carthason goes for a boundary, following up from the 6 that was hit first ball. Let's see if he can make the most of this start, Sher Ali.
Good pick up from the bowler. That's hit pretty well, pretty sharp. And he's very quick, is Sanjeev, to cleanly take this. No run there.
Sher Ali, I think, he's got to go for everything now. I think they've got batting to come. There's 4 overs plus to go. He's got to hope he can get a few away.
Plays this nicely, and the captain, well, just showing the bowler that he knows what field to set. And he's the man that made the change to that field, and well, he was spot on with it. Just having a little chat here now to Sanjeev. Is obviously now going to be bowling here to Nusratullah Sultan, and he's probably just had a little word in his ear.
Well, I'm going to go put my crystal ball on the table. I'm going to say Nusratullah is going to step about half a metre outside off stump, and he's going to try and cross bat this into the jungle. And it doesn't really matter where Sanjeev puts the ball. I think it's actually irrelevant probably where the field is too, because if he hits it, it's going to go over them. Now, interesting, they're really tempting him because they're bringing an extra man up on the leg side. This is a big gamble. He's got to get it real left here. He doesn't. Well, he might have picked out the fielder though, and he's gone. Well, how about that? It's a little miss hit from Sultan. I said didn't matter where it put the fielders. Well, it did matter because Christensen was able to hold on to that little ice cream cone, I think. But the Sultan has fallen. It's the end of the 6th over, 62 for 3.
Well, this is just, you know, when a plan comes together. Well, that plan does come together perfectly, and it just goes to say that sometimes just taking a little time, a few seconds that it took for Taranjit Maharaj, the captain of Denmark, and the bowler Sanjeev T, just thought, well, let's work this one out. Let's have a think about this. We've done the homework on Sultan. Let's execute it, and they did. They changed the field. The perfect ball is bowled by Sanjeev. The Sultan, he's not going to shy away from the shot, goes for it, and well, there you go, Christensen. He takes the catch, and they get rid of the big man. Nusratullah Sultan goes for 10 of 7 deliveries. Well done to Denmark for, well, once again, it's not just what you do on the field of play, it's all the work that you do behind the scenes as well, all the technical stuff, and it works a treat for them here.
I still can't work out what the plan was, except for hope that he mishit it, because I thought they were really trying to pull him wider outside off stump with that field, but they bowled it pretty much where he wanted it, just maybe a bit fuller, and he just picked out that fielder. I'm going to say good planning then, but it wouldn't have been such good planning if he'd middled it, because we wouldn't have been finding that ball. New batter at the crease.
Not a chance. Gone. 2 in 2, and both the big hitters have gone balls of each other, and it is Rasmal Swami bowling the first ball of each second. That removes Sher Ali. He will go for 17 of 14 deliveries, and just like that, Denmark are on the up. They've got 2 of the big men out, and once again, it's the spin attack. A lot of teams have turned to spin. Spin is working here at the Cartama Oval.
Yeah, it is. So Sher, again, can't cash in on the start. He's been there the whole time. And hasn't had too much of the strike, to be fair. He only faced 13 balls in the first 6 overs, but the 14th had his name on it. Somi takes the wicket. big momentum shifter in the game with those 2 set batters gone. Sweden now 62 for 4 in the 7th.
Yeah, to me, it is clever. I mean, because it's all about doing your homework. They knew right from the start where they do not want to be bowling to Sher Ali. The field is set. They know he's strong outside the off. They haven't given him hardly anything to play in that area. They've made him drive, and that's the key. Sometimes we see this. You can see some batters and say, right, that's his weakness. You've got to make him drive. That is exactly what Rasul Swami does. Sher Ali, he knows he's got to get a move on. He knows he has to take the shot on, even though he's not. He's the shot that he prefers to play, and a great catch that's been taken. Another wicket goes, and this is just good tactics from Denmark.
Interestingly, Zahid came in for the previous wicket, batting above Azam Khalil, but Khalil will actually face first, as there was a change of over between the 2 wickets. Khalil won't be afraid to use his feet here. Goes back instead, punches away, no run. So 110 and over pace. Denmark made 105 look pretty small in their last game. Sweden, they'll fight all the way. We've seen them do it time and time again, both at international level and their champion club earlier this year.
Nice, clever bowling. Really did hold this one back, this one. I mean, you can see that Khalil is really wanted to go for the big shot. Doesn't get it right, but he does get the single. So cans over the strike here to Zabi Zahid. Zahid, well, in that match that Sweden played earlier today against the Netherlands, which they lost, all the batters came out and were able to find the middle of the bat pretty well. And Zahid, if you remember, well, he had a little bit of a battle with Sebastian Braat.
I love it.
It was bat, ball, and a bit of mouth as well.
I love it. I love it. Zahid, he will be a pest to the other team. And I heard a quote yesterday. I'm not saying I agree with it, but I heard it. And I won't say who said it. And I want to get your thoughts on this in a second. First, let's watch this ball. Swing and a miss, well bowled by Stormy. Hasn't gone for many at all.
Very good bowling.
Somebody said, look, T10's a different beast. And you know what they said to me? They said, Vinny, in my opinion, if you think T10 is a gentleman's game, you're kidding yourself. It's everyone for themselves. As we get to the end of the 7th over, it's 63 for 4. I'll give us an opportunity just quickly to let you know about where we're at on the European Cricket Network. And where we're at is a lot of places, because at European Cricket on social media, that's a great place you can go to catch up on some clips. I can see that one from this morning already. It's got a bit viral. Jyoti throwing the ball onto his own head.
Yeah, that was absolutely sensational.
You can see that's, if you can send me a message as well at Mr. Maximo on Instagram, Twitter or Facebook, if you want to get in touch and have any questions about European cricket. Sometimes I can read the comments out on the air as well. And Rico, you're into the Instagram too now, aren't you? Rico Full, you're smashing it on there. And at European Cricket though, check it out. Obviously our YouTube channel, broadcasting cricket 45 weeks this year. So check that out if you love entertainment and you like to have a bit of fun as well. Speaking of fun, I think that Denmark having a bit of fun in the last couple of overs. Abdul Mahmood comes back to bowl over number 8.
Bowls well. So they're staying with the spin, keeping the pace off. They know that these batters are itching to get a bit of pace. Just not giving them anything at the moment. Really good. And how about that last over though? What a fantastic over that was from Swami. He only just went, I think, just the one run off it.
Yeah, he did.
Gets down, and they'll take the single.
I've got to say I'm a little bit surprised, given the situation, they haven't batted Chowdhury, the captain, in the top 6 here. I would have thought about 4 overs to go would have been ideal for him. They had 2 opportunities to bring him out, and they didn't. Nothing against the guys out there, of course, that are very capable. But he is the man with the hot hand for Sweden.
Firmly struck and lovely shot. This is 4 runs. This is all about timing and execution and placement. This is a quality shot. Top draw. 4 runs there from Azam Khalil.
That's a classical shot here. And he doesn't quite make it a half volley, but almost. Doesn't try and hit across the ball. It's just a very good cricketing shot. Back to live action.
Quicker one. And almost catches the bat. Almost a...
What do you think? T10's not a gentleman's game. They said if it hits you, run. Take what you can. No comment?
I'm going to disagree. I mean, I'll tell you why I'm going to disagree, because it's well bowled, and Azam Khalil was up to the task. From what we've seen already in Group A and Group B, I mean, I know these guys have been very competitive out there, but I think the sportsmanship has been absolutely brilliant as well. So, yeah, I'm going to disagree.
That's fair that you disagree. I'm not saying I agree with either. I think on the field, a little bit of anything goes within reason. I just think the line is pushed a little bit.
I think the thing
I don't
is,
mind a bit of a celebration in
I don't either.
T10.
I don't either.
Thing, you know?
Let it. I mean, when you're out there and it's competitive, let it be, let it happen. But what I'm saying is the way that everyone has come together afterwards.
I
has
think
been
that
just
is,
special.
that is very important. And we know these guys are enjoying the experience, travel on the same bus to get here, staying in the same hotel. So I think, without a doubt, I think all competitive, but also fun as well, because it's such a festival of cricket. And these people are all here because they love the game.
Well bowled. This is a bump. And, I think the bowler wasn't sure. He made sure. It's a very good catch, actually. It takes it second time round. Good reflexes, but again, it's a really, really good over. And they just have put the squeeze here on Sweden, and it's all happened after that. Well, I think it happened from that fifth over onwards, really, when that wicket went, key wicket.
Yeah, probably, yeah, the 2 wickets and 2 balls. Since then, I can see that we've only had, count them up, 9 runs in 11 balls.
Yeah.
So, yeah, 9 runs in 2 overs, essentially. Zeb's going to come back. They just need a little kick here, Sweden. And with only 2 overs left, you've got the 6 wickets to play with. You might as well just go all out here. That's what they'll be trying.
Oh, good. That's the standards, isn't it? That is the standards, and this time it's Lucky Malik. Well, Lucky Malik wasn't so lucky when he bowled. I mean, it's a very unusual, strange decision for Taranjit to bowl him the second over. He's never done it before, and he went for 18, and that cost him. But look at the way they've come back. Well, Lucky Malik said, well, I may not have been lucky with the ball, but in the field, you're going to get lucky to get past me. Great stop.
Very good stop.
Short and executed beautifully. This will go all the way. Shaba, Shaba, Kinna Sona, Shaka. Well, Azam Khalil is saying, well, look, one way or another, I know that we need to be looking at somewhere near the 100+ mark here. And I'm going to play some shots and try and get us to that.
No doubt. Well, a short ball allows the lineman a chance to roar, doesn't he? It's a perfectly executed hook shot. There's Zahid. He's trusted up in the 5 position. I think he came in this time. And so certainly made the most of that.
Yeah, it was a little bit too short. I mean, Zeb does try the short ball now and again, but to be honest, he's not quick enough to bowl it. He's far better off just short of length outside the off. And this one is up in the air, and he goes all the way. This is such a good shot, you know. It's not a bad ball at all. And Azam Khalil hits it straight back over Zeb's head. What a cracking shot this is. This is one of the best shots that you'll see.
It's just a flat
Look
back
at, have a look
smack,
at
really. I mean, it's not even that short. That's what makes it remarkable. He pretty much pulls it straight, doesn't he? So Sweden back-to-back Maximo's trying to get going towards that 100 and beyond.
Yeah, what a cracking shot that is. Well, Zeb is probably thinking, well, where am I going to be bowling this? Hit hard.
Very good.
One bounce, picked up there by Christensen.
Yeah, Christensen, he's a guy I've really enjoyed watching as well. He's very correct but powerful batter. Hasn't really seen him bowling. He's got a few little minor injuries that just playing as a bat, and that's fine. Also, very solid pair of hands in the field.
Looking to finish the over well. It's been a good one for Sweden. Got some acceleration in. Up in the air. This one is not going to go over the boundary, is it? Oh, it's a very, very good catch. Sensational. And Saran Aslam, like we saw him do earlier in the match against Finland, he's almost identical catch. He's right on the boundary. His awareness of where he is so good. He takes his catch. He keeps his balance, keeps his momentum. And well done to Zeb. Well, he was under pressure, certainly was, but he does pick up the wicket. And that's another one that bites the dust.
Yeah, it's a very, very good catch as well by Aslam. And you can see that Khalil is going to have to go for just 8. And couldn't really get going, played a very nice cover drive for 4. But apart from that, just couldn't clear the ropes. And it stayed that way because Aslam was protecting that boundary. So it's the end of Azam Khalil for 8. And Sweden Now with an over and a ball remaining there, 85 for 5.
Yeah, and captain coming in now. But yeah, I'm with you, Vinny. When I've looked at the knocks that this guy's put together in the last 3 innings, he's been sensational. And I think he just, once again, maybe didn't want to toy with the batting lineup too much, but he needs to be batting higher than this. Just gives himself 7 balls to face. Slices his chance, and well, he gets it wide off the fielder who comes in. And I'm not sure the fielder's misjudged this, or maybe it was already over him and it was just a dive in vain, but looks like he's done it in slow motion. Let's see this again. How far is this away from him?
It's quite far from him, I think. Look there. He's probably over him by the time he makes the dive. Karimi, who really puts everything on the line, but he can't reach there. So 89 for 5 after 9. Climbing him. It does look with a good over here. They could get up to something similar to what Finland set Denmark earlier on. But the thing is, Finland, they just could not keep the Danish bats quiet. Denmark chased down the 106 required in just 8 overs. Different proposition this time. Sweden, it's not a terrible score, is it? It's a little bit behind, I think, where they'd want to be. And I still look back at that power play. The first over only went for 3, the third over went for 7, and that's kind of the time, a lot of the time, where the Swedish guys do get off to a flyer. Didn't really happen for Sher Ali and Dash today. So Karimi picked himself up off the turf, and he'll be bowling over number 10. He bowled the first, only went for 3. And well, he's going to start by getting paddled round the corner. Zahid goes with the angle, no fine leg. And he spotted it and he exploited it. 4 runs.
Well, this is delightful. Well, we know that Zahid can get a bit of a hot head, but this time he stays nice and cool. And he's like he's out there doing a little bit of gardening and weeding, as he just says, well, I don't want this one. I'll put this in the rubbish pile. Just flicks it away. 4 runs. Nicely
risky.
done.
I think I'd be trying that every time if there was no fine leg. Now there is a fine leg. So where would I be going here? Probably straight down the ground. Probably doesn't matter if you can get enough bat on it, though.
Well, this is more like it. He likes a bit of power into it, but he doesn't get the same result. And it just goes to show sometimes it's not just all power. Sometimes timing and placement is better.
Chowdhury comes back now. Got a lucky boundary first up, but this guy last night, he was king of the 10th over, put it that way, and that's exactly where we are right now. I think he'll try to go more mid-on here. And even though there's a fielder there, he will not be too bothered about it. I want to go over the top. Here's Karimi.
Firmly struck, just be a single. So not able to find the gap or the boundaries. Good delivery there from Karimi. Karimi, okay. We saw he bowled that one ball, which was a little bit too short down leg side, but other than that, his line and accuracy has been pretty good.
He bowls all these carrot balls actually come back towards the right-hander.
Got him, and that's what we're talking about. Line and the accuracy. He's right on the money once more. And Zahid trying to make himself some space, but that's the problem. When he's got such a good Yorker length delivery, he darts that in so well. He's such a dangerous bowler. It's another wicket that he picks up and gets all of the congrats from his teammates.
Yeah, he's been brilliant, Karimi. Can't say enough about him, really. So now he's picked up a 2nd wicket. That's full, it was straight, and Zahid tries to make something out of nothing, but it bounces around about level with his front foot, almost to Yorker. Karimi knows that's his job, and that's his office, and he's doing it to the best of his ability. Zahid, we haven't heard the last of him. Don't worry about that here in qualifier 2. He goes for a useful 19 with 2 balls remaining. Sweden 95 for 6.
Yeah, well bowled, and Karimi, it's 12 wickets now in this championship in Group B, and he's the 2nd leading wicket taker behind Clayton Floyd of the Netherlands, who's picked up 17 already, and he is the highest wicket taker in the championship so far, taken 1 more than Mohamed Cameron, who was 16 wickets to his name, the Spanish fast bowler, the hitman. 16 he took for Spain in Group A.
Floyd's still got a game to play, don't forget, because they'll be playing the final tonight for Netherlands 11. New batter out there was Rahim Safi, and he can hit a long ball, coming in pretty low.
On bounce and safely into the hands of the fielder there. Aslan, just a single.
Good last over this. Now you need a boundary to get to the 100. Psychological barrier. I didn't really mess with the psychology too much of Denmark earlier when they easily chased down 106. But still, Chowdhury, I'd love to finish with a bang. Karimi doesn't want to let him. Last ball of the innings coming up.
And he, oh well, this has been so good. I reckon already, Vinny, I think, in this innings. Well, that will be a run out there. It was a total mess up from the two batters, but I think they think that's gone for 4. But I reckon that's been there on that side of the boundary. 9 runs, maybe even 12, stopped with the dives and fielding like that. They've been sensational in the field.
You're not wrong there. And I like the unselfishness here. They're not playing for averages. I mean, Chowdhury says there might be a very, very small chance that they'll mess up the run-up, but there's no reason not to go for it because it could have been an extra run. There's nothing to lose. So 97 for 7. 97 just doesn't seem enough, does it? But this Sweden team, I tell you what, they are fighters. I know that. We saw them pull off a huge chase last night. This will have to be one of the best defences we've seen in the ECC this year if they're going to do this. But remember, their club side, Albizami, now they almost defended 66 earlier. But let's have a look at the highlights. We had a few special guests up here, and we had a bit of fun, but I tell you, it wasn't too much fun for Dash. He was an early casualty in this Swedish innings.
Yeah, very good catch, wasn't it? And there were smiles on the face of Sanjeev T, and those smiles continued as well because he had a good time out there in the field. Well, then we saw a little bit of fight back, didn't we? Mainly led by Umar Nawaz. Nice to see him finally finding a little bit of form, a bit of touch. And we waited a long time for it. He's been up and down that batting order, goes back to where he started. And this time he does fire. He does get them 33 quick fire runs. But he was firing, but unfortunately Sher Ali wasn't. And it was only once he departed did Sher Ali play a few shots himself. But it was a good knock. So this one goes a long way up in the air, but no mistakes made there at all. It's the first catch is taken. And it was Aslam was the one to take it, or Zeb actually in that one. Aslam was the one who was involved second time round. This was an opportunity with a run out. But Sher Ali, just didn't quite get going this time round. We know he's a dangerous player. He hits the ball pretty well. But you see, when that was the departure of the Sultan, he was pretty upset with himself. Almost like they set the trap and got him out the same way that they did with the next batter as well. Well, this was 2 and 2. Two of the big batters and balls with each other. That was Sher Ali's time to go. They just didn't give him the width outside the off stump.
That was the turning point, really, wasn't it? Those 2 wickets and 2 balls. And although we saw a nice stroke there from Azam Khalil, you saw Zahid also get a couple away, but just wasn't the kind of consistency they would have hoped for. But I think you called it as well. I mean, Denmark, everything they were throwing themselves at, trying to stop every single run. This is one late on. It was a straight pull down the ground. Back-to-back sixes helping there from Zabi Zahid. Unfortunately, you can see that the wickets continue to tumble towards the end. This is another one that went miles in the air. It was held. So, look, you've got to say, and even though Chowdhury gets a streaky one there, Creamy comes back and bowls a very good 10th over, shuts the gate on this innings. I mean, he finishes with 2 for 11 off his 2 overs, especially when that includes the last over. That's a very, very good effort. So, 97, like I said, seems a bit light on, but anything's possible. This is finals cricket here in Group B, and Sweden, they'll be fighting with everything they've got. Looking at their innings, you can see Nawaz ended up top scoring, but he would have wished that he'd made more of it, I think, than the 33 scored off 13 balls. Apart from that, you see Zabi Zahid with 19 was useful. Sher Ali 17, but never really got going. Just a tick over a runner ball, and Khalil and Chowdhury couldn't do too much towards the end to advance them over the 100. As far as the bowling went, was some pretty good performers there for Denmark.
Yeah, I mean, very good bowling. I mean, Ishan Karimi, just as you said earlier, 2 for 11. But I was very impressed with, again, Rasul Swami. He's picked up 1 wicket, but his 2 overs just going for 8. And then the seamers were Shakil Zeb and did very well as well. Abidullah bowled well. Slight surprise, the early surprise for me, and I think the only sort of flaw in that innings was the decision to bowl Lucky Malik. There was obviously some thought. There was obviously a plan there. It didn't quite work out. He went for 18 in the second over, but Denmark, being the side that they are, were able to recover from that and still restrict Sweden to under 100 runs. So 97 is what Sweden have put on the board. It seems like it's a little short, maybe some 20 runs or so, because Denmark were electrifying and dynamic in the field. They made some saves, and by doing so, they've kept this score kept this score under 100. Denmark 98 required, and remember, whoever wins this match is going to be booking their place in the final later. So everything to play for. Join me, Rico Fuller, Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandu, as we return in about 10 minutes time for the conclusion of this qualifier number 2. Volvemos en 10 minutos. Hello and welcome back. The umpires Suleiman Saeed and Shub Navjot Singh are out there in the middle, along with the two openers. And it's Sanjeev T and Taranjit Barraj. No changes there from the Denmark openers. And they'll be hoping to make light work of this total. Denmark, they've been pretty good with the bat. And knowing that they need 98 to book their place in the final. The captain, you see out there, well, he's going to be pretty focused. He knows where he wants his team to be. Taranjit Barraj, he's heard so much about him as an outstanding young player for Denmark, and it's been a pleasure to have finally met him and his players and seen what he can do with the bat, and he certainly has excited, and a lot of the things I've heard about him have certainly been true. He's very exciting, plays some lovely shots, very attacking. He's able to adapt, and that's what I like about him as well. Able to adapt and make the changes that he needs. He reads the game pretty well. He's made changes to each side. He's made changes to their plans and their strategy. And as a result of that, he's given them the opportunity to be here in this qualifier against Sweden. Sweden or Denmark will go through to the final. The other team will play no further part in this championship. Who will it be? For Sweden, it is a low par score. They would have liked about 120 plus on the board, but they still have runs on the board on a very, very important match. So it's going to be tense. Denmark are looking for a good start. First ball up in the air. It could be a bad start. Captain in the action. Takes the catch. And it's the first wicket. It's the captain who hits it in the air. The battle of the two captains. It was one hitting and one looking to do the catching. The catching has been done. And what a good catch and what a big moment from Shazib Chowdhury. They get the big wicket off of Taranjit Barraj and they get it early. He goes for a golden duck in this all-important match. And Taranjit Barraj, well, I said he's changed his strategy. It's all out attack. That's the way he's been. This time it doesn't work for him. He goes for a golden duck. And it is Zabi Zahid that picks up the wicket. And what a time for Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maxima, to come into the box. It's another batter that you have seen the back of.
Early drama. We barely had time to start the Frederic Constant clock there, didn't we? And Barraj just went after it straight away, out of patience. And so they decided to go for Zabi Zahid. Interestingly, they didn't want to bowl Momand this first over. So Zabi Zahid, definite kind of change in tactics because he's been used as a death bowler, but they're just saying, well, you know what, we're on the rack right now, and he's probably been our most consistent pace bowler. And so doing the job straight away. This is going to be Saran Aslam who's going to bowl, who's going to bat, I should say, against the next ball, which is a wide.
Yeah, Aslam gets the lucky break there. That's not good from Zahid. Just getting a wicket, then bowling a wide. Just takes a little bit of the pressure off Saran Aslam. But okay, they do get the big wicket of Taranjit Barraj, but still, you've got two very good competent batters out there. One or two other ones to come. So they've just got to stay focused here. But what a big moment that was.
Huge moment.
Oh, well, this is smashed away. Well, is it a no ball or not? Yeah, it has been called. It does start to dip. It's a slower delivery, but I don't think it dips quick enough. So just like that, after a magical moment of getting a wicket, the very first ball of the captain, Barraj, we've seen a wide, and now this, a gundy ball, full toss. It gets smashed away to the boundary. Well, that is how you get 7.
Yeah, that's a good call. It's definitely waist high, probably above. Even though it was coming down slightly, that's a run really hurts. Takes all the air out of the balloon, doesn't it, really, for Sweden. Still, Aslam will be very, very happy with that result.
Free hit now coming up. License to go big. Hits it pretty well straight to the field.
Oh, run out.
Oh, well, the bowler. I mean, the bowler is having a go at the fielder here. I think the fielder does the right thing. He has to get the ball straight away. I don't know why the bowler doesn't try and get back. He just stands in the middle and watches.
Well, the reason is it happens too quick. So Sultan's got to either throw at the stumps or throw to Zabi Zahid because they had that much time, and he just doesn't identify. And see, Zabi then realizes, actually, hold on, it's my end, and everyone blaming everyone. But I think it was the key moment there is Sultan doesn't realise he had time to probably throw to Zabi Zahid. There was a lot going on. Shangiv T gets lucky before he faces the ball.
Good delivery, good comeback from Zahid Zahid. At least he keeps his shape, keeps his temperament. Yeah, I mean, getting a little bit heated. You can see he's still shaking his head because he knows. Well, can you imagine if Sanjay T was gone there without facing a ball? They would have been on fire. They would have been all over this.
Yeah, any path to victory for Sweden has to go through Tani Kartinen getting him early before he can do too much damage.
This is a nice little punch shot. It should be one bounce four. Will it be? Yeah, it will. Despite the efforts of the fielder, just trying to push this back in, Limam Oman, but can't quite get there. So 4 more runs. The runs keep flowing. And this is one thing that Denmark will do. I think it's something which they've learnt pretty quickly from some of the other big teams. To maybe the same approach that we saw from Spain, the winners of Group A, that even though you lose wickets, you just got to keep playing the shots. You can't get yourself into a shell.
Yeah, you can't. You're going to have to be brave here. 2 brave teams out there. A weird first over. Take the no ball 6 out of it. And they're looking at kind of 5 of 5 balls. As it is, it's 12. Zabi Zahid does get 1 key wicket. You've got to get those key wickets here. That includes those 2 at the crease right now. Be curious to see who Chowdhury goes for. Probably go to Momand while the ball's swinging. That's Momand's been a little bit erratic at times. He's in the side, so he's on the side to open the bowling. What's he in for, I suppose?
Once again, just being a little bit cautious and careful now after that early mix-up between the 2 batters. But so the over comes to an end, and I suppose it's even Stevens, I would say here. It's 12 on the board. Happy with that, Denmark, I'm sure, but won't be happy losing that wicket. And Vinny, what do you think of this?
Still waiting, aren't we? We are still waiting for a golden ball. 86 matches without a golden ball now. And, well, if it happens today, it's going to be high drama, because it's going to mean that one team is going to be going home after that golden ball. The one team will get to continue in this tournament. So interestingly, they're not going to go for Momand here. They're going to go for Shazeb Chowdhury. Now, I don't think this is relevant to why Momand's not bowling, but there was a bit of a moment last night, which I might actually come to in a second.
Yeah.
That's
I know where you're going. I know where you're
look,
going
I
with
love
this.
celebrating a victory. Don't get me wrong.
I know where you're going with this.
I love a celebration. You know that. Let me just wait for this ball. Chowdhury goes after it. And a thick inside edge, long chase, unsuccessful chase for the fielder Takawi. As this is just a real thick inside edge. That's how powerful this guy is, Tani Kartinen. He ends up getting 4. One that's nowhere near the middle of the bat.
Yeah, I mean, the fielder in the infield there doesn't get any touch on this, and then there's no way that the outfielder is going to stop that 4 runs straight away. Chowdhury, the captain, opting to bowl the second. Let's see the first go to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, Chowdhury can't let that bother him too much. I guess it would make him feel a bit better that wasn't off the middle from Shangiv T.
Miscue in the air, chance, Sultan is after it. And he's taken a very, very good catch. Well, that is an amazing bit of work. Nusratullah Sultan, well, everybody was pointing fingers at him when there was that opportunity of a run out, but now he is the hero because they do get Sanjeev, and we know what a key player that he is. He's been instrumental for Denmark. He's got them to many a big score, got them many victories, but he will go for 4, just that one scoring shot. He goes with his second ball. That is a huge moment, and Nusratullah Sultan, how big a catch could that be?
Well, to defend this total, you need both openers cheaply. That's what you've done. Well, the crater will still be standing in 100 years where Sultan has landed here. Bang! Takes the impact but holds onto the ball. That's the most important thing. So Tani Kartinen, unfortunately for him, he'll go no further. Just the 4 and out off his innings. And Denmark now 16 for 2.
Yeah, big, absolutely big. And Chowdhury, well, the captain has to stand up and fight when it comes to the big moments, and certainly has. He took the catch of Tanrajit Barraj, and now, well, with the ball, he's got the wicket of Sanjeev T. Both the openers back, Vinny. Game on.
Yeah, he is Magnus, though. Magnus Christensen coming in a bit earlier, I think, than we're used to seeing him. Sweden, they will be fighting so hard to stay in this competition. They know they were outclassed by the Netherlands 11 this morning, but under lights, they've had some good results. They'll be hoping they can get through not just this game, but the next one as well. Denmark, though, they're on the up and up, but just a wobble at the start of this chase. That 98 target's starting to look a little bit more difficult than we first thought. Christensen faces up to Chowdhury for the first time.
Nice shot. Work to be done there by Azam Khalil. And he does really well.
Now, here's the thing with Momund not opening the bowling, but have a look at this. I love a celebration. And last night, when Sweden hit the winning runs, just look in the background here, is Momund. And then, well, not only does he break the fence, he rolls down the hill in one of the all-time great celebration moments.
That's a real Humpty Dumpty moment, isn't it? Ah, that's great. Edge, gone, wicket, another one goes, and it's Captain Marvel time. Just look at the celebrations from Sweden. They've got another big wicket. It's Saran Aslam that has to depart. He goes for 10 of 7 deliveries. The top 3 all back in the shed, and look in the book, one name that you'll see next to every one of those dismissals is from the captain. And Shazab Chowdhury, isn't he something else? Whenever something needs to happen for his team, it is him who leads by example, bowls this the second over, and he takes another wicket. Amazing moments here for Sweden. This is what we know Sweden do.
Unbelievable what we're seeing here. Denmark just making batting look easy today, really, for the most part. This is a wideish delivery. It's just a little feather, isn't it? Jyoti, he's pretty keen to throw it away from himself this time. Remember earlier, he did throw the ball and landed on his own cranium. But right now, he is high-fiving everyone that'll listen. And Aslam goes for 10, but it'll go no further. 17 for 3 in the second over.
Wow, wow, wow. So now, I mean, look, it's got to be said, the batters that have made things happen for Denmark, they've been and gone. The only one that's still there is Magnus Kirstisen. He is there. Somebody's got to stay there with him. But of course, not only are these wickets falling, but that rate is rising as well.
It is. But, again, this is a guy we haven't seen the best of this week, Musa Mahmood. Tried to give him a few opportunities, but he hasn't clicked yet. What a great chance for him to move the game forward for Denmark. But Chowdhury's got 2 for 5. No run there. How good was Nusratullah Sultan's catch just going back a second ago? Remember, he almost let Shungiv T get away. We did let him get away before he faced the ball. There's a run-out opportunity. This was in 2 minds on that occasion. But a big moment, had to run back with the flight of the ball. Not easy. And then Jyoti following up with a good catch off the little nick from Aslam. So, very interesting. Couple of overs ahead to see if Sweden can keep choking this innings or if Denmark can counter-attack. Last ball of the second over coming up.
Well bowled, Yorker length delivery. Got to say, nicely played also by Musa Mahmood.
Question, do you go back to Zabi Zahid here or not? He bowled the first over.
Yes.
Okay, that costs you one of your death bowlers, your key death bowlers.
You want the wickets here. You know, the captain will know. A couple of wickets here, it is done. It is dusted. I think you go with Zabi because he's bowled well. He's in the groove. And this is where we are with this. I mean, this is how Championship Week is looking at the moment. Starting, this is going to be Week 5 starting on the 10th. England are there, the reigning champions, and Spain, Group A winners.
Such an exciting time because today is the day we'll be able to write another name in on that list. The Group B winner will be determined today. And so then we'll have 3/5 of our Championship Week lineup. Of course, they'll be joined by the winners of the next 2 Fridays, Groups C and D, respectively. So now they're going to Momund in the third. Yeah, I thought they would do this because the thing is, Momund is effective with a new ball. His issue has been with a very new ball. Sometimes he sprayed it a bit. So he's the man. Maybe we can have another look at it after the first ball. He's looking pretty fit here. And, I mean, Sweden invented the jumping over the fence here, by the way.
They did.
It was actually Jyoti, the keeper last year, and then the Al Bizalmi guys, they were all jumping over the fence. But I suppose that fence wasn't really made for fully grown men to jump over.
I mean, if it was Sher Ali that broke the fence, I could understand it, or the Sultan. But not Momund. He don't look that big, does he? Here we go.
Here we go, with Momand in the third.
Been on the umpire. Was there any bad on this at all? Nope. Leg by.
Yeah, it's a little bit high for me. See, it's on the way up. Certainly good shape there. He's not way forward as well. Yeah, it's very high, isn't it, when you see where that hits him. So it's good. I think to get good players out helps if you can move the ball around a bit. That's what Momand can do.
Shot, and goes for the shorter delivery. And he swivels on this pretty quickly. A little bit of the MJ about this. Oh, 4 runs.
Yeah, nice little swivel, and it's just too short from Momand. Looks like he's trying to dig that in a bit shorter as well. I wouldn't be wasting my time with that. You've got to pitch the ball up. You've got to try and tempt him to go front foot. Here we go. And we've got that one more time, guys, just in case anyone missed it. I know some people are asking for a second look. There we go, in the background. Here comes Lamar from the background, and... Oh, see. I love that. I just wish we'd followed the roll a bit more.
You know the good thing about that is none of the other players cared. Nobody cared.
Celebrating.
None of the other players cared. Nobody sort of said, "Oh my, let's go and rescue Lamar Momand, who is now rolling down the hill and stuck in the shrubs."
I mean, that's one way of getting down to ground level. I mean, the rest of them took the stairs, I think, and so yeah, you see the raw excitement. If you don't think this means everything to these players, just look at that videotape. But yeah, Momand just found another way to get there. Gravity did the rest. Don't know if that's been fixed either. Just yet. Here he is again to Christensen. That's the length. Yeah. That is the length.
This is all about, I mean, we know that Christensen is a good player and he hits the ball well straight, but this one it's the movement that I think Momand is getting, and of course the angle. It is not just a straight ball coming from, from like a normal right armour.
It's got a bit of natural, it's got a bit of natural variation to him, Momand. But that can also be a curse, not just a blessing, because he has had some control issues at times. But I think he's had a very good summer, domestically even, and even in the ECL. He's very good for Albies Army. 2 to come here in the power play.
Punches this away, and the leg side. Good work there done by Zakir Takui. Keeps it to a single.
I mean, all you want if you're Sweden is to not get blown away in the power play by their openers or their 3. And now you've got all 3 of them, so at least you're in the game. In fact, you could probably make some sort of argument they might have their noses ahead in the game, but I mean, Denmark, they've got plenty of guys that can still whack the ball. You're looking at a couple of them out there right now. Momand's been good. He's only gone for 5. Can he keep it under control with this last ball?
Oh, well, again, hesitation in the running. I mean, first of all, the 2 batters get in each other's way. And, well, Christensen doesn't really seem too interested in running too much. I know there must be a niggle with his foot. Remember, he went down pretty heavily when he was bowling. And I don't think he's really recovered from that. You see, he's not looking to run fast, is he?
Yeah. Well, to be honest, that was kind of on Moose Mahmood. Normally when you hit the ball and run, you run the opposite side of the pitch to the non-striker. Because it was a left-hander bowling. Maybe he's used to running down that side of the pitch. That's why they kind of got in each other's way. But anyway, they do get away with it. Denmark 25 for 3. Pretty good power play for Sweden. It doesn't matter for much at the moment because there's plenty of cricket left here. And I've got to say, I've got the first signs of a golden ball tingle right now, because it is that kind of tense contest. And we saw these 2 teams. I mean, how about that game last night when they played each other, and it went right down to the second last ball, actually. Second last ball, and it was Chowdhury that hit a 6 to win the game for Sweden. Now they are going back to Zabi Zahid. So, okay, interesting for me. Rather than bowl out Chowdhury, they're going to spend Zabi Zahid, who I thought maybe he'd want to keep for a little bit later because of his death bowling skills, but they've decided he's the man to bowl this 4th over. 5 outfielders in place now. So we're out of the power play.
Zahid. He bowled. Played as well down the ground. Attack the single. Yeah, the thing is, they got choices, haven't they? And we know that Shazeb Chowdhury has bowled the last over plenty of time for them as well. So he probably, because of the way he bowled there, probably holding himself back and saying to Zabi, well, okay, you go. And still got, of course, the spin, attack, in the form of Takwi and also to Azam Khalil. So plenty of good bowling to come as well. So a little bit on this to take the single.
Yeah, lots of chat out there as well. Jyoti, he's a real motor mouth out there. I just mean in a positive way. He'll be trying to G up his team. He's not really a recognised batter in this lineup, Humi and Jyoti. So he feels that his job is just to consistently and constantly be chirping up and keeping his team motivated.
Nice shot played. I mean, that's also going to be the key here, isn't it? I think Denmark, they know with those 3 wickets, the top 3 going quickly, they don't want to lose any more wickets, but at the same time, they don't want to fall too far behind. So the main thing they'll be saying is no dot balls, take the singles, but if the ball is there to put away, then go for it.
Yeah, who they'll bowl as their 4th and 5th bowlers here. I think you got Rahim Safi in the lineup. I think he's the sort of guy that can bowl second half.
This one gets slightly over pitch. It's driven nicely straight, but there he is again. Azam Khalil. He's a man always for the big moment, isn't he, Azam Khalil?
Yeah.
Just so many times we've seen him playing for Sweden and also for his club side Al Bazami, and it's normally in these low-scoring sort of dramatic games that he finds a way to get his team on top.
That was really good clean fielding there. Couple to come for Zahid. It's been good, hasn't he? Like I said, they've got Safi, they've got Azam Khalil as well. One thing you said to me, and it just occurred to me today, we haven't seen Sherali bowling at all. He's a guy that can swing the ball a long way. He hasn't been used at all as a bowler. I suppose maybe at this level, if you don't get it quite right, it can be quite expensive, but still, he had a very good series with the ball back in Stockholm.
Hit firmly, but again, Azam Khalil, good throw, and attacking the stumps that Christensen is running to, and you know why, because he's the one who's got that little injury, foot injury. Really well done from Azam Khalil that we're talking about. And you can see also from Azam, the way he's wearing his cap, that's not just a trendy, cool look.
Yeah.
He's got it that way, particularly because that's the end where the sun is now starting to come down. You can see that from the shadows. So that's going to be another feature as any balls that are hit on the leg side here.
So how about this? We're at 31 for 3 off 4, and the rate required at the beginning was 9.8 and over. Okay, which you feel, okay, as a batting team, you got that under control. Right now, it's up to about 11.2. So now we're heading for more or less what a par run rate is. It's in the 11s anyway. So now you're almost, run rate wise, you're back to almost level pegging. And just shows you Sweden importance of a good power play. I mentioned they don't want to get blown away. Not only have they not been blown away run rate wise, but they have the top 3 in the shed.
New bowler is getting himself ready. Lot of talk. I think it looks like they're going to carry on with Momand. The captain is having a bit of a chat there with the umpire as well. I'm not sure what this is about.
This is good, getting Momand out of the way now. I think he has been moving it around.
Yes, it looks like he's quite prepared to finish with a...
I think I like about Momand now is he's got the protection of 5 outfielders. So normally bowls 2 in the power play. He's only had to bowl 1 in the power play this time. And he's going to be bowling to Magnus Christensen.
Short, and has he got enough of this? And yes, he has. And just about. It wasn't the cleanest of pickups, but he's a strong man. Here's Kirstensen, and he gives us a good thump. You can see there's a Takui out there on the boundary. It's a difficult time to be on that part of the boundary. I just mentioned about the sun here, but well, this was clearly over him. He's not the tallest man.
Yeah. Wasn't the worst ball.
The tallest man.
Wasn't the worst ball from Momand either. It was probably 6 stump, but Magnus made a definite conscious effort. He felt it wasn't going to be right up in the block hole. He wanted to get under something, flick it to leg. That's exactly what he did. Momand now with the comeback ball.
And this one is hit really powerfully. And the fielder just had to make a little adjustment there. I think the ball hits the deck and deviates slightly.
This is something we like to look at sometimes, what the average run rate per day is. And yesterday it was the highest scoring we've had so far. So 126 per 10 overs. You know, there were A couple of pretty big scores in there. Netherlands 11 responsible for some of that. But you can see all up in Group B, it's 11.7. Group A was 11.2. Overall, at the moment, we're exactly the same as last year, 11.5 and over. That's uncanny.
Good delivery, nice full straight, not allowing the batter to do anything.
I think he hasn't bowled
crazy.
enough of that length, Moman. I just think he's banged in a bit too much and gotten carried away. I think that one, okay, it's low full toss. That's what I would be concentrating on here. Again, he's just got to get away with a couple more. What are we? 3 balls to go, in fact. Other thing is, look at the timing here. Feels like it's taking a while to bowl these overs.
Goes for him again, and he's going to get him again. Bolle, 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 kinna sona, shakalagya. Well, it was there in the slot once more. You're talking about the length. You can see the difference. Look at the difference of this one. It's short, it's there, it's in the swing. Boom, shakalagya.
He can set himself to kind of get under this, can't he? Christensen looking good here, 22 off 11.
Edge, and taken. Oh no, it got down.
This guy's going to be run out here.
He's going to be
He's
run
gonna
out.
Be run out.
Oh,
Hey,
well, what's
no,
going on here?
No one's going to be run out.
What happens there? I mean, he has this in his hands. How does it come out? How does it come out? And then you got the opportunity of a run out. Well, I don't think the batter's realised that he's dropped it. He thinks he's been caught.
They don't run here.
Oh,
Christensen sees
wow.
what we see. He catches it and actually goes to the ground, takes a couple of steps and it pops out. And then I don't think anyone was expecting this.
Amazing. I mean, we don't.
And then look at this.
Look,
he walks
he thinks
out.
he's gone. Look, because he does actually have it. Then he comes. Why doesn't Josie go for
I
it?
think by then he might have always been home.
Oh, wow. That's a big moment. And it's, well, it's Zabi Zahid.
I mean, he had this for so long.
Yeah, look, he has it there. And then, oh, my word. What happens there? Now, not sure what's
Yeah.
the
They're trying to
chat
say, did he
here
hold
now?
it long enough? But
No,
the
no,
answer
no.
is a
He
short,
doesn't have it in
it's
control.
a short 2-letter answer. No.
No. Not out.
Um,
That is not out. He's got to show he's got the ball under control. He doesn't have it under control. I don't know what's happening
He
here.
doesn't have it under control. Full stop. And there's no doubt. Look, Zabi knows it as well.
I don't think this discussion is about the catch. I don't know what this is about. There's something going on here. But, well, we'll leave that to the match officials.
Yeah.
We're having a chat with the captain.
I mean,
Looking
Chowdhury's a long way away.
disappointed
He
about
might be
it.
trying to make a case that the ball was under control, but I think the replay is unequivocal about that.
But this is quite amazing. He has it in his hands, and then it's almost, you know, sometimes when you catch a ball and your hands sort of cross, is while his hands are crossed, then he's almost pushed the ball out of his hands. I couldn't believe it.
It's the step. It's literally the step he takes. And then, speaking of steps, Christensen took a few. Yeah, he saw that he had it. And because the ball was on the other side of the batter and everyone else, so they kind of assumed, like, he's held it that long, he's not going to let it go now.
Oh, that was a big, big moment. And Christensen
Drama with a
dropped
capital D.
on 22.
Rico wouldn't expect anything less. Moman's got one to spend here.
Nice shot played, beautifully timed, and excellent work. Well, Azim Khalil, they're taking on the 2, and they'll get there. But that was an outstanding shot from Azim Khalil. I know they get 2, but he has saved 2. How about this? They don't come any better than this. This is quality. This is, look at this. Here's what class that is. That's world-class fielding. And that's how the game, if you want to know how the game of cricket has changed, that's how it's changed. The fielding has been exceptional.
Oh.
Nice to see the boys from Finland there enjoying and watching on now. I mean, they've had time, I suppose, to absorb some of their... I mean, they were disappointed, but I think they also understand that their championship here has been outstanding. They really have improved. The most improved team, you've got to say.
Yeah, I've got to say that based on results. But I think they'll know that you know, these games at this point, they're kind of a bit of a coin toss, I think, between these 3 teams, I suppose, that were left after Netherlands automatically got through to the final by winning this morning. So, yeah, I want to say a big thanks to Nathan Collins and all the Finnish guys, of course, their supporters, Maya and Claire. We loved their their kind of unwavering support for their team. I think they've got a lot of exciting players. We talked about it at the end of their previous game, but we hope they enjoy the rest of their experience. We know they're disappointed, but I think, in a couple of weeks when they've got time to reflect, and maybe they're watching the championship week from back in Finland, they'll just kind of realise how well they played and how many highlights they created.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and it's time for them now to relax, unwind a little, and to absorb the atmosphere of finals day. And what a great atmosphere it's going to be coming up to that game. But listen, a lot of people have been admiring your shirt.
Yes,
my shirt as well.
it is Peacock Friday. Yeah.
And they've saying, look, we've got to remind people next week, leading up to Friday's Peacock Friday, because a lot of the fans on there, they want to be part of this. So next week, we'll keep reminding you. We want everybody here with their Peacock Friday shirts.
If you're local here, you're coming on Friday, we want you to wear your Peacock shirts, okay? I was going to say with the Finnish guys, I would recommend, if they're looking to unwind, a responsible way to do that, if you can drink responsibly, is with a little Victoria Cerveza, which I'm sure they might be enjoying that. It's well earned.
Yeah, certainly is. The old Victoria. I tell you what, it's very, very warm here now. But a few ice cold Victorias right now, Vinny, would be pretty good. But look, we'll wait. We'll be good.
We'll wait for the end of the day.
We'll wait. We will be good. And remember, they do come and send alcohol as well.
Of course.
But thank you to Victoria Cerveza, a proud partner, the beer partner of the European Cricket Network here. And also, I will say, Victoria Cerveza is the beer of Malaga.
It sure is. I want to say quick hello to a few people as well. I want to say hello to James Stewart, who's watching from Estonia. And I want to say hi to Guru Chanda as well. He says, can't wait to see Azam Khalil versus Netherlands 11 in the finals. Wink face. Hashtag you can't see me. Well, maybe he's got a feeling that if Sweden make it, Azam could click for them. And Rebecca watching from Perth as well. There's been some strange goings on. Yeah, that was a weird one with the catch that wasn't a catch because he hits the ground. Zabi Zahid drops the ball. Magnus doesn't realise. And this wasn't leaving under misapprehension. He actually starts a run. So he was definitely liable to be run out there.
Yeah.
There we go. Some of our fantastic fans down there in the fan zone. Christensen, though, looks the key to me because it looks very organised. Now we're going to see some spin. Azam Khalil is the man who's going to bowl over number 6. Only 5 overs left.
We
know determine who will stay and who will go.
We know we've had drinks, and we know what's been happening quite religiously after drinks. It's been a wicket, and I think the batter on strike will know this. He's making a big effort at the moment, I think, Musa Mahmood, to try and not do anything silly. He's been a careful one off the 2.
16 minutes to bowl 4 overs as well. So just bear that in mind as we see Khalil coming in.
Hit hard, well stopped. They think about 2 and decide against it.
So with Khalil bowling, you'd imagine they get through the overs, his overs pretty well, assuming he bowls 2. Takawi, well, lucky he had his body as a backup here because it just kind of hits the side of the hand. It does make the stop. Takawi's another guy we haven't seen bowling yet. So 2 spinners yet to be really brought in.
This is sliced up in the air. Will it carry? Oh, not quite, but what a marvellous effort that is. That's a great bit of effort. I mean, this is the perfect biz away landing from the Sultan. I mean, for a big man, he's quite acrobatic.
Well,
isn't he?
some planes are heavy, and Nusratul is one of them. That's another one. He goes full extension. Can't reel it in.
Short and punished. This will go all the way. Volley. Well, it has the Denmark cap on their feet. That is an important shot. If every so often they can hit a ball to the boundary like this, they know they should get home here.
Yeah, it's just too short. I think Khalil's kind of made some in-tournament adjustments here to go faster. I see that's the length he's got to be. The one before was just too short. Thinking of 2 here, they almost could have made it, but they just probably don't think it's worth the risk for 1 run at the moment.
Yeah, I think that's a good call. I mean, why take the risk? This partnership is so important. And we know they came together when they were in all sorts of bother. Just remember that. I mean, they were 3 wickets down for 17. So you can just see how important this partnership is. Nicely played, gets to the pitch of it, uses his feet well, doesn't he? Hits the ball straight so well.
Yeah, it's good bowling though from Khalil, wasn't it? He's made that adjustment now. Last ball over. I feel like this is a big ball in the game, you know.
He played away out in the off. I'm liking this from Musa Mahmood. He seems to be playing very sensibly, and we know we've said that he's a classy player. He's played so well for the national team for Denmark. He's made some big scores in ICC tournaments. Hasn't quite clicked in this one, but maybe, as we said, with the likes of Nuaz, when it comes to the big matches, the big players do stand up, and he's got to stand up in this one.
Still got Chowdhury to come back. He took 2 for 6. Not a bad over from Khalil in the end. Just that one ball I'm sure he'd love back. But he only goes for 11 in the over. Keeps his team in the contest. Riyasad in the comments asking about the clock. But I should remind everyone that there's a 5-over drinks break where the clock stops. So it's not that they've been given extra time. It's just that when that drinks break is taken, that clock will pause. We are doing that because of the heat at the moment. We don't always have drinks breaks after 5, but certainly today I know that they're trying to look after the players with some hydration.
Big moment. Captain deciding he needs a wicket, and rather than hold himself back, coming on to bowl, Shazab Chowdhury. Over pitches.
This is where a mistake, if you're in the field, just kills you. Because you feel like you're just hanging on here. The rate now is pretty much the rate required. They're going at about 10. And that's about what they need. So as far as the run rate, it's very, very even. Who will pull ahead in these 4 overs?
Nicely stroked. Once again, straight to the field. The field has been set beautifully. Sultan there.
Yeah, I like this field because instead of a deep square leg, they're having a deep cover. So what it allows Chowdhury to bowl this off-stump line and say, look, if you want to take a big risk, try and get across and flick it over square leg, but I'm not going to make it easy for you.
Leg. Thinking about 2, but you don't want to be taking on like Azam Khalil when he's already shown his quality in the field.
Singles are a win for Sweden at the moment. The gap between runs required and balls remaining is 16. The longer they can sustain something like that, the more they'll need per over. It's already up to about 10.6 now. But again, boundary relieves the pressure. Feel the pressure building. Normally results in a boundary or a wicket. What will it be? Chowdhury 2 for 9. Halfway through this over.
Again, it's that slower delivery, sort of a full toss length, but it's dead straight, so very difficult to negotiate this to any other part of the boundary. Bowling to his field, and very well at the moment, the captain.
They're 2 batters that have had plenty of deliveries now, aren't they? So they'll be wanting to cash in and get their team close to this target, if not all the way.
Well struck, and this time it will be 4. That is such a good shot. We've seen that they haven't been able to pierce the field that much in the last few balls. Every shot's been a good shot play, but straight to hands. And you see here, just watch the wrist. See the wrist come into play, just directing this ball into the gap, and the timing was beautiful. That is a lovely shot, 4 runs.
Yeah, I was going to call a bit of a 2 call there. I thought you might get a 2 here because into the gap. I didn't realise it was hit so well and actually goes all the way.
Yeah, timing was lovely.
See.
I think there you can go. You can see that bit of the seam is coming off the ball there.
So they
and
might actually stop the clock for something like this because this is a delay, which is.
Yeah,
there you
need
go.
a
You see
bit of scissors or something out there. You can see that Sulaiman Saeed has gone through his little bag of goodies and says, no, I don't have anything there. So, well, something's been thrown onto the. I think they're just going to go with a ball replacement instead.
Well, that's sensible. It's only significant delays. The clock will stop for. It's a major injury normally, or a review, for example, or something like that.
If you were the batter, what would you say? If I were the batter, bearing in mind there's been no wickets for a while, we're coming up to 51 partnership, I'd be saying, hang on a minute, get a pair of scissors, cut it off, carry on with the same ball.
Yeah.
That's what I would say. I'm sorry, I would say that.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to change the ball, would you?
Probably not. I mean, sometimes you have to change it because you hit it too far as well. Remember that.
Fielder, I don't know if he goes down deliberately there early, but he gets down early.
A lot of people piping in as well in the chat, as you'd imagine, because it is tension with the capital T. It's what we said last night. We had a cliffhanger between these 2 teams, and right now it's shaping up to be that way again. 31 required off the last 3 overs. The score 67 for 3 after 7. Well, this is what you're watching at the moment, qualifier 2. And so the next match after this will be the Group B final. The winner of that goes through to week 5. The loser, unfortunately, their ECC is over for 2022. It starts in around about 90 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network and all our international broadcast partners, of course on Fancode as well in the subcontinent. It's Netherlands 11 versus the winner of this game, Sweden and Denmark. So join us for that. Should be a really exciting finish to the week. Under lights, of course. And didn't we have a great Group A final last week between Spain and the Ireland 11?
We had a great finals day, and the final was just absolutely superb. 50 partnership now between these two. They've taken the score from 17 to 3.
All right.
67. So big moment here. I think this is the over. This is the make or break over.
So here is Raheem Safi. This is a guy, when he gets it right, he's very slingy. He's all shoulder in his action. He will just try and bowl Yorkers, and let's just hope he gets them on target. Right now they're hanging by a knife's edge. Again, they've got just a tick under 10 minutes to bowl these 2 overs.
Yeah, this is the other thing. It's a pace bowler. He can sometimes be a bit erratic and bowl it wide. He can't be doing that here now. Time is against him as well. And this was going to be a wide. I mean, if you're a batter here, you leave that. I mean, I can understand playing this shot. You get it right. There's a big gap between the man who's pretty fine on the 45 and square leg. That's 4 runs.
He is really fine. I mean, I'd be upset I haven't hit it for 4 or 6, to be honest.
Yeah,
you get a bit more bat on this, it flies away. Safi gets away with one there, I think.
Yeah, he does. I think the smart move there surely would have been just to take the wide. Gustafsson on strike now. Goes for the shot, and he's going to nail it. And it's going to be 1 bounce 4. Beautifully played. Cuatro carreras. And a lovely shot that gets this beautifully right. Look, you can see, that's the one thing I like about Gustafsson. He's playing intelligent shots. He knows there's no fielder there. He gets this ball in exactly the right area.
Such a good
Doesn't
shot.
try to hit it too hard because he's relying on his timing and placement.
Well, that was Frederic Constant. Pure timing right there. And I love the way he just held his shape beautifully. Safi, again, hasn't hit the block hole once yet. Has to sort it out quick.
Going for the same area once more, and this time it will go all the way. I'm pretty sure this is going all the way. Balle. Well, I'm calling it. The umpires are going to have a check on this one. I can't retrap my balle. It doesn't sound good when it goes backwards, but I'm sure that's going all the way.
Just over the line.
Manos arriba, arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. Put them up in the air like you just don't care. 6 carreras más.
Again, Safi gives the batter something he can get under here. And I just don't think he can afford to do that to Christensen, who's 38 off 19. And this is the over they needed. Well, half an over so far, 11 off 3. They put an extra fielder to plug that gap now. I think that's sensible. But I think the main thing is on the bowler, Safi, to get this right. Cannot give him length here, Christensen.
Oh, still a question, but I think this was straying down the leg side. And bit of pad on there, so gets the leg bar. But once again, I think Safi's probably quite lucky that there's not more of a contact on this, because it could have been disastrous going all the way.
It was probably going down the leg side, but it was a bit closer than I thought when I saw it live. Anyway, this partnership's growing. Remember, they lost those 3 early wickets, and we were saying it's a long way back from Denmark. Well, right now, seems like it's a long way back for Sweden. 19 off 14.
I'm not sure that's where he was looking to play this. Sort of one hand comes off this, but takes a single. And so far, I've been pretty impressed with the way both these batters have batted. Good partnership. You've heard Christensen has been a little bit more attacking, and Musa Mahmood, though he understands and acknowledges that he's not a batter that's in form, but he's playing the role that he has to.
Yeah, he's done just enough, hasn't he?
Full toss, and umpires will look at each other. This one drops short of Khalil, who gets the throw in. And I think this one may get called. You know, I think this is a little bit too high. Let's have a look at it side on.
It hasn't been called on the field. They don't normally do it unless a wicket falls, I don't think. Let's have a look at the replay.
I think at this pace, you're not bowling these. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's too high. That's far too high.
Well, I'm surprised that gets missed, but it does get missed. Again, they go with it. On-field call. Yeah, you just tell the way he played that was pretty high. Anyway, I think Sweden dodged a bullet there. As we get to the end of the over, the score is 81 for 3 after 8 overs. So what does that make it? 17? 17 off the last 2 overs. Well, the Worms ahead, but will stay that way. Now, you've got time to think. Not that much time, but I think they've got around about 5 minutes or so to bowl this over. And it looks to me like Sher Ali is finally getting a bowl here. Well, this is surprising because I don't think we've seen him bowling all week.
You know, I don't mind this call. I think the captain is probably thinking, there's a number of options he can go for, right? He could go for Tuckaway. He doesn't want to. He doesn't want to go for the spin. I think he's saying, right, let's do something different. Let's do something that Denmark don't know and haven't seen. And he's Sher Ali. I mean, when I've seen him bowl and back in Stockholm, he bowled really well. Gets the ball to swing a lot. It's a good call. I mean, if he can get the ball, Yorker length deliveries to swing in, starting around off and swinging in, it's possible.
Well,
I think it's a gamble worth taking.
It's brave because you're saying the batters haven't seen it, but Sher Ali hasn't bowled. So will he get it right straight away? Because he really has no time to burn here. A bit of smart work from Christensen, who can see the clock ticking. Just decides it's a good time to adjust his equipment.
He may I don't know. Will he get away with the bandage on his arm, the white bandage, or will the batters want it removed? But anyway, this is Sher Ali. Watch out. If he can get this swinging around, this could be a real brave top trump call from the captain.
Yeah, it could be. I tell you what, you want to hustle here, Sher, because you've got 4 minutes and 20 seconds to bowl. So probably one practice is enough. I'd be getting on with this. But yeah, I mean, well, it's biggest over of the tournament for both these two teams. No two ways about it. He's very quick in the medium pace, Sher Ali. For me, okay, will he try and even swing the ball? Because if he gets it wrong, it could go very wrong. Here we go in the 9th.
Yeah, it's right up there in the block hole. Maybe a run-out opportunity. Well, that's what he can do. Sher Ali doesn't go up for this. I think maybe it's swinging too much and going down the leg. But what a good start. Look, yeah, just going down leg side. But that's what they need to do. That's the length, you see.
Yeah, good ball. Full. Fairly straight, not straight enough.
Dot ball as well.
Yeah, I don't think it'll bend the way it does the very new ball. So I think that's probably a good thing for Sher Ali. Just needs to locate it.
In the air, it's a miscue. Where's this going to drop? Oh, drop short. It was the captain, Shazeb Chowdhury, that was coming in. And Sher Ali, well, he automatically says, nah, I'm not going to bowl too many down the leg side. I want more protection out in the off.
Okay.
And he moves the man across.
Don't know about that.
I don't like that. I'd rather the boundary be protected.
Yeah, I think I push deep cover out here now. Oh, they make me nervous. I feel like I'm trying to defuse a bomb here at the end of movie.
They've made this call to Musa Mahmood because they think he's not the one that's going to be hitting this between long on and the man at Cow Corner. But I don't know.
Maybe.
He's just waiting I get the feeling he's just waiting to play the big shot here, Musa Mahmood.
Am I the only one that's nervous with this clock at 2 minutes 40 here?
No ball called. Oh, no. Oh, no. That is not what you needed. No ball is called here by the umpire, Suleiman Saeed. Take it, this would be for a foot fault. So they get the single, they get the extra run for the no ball, and more importantly, this will now be a free hit.
Yes, just over.
Well, big
Tight
moment.
Call. That seemed like a correct one.
And, well, it's going to be Kirstensen who's going to be on strike. He'll go for this. He's an intelligent batter. He'll go for this.
Can't really see it there, but doesn't. It seems like a good call. Tight one, though.
Hits it hard, but finds the fielder. So just gets the one. So they do plug that gap well to Christensen. And,
I mean, worst time for a no ball, wasn't it? At least you dodged the free hit.
yeah, he does okay, though. It just goes for a single, so he's recovered from it. I think it's the batters that will feel that they should have made more from it. Well, we're going into the last, aren't we? Or are we? We're going into the last.
I'm tense up here.
Full toss up in the air, but I think this is going to go all the way over. It does. Bolle, brrrr. Inna sona kinna bada shaka. And just like that, it looks like that Denmark are holding the upper hand. The gamble of Sher Ali doesn't pay off, especially with that delivery. The no ball hurts them, but this full toss, which gets blasted for 6, will hurt them even more.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Just overcooked the Yorker there. 7 off 8 now.
A big swing and a miss. The slower delivery.
I mean, there is something to be said for bowling someone that no one's seen this week that is actually a pretty decent bowler, but it's also a big risk. got one more ball. He's got 40 seconds. 2 non-ball or wide now. Talk about pressure.
Slower delivery here, and Sherelli liked it. And, well, that's why he liked it. This only just misses that off stump. But it's a dot ball. Another dot ball here is what they're after. 7 of 7. So we are definitely going into the last.
Better hustle.
Ball struck.
We'll talk about cutting it fine. I've got 9 seconds, so they've got to make sure they're in position. But they get away with it, I think, by the skin of their teeth there. And it is the end of the ninth over. It's 92 for 3. Oh, so that was intense, really.
Hey, listen, stick the golden ball up there. Tell people about the golden ball. I just have this feeling about this one, you know. I
think
just
so?
have the, yeah, well, it's a runner ball. And so many times I've seen teams, you know, if this first ball ends up being a dot, I think the pressure is going to be there. I really do. This first ball, everything depends on it. And, you know, there was a few people that were talking about this man who's going to bowl it, Azam Khalil. And they were saying Azam Khalil will be doing it against the Netherlands. Well, if he's going to be doing it against the Netherlands, that means that he has to defend 6 runs here.
It's just hard to see where dot balls are going to come from. Because as long as you score for every ball, you can't lose from here if you're Denmark.
Dot balls would come from wickets. I think this is the thing. I mean, I think the batters here, I mean, these two have batted so well. What a partnership. But now, can they finish it off? Or will they be thinking, 6 runs, I can do it with 1 shot, get it wrong, wicket, and all of a sudden, Sweden are
I'd
in
be
the match.
avoiding dots as plan A, then looking to hit boundaries. Honestly, that's why I'd be batting here. Or you can finish it in 1 ball. That's exactly what they're going to do, because it's up and it's away and it's out of here. Maximo! Denmark, they do it. They swing their way into the final, and the last over, it only lasts 1 ball in the end. It was just angled in, clipped away. And, well, Denmark, they do get their revenge on a team that did beat them twice in the group stage. But, you know, these two teams know each other really well. But Denmark, they're the form team at the moment. Sweden just can't hold on in this chase. And we always love to see them. They give everything. But they just couldn't quite perform in this game. It was anyone's game, really, from the get-go. But it is Denmark that will make it through to the final to meet the Netherlands 11 later on tonight.
Well, yeah, what a fine time, though, to come into form for Musa Mahmood. We've all been saying what a classy player is. I've been saying he's a classy player. He just hasn't been able to show that. But then this sort of innings was made for him, wasn't it? They lost those 3 quick wickets. All the top order failed. I mean, we saw that Sanjeev T 4, the captain went for 0 very first ball, and then Saran Aslan went for 10. So it was 17 for 3. Something needed to happen. We've seen Gustafsson bat before, but he needed a partner, and I think Musa Mahmood played the perfect partnership role. Really well batted from him. We've finally seen what he can do. And, well, we've also seen what Magnussen Kirstensen is all about. What a great partnership that was. But it all started with this. What an important catch that was. It was the captain who hit it in the air, Taranjit Paraj, and it was the captain, Shazib, who takes the catch.
Yeah, they're only in this game for so long, really, because they did get those 3 early wickets. Otherwise, you felt that Denmark were just going to blast Sweden out of the game. This is one that we thought was a chance to get rid of Sanjeev T before it even faced the ball.
Yeah.
And there are lots of remonstrations there. And, well, Denmark, they were happy that their opener survived, but he wouldn't survive a lot longer. Fantastic catch from Sultan, took him down.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great catch. I mean, Sanjeev T is it's a big wicket to get. And, well, the big man, the big gun gets another big gun. And then this was when they were up and about. And it was the captain, Sazeb Chowdhury, again, who takes the wicket. That was 3 for 17. And that was another big wicket. Saran Aslan went early. And then, well, after that, there was no more wickets. After that, we saw a patient partnership between 2 very good batters. And just thinking about it, I don't think they gave a chance.
Yeah, I think that they were pretty intelligent. It wasn't slogging either, was it, really, for the most part? I think for me, I always look at sixes hit as well. Sweden hit 7 sixes in their innings, and also the same for Denmark, but I suppose it was the in-between balls then that were the difference. You can see Momand, he thought he had a wicket here. Christensen froze a bit like this. Zahid, I mean, that was a big moment when you look back at it now, because that was really the chance to get rid of them.
Yeah, I mean, I say that I don't think they gave it a chance. Of course, forget about that one. When they looked like he had it, I said he's gone. Next thing we know, the ball is on the deck. Kirsten, he thinks he's gone.
Peacock Friday.
Has to get back. Yeah, Peacock Friday. So remember, next Friday, we want everybody in their Peacock Friday shirts. And that one just doesn't quite carry to the Sultan.
Yeah, so I mean, now we look at back where there were a couple of little chances, weren't there? Sultan, that was a half chance, if anything. But yeah, smart batting from Magnus. Isn't it great to see a Danish-born player? I think all the players except for 4 in this Danish squad are actually born in Denmark. So that just shows you You know, there is a proud tradition of cricket in Denmark, and these guys are carrying it on. And when it came down to it, it was going right down to the wire. 6 required off the last over. It only lasted 1 ball as Denmark sailed through now to the final against the Netherlands 11. And that game will be starting in around about an hour and 10 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network. And we'll give you toss news as soon as we can. Looking at this scorecard, well, it was a key partnership, wasn't it, between Christensen and Mahmood. Christensen finished with 41 not out, 38 not out for Musa Mahmood. Good timing from him to find some form as well. And they recovered after the early loss of their top 3.
Yeah, look, that's a really, really good partnership between those two. 81 runs, and I got to say, I think in terms of the way partnerships goes, in terms of how important or what a situation they were in at the time, I'm going to say that's the best partnership that we've seen and the most crucial one as well between those two batters. So have a quick look at the bowling figures there. 2 wickets for Shazib Chowdhury. I think he does everything right, the captain. He was absolutely amazing with his bowling there. He changed it around a little bit. He tried things. He had to. I think Zabib Zahid, his first over was sensational. He bowled 2 for 18. But nobody else been able to get into the wickets. They tried different bowlers. Azam Khalil there. And also Rahim Safi was given a chance. Sher Ali even got a bowl. He went for 11. But they tried to find another opening. Just couldn't find it.
No doubt it was another close contest between 2 tightly contested teams. Well, I would say tonight does seem like a little bit of a, I would say, mismatch. I don't think that's right. It's a team that hasn't dropped a game, but against a team that has been steadily improving, to the point that you see they lose their top 3 there. They still get the job done in a big game. So, I mean, Denmark could quite easily surprise Netherlands tonight, especially if they're batting fires. It'll be interesting to see what happens at the toss. That'll be coming up pretty shortly. So like I said, that game will start in about 1 hour and 10 minutes. You can see there the final of Group B will be Netherlands 11 versus Denmark, 5:30 p.m. GMT, which is 7:30 in Central Europe. It's 11 p.m. in India. Only one of those teams will make it through to Championship Week. So we'll have a bit of a break. We might even have a bit of dinner, Rico, but whatever you're doing, make sure you set your watches, set your alarm, whatever you have to do, make sure you are back here in just over an hour because the final of Group B is on the way. And if last week's final is anything to go by, it is must-watch TV. Vinny Sandu is here. And Rico, I know that you're going to sit out the final because Corey's going to come back in. But I'm sure you're looking forward to this as much as anybody.
I shall be there in the fan zone, and I'll have a few victorious, no doubt, when that final starts. It's going to be an absolute classic. And one thing I'm going to say, I think very similar to the classic for Group A. I think nobody can argue. I think the best 2 teams are going to be in that final. And though Netherlands are undefeated, I think if there's one team that they'll be a little bit cautious of, is Denmark. Could be interesting.
Could be interesting. So hopefully Corey will be back managing other commitments at the moment. But until then, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, Rico Full with me. Hope you're enjoying finals day. It's always exciting. Come back for the big finish after this. This is ECN and you're watching the Dream11 European Cricket Championship Group B Finals Night.
Su calle, a vivir su ambiente, ven conmigo, a vivir la vida intensamente.